Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome to the 5th Tallinn Digital Summit.
Instead of waiting solutions to come to us, we should offer them. That is how we operate in Estonia.
We need to continue to build trust in global connectivity.
We are here today because we are among friends.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, dear friends, colleagues, and new friends from yesterday. I hope you have received some well-deserved sleep. It was a wonderful night last night. I heard some of us said it got a bit long, but it's okay. We're here to bring some new and fresh ideas and new and fresh discussions to the stage. Yesterday, we discussed a lot about trusted connectivity, and there were some highlights indicated in this video. For instance, both of our fireside chats, when it came to AI, said that even though AI might be developed, general AI might be developed in the EU, in the US, or in any of the African markets, this is what we want. We want AGI to be developed in a country with whom we share common values. And both of the guests, though somewhat conflicting with one another, agreed to this principle, that we don't want AGI to be developed in China because this is a country with whom our values conflict. Trusted connectivity and trusted partnerships was what was highlighted throughout all the discussions yesterday. My name is Sandra Särav. I'm the Deputy Secretary General for Business and Consumer Environment in the Estonian Economics Ministry. We shared some great ideas yesterday, but today we're going to have a reality check. We're going to get into discussions about things that matter and things that have an actual impact on us, whether we like it or not. The entire day today will be framed by Ukraine, as it should. So we start with a keynote from Ukraine, to be followed by a panel on Ukraine, because this is our reality. This is our today, fighting with and for Ukraine. Thereafter, we will discuss how technology answers some of the questions that have been put forward, both by yesterday's discussions as well as discussions we will have here with our Ukrainian colleagues. We will discuss We will hear from the Ukrainian Deputy Minister on how they built their digital services, their digital environment for their citizens. They built this infrastructure before the invasion, and it has lasted throughout the war. We'll see how it helped for them to stay resilient throughout this, during the war, and what the future will bring for Ukrainians, both in terms of technology and both in terms of building up their country. With this, in a few minutes, please allow me to welcome on the stage Mrs. Valeria Ionan, the Deputy Minister for Entrepreneurship, the Deputy Minister for Euro Integration of Ukraine. We will hear from her in a few minutes, but for now, I hope you enjoy your stay, and let's focus on Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Ukraine is a country where anyone can become a president and start significant changes for all the people around. To reinvent the way of interaction between citizen and government, we created the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Our main goals: to digitize, connect, educate, and develop. Our flagship product, DIA, one-stop shop for all the documents and public services. No paper, no stress, no bureaucracy. Ukraine is the first country in the world where digital passport works as physical ID. Our priority is to cover with high-speed internet, big and small cities, and cultivate digital skills in big and small Ukrainians. We invest in startups and create proper conditions for their growth. DIA City, the best tax system in the world for the IT industry. World's major companies are already in Ukraine, and some Ukrainian startups became unicorns. Our goal is to build the most convenient country in the world for people and business. Technologies change countries, people, you.
Thank you. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. As you've seen in the video, there are some of achievements of our ministry before the war. So in 2019, the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine was created. We had a big vision to build the most convenient digital state as possible, with no bureaucracy, with no corruption, absolutely paperless. And for that, we have created an ecosystem of digital national projects, which is called DIA. DIA in Ukrainian means action. DIA is actually an ecosystem which has 5 different projects. The first one is the mobile application DIA, which is about digital documents and most popular public services. The second one is the state portal DIA with public services. Then DIA City, a first virtual business country, or in other words, a special economic and tax regime for IT companies. Then DIA Digital Education, the program for the development of digital literacy, and DIA Business, the national program of the development of SMEs. But let's focus a little bit on DIA as our core product. This application now has 18 million users, 14 digital documents, and lots of services that are constantly upgrading. For example, Ukraine is the first country in the world where digital passports are equate to paper and plastic ones.
2 years ago, we created a digital passport in a smartphone, a document one should not leave at home. Ukraine is the first country in the world to equate a digital passport with a physical one. Having a digital passport in DIA, Ukrainians can open bank accounts, receive money transfers, pick up postal packages, board trains and planes within Ukraine, etc. Using digital passport in DIA is secure and reliable. You can check its validity with the help of a QR code in the application. This feature is available for any DIA user. We got rid of endless paper trail, certified by handwritten signatures. In 2 simple clicks, Ukrainians are able to use certified copies of their important documents in institutions and even when checking into a hotel. The documents are stored in PDF format and have a date and notice from organization that had received it. DIA. Simple, invisible, humane.
Digital trust services are also very important for digitalization processes. That's why we create a special service, DIA Digital Signature, that is available in the application.
DIA Digital Signature is a secure signature on your smartphone. To generate a DIA Digital Signature, simply open DIA application and click on DIA Digital Signature menu and blink your eyes. The image of your face is then verified with the photo in the database. Using such digital signature, people are able to sign contracts and open bank accounts online. The application is storing all signing history. Your digital signature is simply in your pocket.
We also have created a special platform for state registries that helps us to simplify public services and to launch them faster, actually. So we are constantly working on DIA, we are constantly upgrading the services, adding new services, upgrading the design, and doing all possible to be the most convenient for our users. And actually, in the beginning of February of this year, we had a great DIA Summit. It's our regular annual event where we are sharing our results with the Ukrainian people and with the whole world, and we are also making an announcement for the next years. But we had this DIA Summit in the beginning of February, and then on the 24th of February, the war started. And for example, these are the photos from yesterday's massive missile attack in Kiev. From early morning, Russia has been targeting its rockets, civil people, its rockets civil people and Ukraine's infrastructure. General Staff of Armed Forces reported on 83 rockets. One of them landed in a very heart of city center of Kiev, and it killed 8 people who were on their way to work. And I have to admit that from 24th of February, Ukraine has changed a lot, and so did DIA. We had to shift the work of our ministry, we had to rethink some services, and let's look on what we did.
As a result of the war, almost 11 million Ukrainians fled their homes. 7 million of them are internally displaced. It takes a minute for Ukrainians to apply for an IDP status certificate in DIA. Ukrainians can also submit an application for IDP assistance in DIA app as well. Ukrainian government sending payments to help our people during 3 months. The Russian military have destroyed tens of thousands of homes of civil people. Damaged property feature was created to track damages as accurately as possible. Ukrainians are able to report complete or partial damage to their private homes and residential properties. When Ukrainians had to be evacuated from hotspots, they had left behind everything they had earned throughout their lives. We updated e-aid service. There is a one-time financial assistance from the government to evacuated people. On the first day of this feature, we have received 1 million applications. When the Russian army attacked Ukraine, it destroyed a number of TV towers. In order to provide Ukrainians with uninterrupted access to information, DIA TV and DIA Radio were created in the DIA app. Using this feature, the population follows all the news and even had watched Eurovision recently. The Bayraktar drone became a symbol of Ukrainian resistance. The game e-Bayraktar was created in DIA to lighten the mood of the Ukrainians. Everyone can experience being an operator of the legendary drone.
I would also like to explain you a little bit more about other projects that helped us stay resilient. For example, this is a chatbot, Ivorok, with authorizations through DIA. So this chatbot helps citizens to report on Russian troops, Russian equipment, war crimes, and recently we have added the function of demining. Also, it is important to remember that it's not just the war, it's also the first cyber war. So the volunteer movement, IT Army of Ukraine, was created to defend and to attack Russian military infrastructure. And another thing is that we are always looking for out-of-box solutions in order to deal with Russian military aggression. And one of such solutions is a satellite internet connection, which became a part of our new critical infrastructure and really in many ways have changed the course of war and rebuilding process of liberated territories. At some point of war, we have closely cooperated, our ministry have closely cooperated with the military to understand better the needs and what else we can do to support them. And that's how our top project, Army of Drones, came out and was created. Drones became part of Ukraine's winning strategy. And the role of our ministry is to build and to coordinate all of this process. So now everyone can either donate funding or donate drones to our project.
If all the drones bought with your help took off into the sky at the same time, it would look like this.
IT industry and tech businesses are also the most resilient one. These warriors of economic frontline pay taxes and ensure export income to state economy. 2 weeks before, as I've mentioned, on a DIA summit, we have launched DIA City, and during this period of time, we have more than 350 residents in DIA City. And this is the question, actually, we are constantly asking ourselves, how can we do better? And in which way? What can now we do? What is the next step? And now we feel like we are ready to share our top-notch GovTech solutions with the whole world, and we are extremely honored to work with countries like Estonia and Poland, where we are working in regards to DIA application and to digital transformation. It is also important to mention that recently, the Ukrainian parliament has adopted the law on e-residency, so we really hope that in a couple of next weeks or months, we will have this project launched. We always are speaking inside the ministry and inside the country on what Ukraine could be in 2030. Where should we go? What should be our path? What is our vision? And today I am ready to share it with you.
Let's look 8 years ahead. 2030. The history of the new Ukraine is studied all over the globe. Why? Because Ukraine became the most digital and convenient country in the world. Scripts have replaced bureaucrats. 500,000 former public servants are successfully integrated in the new economy. No more red tape, but paperless. No more banknotes, but cashless. Yes, we became the first country to abandon paper money. Ukraine now has the best tax system for the IT industry and the most affordable e-residency. Thanks to Ukrainian engineers and programmers, the R&D centers of the world's top technology companies operate successfully, and Ukraine ranks first in the world by the number of startups per capita. Ukrainian courts are guided by artificial intelligence, and all notarial acts take place online. Ukrainian customs is fully automatic and the fastest in the world. Customs clearance and car registration can now be done in 3 clicks from your smartphone. Because of war and internal migration, we have built the most flexible and modern digital education. Brave military and civilians get quality treatment with modern remote monitoring and e-health systems. Ukraine also has the most effective cyber defense in the world. After the horrors of 2022, Ukraine focused on security systems. Now every production facility has its air defense system, and the sleep of Ukrainians is protected by an ultra-modern Iron Dome. The Ukrainian government is digital, more like an IT company in terms of the efficiency of implementing decisions, and one can register a land plot, start construction, open a business or get a license, and register a car or real estate from a smartphone, automatically, in 1 click. Ukraine is the freest and digital. This is all because international partners and the world's leading technology companies supported the Digital for Freedom initiative and united to help Ukraine recover through digitalization, building a new Ukraine together, free and the fastest, brave and digital.
Thank you very much for standing with Ukraine. It is almost impossible to explain everything that we have done and everything we are doing right now, and everything what we plan to do in the next 8 years only in 15 minutes. But I hope I just had a chance at least give you a very brief helicopter view on what's going on and what will be. And thank you again for standing with Ukraine, for supporting us. Let's build our bright digital future together. Let's stay in contact, and thank you so much.
Thank you. This is definitely a well-deserved applause. So the next panel needs no introductions, but I'm going to give them anyway. What I took from this presentation, especially at the end, is it's important to have a long-term vision. Many countries who are not in war don't have an 8-year vision as ambitious as Ukraine's. So it is up to us to also figure out what do we want to become in our countries. And we shouldn't just digitalize for the purpose of digitalization. It doesn't make any sense. In Ukraine, digital is for freedom. So we have to think, what is digital for our countries? In the next panel, we do discuss what's digitalization for Ukraine and what does digitalization mean in terms of trust. When the war started in Ukraine, there was a massive upsurge among governments, businesses, NGOs, and civil societies to support Ukraine quickly. This placed a very strong strain on their current frameworks, as well as our current frameworks, for providing humanitarian assistance quickly. This new panel will explore how technology can actually help, and already has helped in delivering humanitarian efforts and aid. So please allow me to welcome to stage the next panel with participants Guy Philip Goldstein, Kristen Davies, Greg Foreman, Anna Pulak, who will be joining us via video, and she might have to, when there are sirens, return to the basement where there's no connection. Teresa Hudson, and this panel will be moderated by Sten Christian Salover. Please welcome them on stage.
Sitting.
No,
Tere!
Doesn't matter.
Tere, good morning.
Tere.
Okay, great. We have your attention. Thank you very much. If yesterday and this morning we talked about visions, the global gateway, trusted connectivity, new values, and etc., then of course the immediate question is, what are the next actions? What are our immediate actions? How can we actually build those new partnerships between agile innovators, companies that are already redefining the future that the Deputy Minister just presented us? How do we have corporate alignment? How do we have corporates to move into this space to start working for recovery? How do we actually work in areas such as landmine clearance? How do we catalyze ecosystems, understanding that Ukraine is one of the most mined countries right in the world? And when we think about digital, we always tend to think about technology, deployments, infrastructure, and so forth, but it's also very important to understand that parts of the infrastructure, as Prime Minister said yesterday, as well as the President said yesterday, that we also have to think about infrastructure as human capacities. We have to think infrastructure as trust capacities, and that also includes our informational spaces and our resilient spaces. And exactly about those topics we are going to talk about today. It is also important to remember that we need to talk about now, immediacy, speed, action, but we also need to think about the near future, the tactical future, and the strategic future. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our first panelist, Anna Pulak, Head of Ethics and Partnerships at Respeecher. Respeecher is a company which is a leader in synthetic voice technology. Whilst in February you might be enjoying Obi-Wan Kenobi or Star Wars, or you might have seen how James Earl Jones signed his voice off to artificial intelligence, yes? Well, Anna and her company members and the visionaries from Ukraine have built that technology. What is the situation in Ukraine, what the technology can teach us, and what types of new frameworks of resilience and leadership in partnership with Ukraine in emerging technologies we can actually have. Anna, thank you for joining us from these rather extraordinary conditions from Kiev.
Yes, hi everyone. I think yesterday was quite a stressful day for all of us. Now there is another red alert in Kiev, but I'm in our office where I live nearby, and yesterday several missiles landed just 1 kilometer from us. If I could, I would be joining you from another our a room and office, and behind me you would see several Amy statues. But we have them in our office, and I think that those are the only ones physical Amy statues that you would find in Ukraine. But what I wanted to talk more as the head of ethics and partnerships at Respeecher, and what I do is I develop ethical and responsible application of emerging technologies globally. Ukraine has shown its huge capacity of developing AI-based solutions, and some of those solutions, such as synthetic media, are those that affecting information ecosystem worldwide. Deepfakes and synthetic media are used not only in entertainment industry, but also have a wide application in healthcare, but also can be abused and be used in psychological warfare. So, but my background is from security and defense, and for the past 5 years, I've been heavily involved in technological sector. What taught me that internet sovereignty, what it is as a definition, internet sovereignty are those regulations that are created by corporations and policymakers, regulators are no longer agile and respond to the current asymmetric threats that we are facing. And in Ukraine, we do really understand those threats because we are encircled in those threats. So, new reality. What is new reality? A new reality for technologies and applications. It's a speed, impact, and ethics. When I talk about speed, I talk about those emerging technologies, AI-based solutions, such as synthetic media. They go far beyond that policymakers and regulations can catch up. And I do know that on practice because at Respeecher we are leading several committees on synthetic media application and its ethical application worldwide. And we as a small company and fast-growing startup leading those committees because we do understand that regulations are not keeping up with basic impact. When building such novel technologies that can affect societal security, we do have to measure the impact. And at small companies with those emerging technologies, we already do that, even based in Ukraine. But we do understand our impact globally. And again, we do understand the threats. And third, ethics. Without those, as Brad Smith, the president of Microsoft, shaped it as responsible AI, we still shape it as ethical AI, but it all is based on those values that we share in Western democratic societies. And how I shape it in the digital Cold War messages that I'm trying to outreach now is that we are divided by the wall where new novel technologies are built on the shared values, and on another wall that is Russia and China that do oppose those values. But how can we make responsible and ethical AI emerging technologies correspond with those novel and new threats that we are seeing daily now? Of course, it's a new frameworks of cooperation where small tech, big tech, and policymakers are framed and meet with each other, and where small tech is supported with also another triangle is money, time, and new frameworks. New funding opportunities that can empower small tech, as for example, Respeecher is, to go further and bring those know-hows on how to mitigate the abuse of new technology, emerging technology, share that experience, engage with big tech and policymakers, and make it in more agile and most practical way possible. That is why money, time, and new frameworks are essential. And I would just highlight here the framework in another triangle is resilience is how those frameworks are shaped and built. Of course, it's communication, it's capacity, and values. Values is a trust-built framework of cooperation. Values highlight everything, right? We are encircled by the threats. We do understand who our partners are. But when we talk about communication, it's essential that public-private partnership and small tech, big tech, and regulators meet in one place, and essentially constantly doing so, because we do understand that speed, impact, and ethics are valuable. And the third point in angle of resilience is capacity. We do understand that in emerging technologies, capacity belongs to smaller tech. As we understood it and we see it at Risk Futures, that our technology is already heavily used in Hollywood, but we're also integrating and applying our technology in healthcare and are ready to develop detection systems for deepfake voice. That's why I call for everyone here to include and think of this new framework of small tech, big tech, and policymakers in one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. And I think we need to give a big applause to our Ukrainian heroes joining us in Kiev in those extraordinary circumstances. Thank you so much. So what we heard, Ukraine is a world leader in emerging technologies, in synthetic media, artificial intelligence, those areas that Europe and our transatlantic partners want to be the leaders on. Not only on A-list productions, but really saving lives or giving back lives in the front. So we need speed, immediacy, communication, and trying to think about frameworks, how policymakers and corporates can work with agile startups, not as last, but first of implementing those technologies in an environment of Cold War. One of the important and one of the really critical aspects about this new battlefield that needs new frameworks of trust and collaboration is actually landmine clearance. Kristen, you have worked as a director of IT for New York Times, but quite pivoted into this very important cause, taking your skills in building trusted connectivity and networks in landmine clearance. Can you a little bit tell about that operational model?
Certainly, thank you, Sten. I am the US chair of the board for APOPO. We are scent detection experts. What does that mean? We train animals, rats and dogs, to use their amazing sense of smell to detect. We detect tuberculosis, we detect trafficked animals, we detect humans in collapsed buildings, but we're best known for detecting landmines. We've been doing this now for more than 20 years with our hero rats, and now with our technical survey dogs. These are dogs equipped with technology in backpacks. More than 60 countries on Earth are affected by landmines, and the most common way that we see for detecting them is a human being with a metal detector. You can imagine the complications this throws up when you're detecting in land that's been used for agriculture, industry, urban, or more recent conflict, because everything that that metal detector indicates on needs to be treated as a landmine. APOPO's animals are trained to detect not metal, but explosives. So when they're coming into a ground that's contaminated by a lot of metal, they're only going to indicate, and we will only need to treat as landmine any explosives that they detect. What this means is that we're able to have a greater impact, especially in terms of speed. Let me give you some data to share with you some data about this. Manual deminers can clear a square meter, and the cost there is 77 cents. Because we're only detecting explosives and not metal, one of our hero rats can clear that same square meter for 33 cents. One of our technical survey dogs, equipped with its backpack, can clear that same square meter for just 9 cents. So the impact we can have here is huge. But it's not just about the cost, it's about the speed as well. Our technical survey dog can do that square meter up to 10 times faster than a manual deminer. These are techniques and technologies that we've honed around the world, that we're looking now to work with Ukraine to help them rebuild. But clearing mines is only part of the problem as such. It's important for us to ensure that once we've cleared and made the land safe, it can be repurposed as rapidly as possible for economic, societal, and cultural and environmental use. So at Apopo, what we've done is we've now created a playbook where we partner with other NGOs that do this to get them in and on the ground as rapidly as possible once we have cleared and made that land safe. One example of this is with Cordaid Foundation in Cambodia. They're bringing in organic rice farmers. So as soon as the land is safe, we have environmental, cultural, and economic repurposing of that land incredibly fast behind us. All of this takes money. And this is part of the resilience that we need in humanitarian actions as well. Once we have funding in, it can take up to and above 6 months for us to actually action teams and for many humanitarian teams to get onto the ground. What we've been doing with Apopo and our connected, trusted partners is creating social impact bonds. This enables us to diversify the funding streams that we have. So historically, we've been very dependent, and we continue to be dependent on government funding. But by offering social impact bonds, what this means is we can go out with our partners to corporates, individuals, and other foundations to offer them investment packages that bring social impact and market rate returns. One example, with Cordaid Foundation in Cambodia, Apopo is partnered with the FCDO, the UK government, and we're now offering social impact bonds as a way of bringing in funding diversification and therefore building resilience. And that's something that we can also do for and with Ukraine's. But I just want to now focus on Ukraine and how we can do that, because that is why we are here today. Talking about that funding mechanism. At Apopo, what we're seeking to do, and this is a call to action to you also, is to reduce the time and increase the impact at which we can have miners, trained deminers with our technical survey dogs on the ground in Ukraine. Working with Ukraine, we want to take Ukrainians, find Ukrainians, and train them to be deminers with our technical survey dogs. We can do this. We have a training center up and running, and we're seeking currently $250,000 US and Ukrainian partners and trainers, so that as soon as we have a green light to safely put our teams on the ground, we can do that not in 6 to 12 months' time, but in 1 to 3 months' time. So there's a capacity and a resilience point here. So to echo, in fact, what Anna was just saying to us, and thank you, Anna, part of the resilience and the rebuild in here is the speed and the impact, the capacity, and the values. And for Apopo, it's critical that we work with connected partners around the globe, but also within Ukraine to be able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kristen. I understand you have a flight to catch.
I do have a flight to catch, so I have to leave right now. But on behalf of myself and all of my human and animal colleagues at Apopo, I want to thank you very much. Please do reach out to me via my panel members also if needs be afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'm totally sure that when the Ukraine 2030 vision will realize, then here in Tallinn we shall have teleporters. So we'll be able to beam and out wherever we want to go in a matter of seconds. But I really want to echo Kristen's statements again, because landmine clearance is a huge topic. We should not only think about building digital infrastructure, we have to reclaim very much of the physical infrastructure as well, and trying to find models that bring together those larger investment schemes that were released or were presented yesterday, the $300 billion in the Global Gateway, combining that with a cutting-edge approach on science, but as well as thinking about how NGOs, investors, as well as government actors can move collaboratively in the trust space. And as Kristen and Anna said, in a very, very rapid deployment, a few months rather than 6 months or more is really critical. From here, we actually shift our dimension. As we said before, those issues on site are not very much tangible. Anna remarked, and she has put out recently an amazing white paper saying that we are entering the era of digital Cold War. It is a new norm. It goes beyond misinformation and disinformation. It is a hostile battleground that exceeds the dimensions of cyber. It encompasses our societies, our human actors, our digital actors, and so forth. So the question is, how can we actually fight it on scale? How can we bring together big players, small players, that agile knowledge with cutting-edge technology, such as AI for good? And to talk about how corporations are actively moving into this space, supporting Ukrainian resilience, Ukrainian capacity, I'd like to welcome Teresa Hudson from Microsoft, joining us today at a very early hour from Seattle. Teresa.
Very late hour. I mean, last night, actually, your last night. Yeah, this is, as each of the speakers has spoken so far, it really does bring home the fact that this is a multifaceted problem. You know, the panel title describes this, and you just mentioned this is the time of digital Cold War, and that couldn't be more true. Tech companies are in a unique position to lend their technical expertise to help combat the digital Cold War, where disinformation poses one of the most serious threats and risks, weakening the foundations of democracy worldwide. Over the past few months in the war in Ukraine, we've seen firsthand just how complex and multifaceted cyber operations are. So we've always traditionally looked at destructive cyber attacks, and we've certainly seen those. We've also seen cyber espionage efforts. In the first half of the year alone, we delivered more than 120 intelligence tips about threat activity to Ukraine-based entities. But for the first time, we also started looking at the problem of agency-sponsored cyber influence operations, also known as disinformation campaigns, designed to support Russia's war aims. Not surprisingly, we're not talking about just one message and one audience, but multiple narratives focused on multiple audiences. I think we all knew that was true, but with our data, we can see it very specifically. We've identified 4 distinct audiences and 4 distinct messages. To the domestic Russian population, the Russians advance a goal of sustaining support for the war by portraying Ukraine's military as responsible for the conflict. To the Ukrainian population, they advance a goal of undermining confidence in the country's willingness and ability to withstand Russia's attacks. To American and European audiences, they aim to diminish Western unity and deflect criticism of Russian military war crimes. And to non-aligned countries, they aim to support Russian efforts at the United Nations and other venues, combining long-standing narratives demonizing democracy and Western intentions with an emerging effort to blame the West for potential food efforts. So how do you counter this? For one, as I noted, responses must be multifaceted. So we've approached this at Microsoft in a couple of ways. Like many content providers, starting in February, we stopped current content. Our Microsoft Start platform, which includes MSN.com, stopped displaying content from Russian state-sponsored news outlets, RT and Sputnik. We removed RT news apps from our Windows App Store and deranked both sources' search results on Bing. We banned advertisements from RT and Sputnik across our ad network and will not place any ads from our ad network on these sites. But we went beyond that. We have focused on tracking and calculating the creation and consumption of Russian propaganda. Our AI for Good lab created a Russian propaganda index to monitor the flow of news from Russian state-controlled and sponsored news outlets and amplifiers. This index measures the proportion of propaganda flow to overall news traffic on the internet, and we can enable it for geographic regions, online channels, and infrastructure providers such as registrars and web hosts. The lab also developed AI tools to begin to detect potential new propaganda sites as they appear. using data from a wide variety of internet sources and other identifying characteristics to determine and forecast new domains that may be candidates for foreign cyber influence operations. We don't do this alone, though. The technology is used in conjunction with sources from third-party reviewers like NewsGuard and the Global Disinformation Index to help us define which sites are known purveyors of state-sponsored media. This is really powerful because now we can chart the consumption of Russian propaganda across the internet and in different geographies on a precise timeline and truly see both the extent and the effectiveness of Russian cyber influence operations. In the initial weeks after the war began, we saw the consumption of narratives from Russian-controlled and sponsored sites across the internet rose sharply in both Ukraine and the United States, other places as well, but just by way of example. The surge in Ukraine represents an increase of 216%, while the spread of Russian propaganda in the United States increased by 82%. With a steady flow of Russian cyber influence operations, it's estimated that the average American consumption of Russian propaganda is 60 million to 80 million page views per month. This is enough to make the collective placement resulting from cyber influence operations on par with a major publication like the Wall Street Journal. We're also using technology to ensure the integrity of digital evidence. We're supporting the International Criminal Court to deliver justice for war crimes in Ukraine using Azure Cognitive Services to accelerate the collection and analysis of digital evidence, and working on an emerging project focused on the question of how you track digital chain of custody in order to provide international courts with authenticated images and videos. More to come on that. So I've really focused here so far on the bad information coming into the system. What's the antidote? So we also focus on the role of trusted journalism. As Russian propaganda about the war is on the rise, the role of trusted journalism is more important than ever, and it's a key indicator, as we know, of healthy democratic societies. Having trusted journalism requires journalists and the need to better understand the challenges they are facing and how the technology industry can support them. We need newsrooms to support journalists, and local newsrooms need our support. So we've invested in Report for the World's latest expansion to include newsrooms in Eastern Europe, particularly in Ukraine, and we've partnered with the Ground Truth Project to support the second Report for the World cohort of new newsrooms that received a Reporter Corps member that included, for the first time, Eastern European news organizations in Ukraine and Hungary. We also need to better understand the challenges that journalists are facing so we can better help from the technology industry. We've partnered with the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Media to connect with journalists and civil society activists on the ground. These partnerships have provided us with data sets and context which are really necessary to ensure that we are elevating authoritative content across our Microsoft platforms. And we also know that, unfortunately, journalists often need legal support. So we've developed a partnership with Thomson Reuters Foundation to expand legal support for local newsrooms and journalists and operational aid for displaced journalists from Ukraine and surrounding countries. Again, multifaceted problem requires a multifaceted approach. So we're going to keep trying to help with this problem.
Thank you so much, Teresa, and we'll come back for questions a little bit later. So we see here that big enterprises, corporates, which often have been rather slow movers or not going in the forefront, are really making a big difference in building our trusted connectivity and helping real-time in a site of crisis, combining with latest innovations in technology, but at the same time acquiring data sets and building a rather bigger context around those problems. Craig, I want to move into the human dimension. You have been a long veteran in various types of frontline media in the US as well as around the world, Wall Street Journal Foreign Bureau, McClatchy Group, as well as your investments into building new types of connectivity solutions. So not the words, but technologies that help to actually build those networks. So tell us a little bit about the human dimension, especially how informational spaces, media spaces are evolving and what types of trust layers we need to build in there. Teresa mentioned the scale of the problem. The scale of the problem is really big. It's immense, and I think it really transcends the regular understanding of misinformation and disinformation in the society. Ukraine is a digital war, digital Cold War site. And what can we do about it?
Thank you, Sten. Good morning, everyone. This has been an amazingly rich experience of the past day and will continue to be today. So to make it easy, if you just remember one thing from the couple of minutes I'm going to speak about, please remember this. History does not repeat itself, but sometimes it rhymes. Sometimes it rhymes. And what we've heard this morning shows us and echoes for me that the 24th of February 2022 echoes with the 7th of December 1941, when the Wall Street Journal on the 8th of December began its front page report by saying, World War means, I'm paraphrasing a bit, the transformation of America's industrial economy. And that was very prescient and was right. I think what we're seeing in Ukraine is that war in the Ukraine, as devastating as the human consequences are, and I'll speak about that for journalists in Ukraine in a second, as consequential as the human dimension has been, means the dramatic transformation of IT, cyber services, and the entire way that our civic health will be lived in a digital life. I'll talk about that more in a moment. The human dimension for journalists is very dramatic. Since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we've seen more than 24 journalists killed and 8 journalists killed in the line of duty for journalists. And as a former war correspondent myself, 8 journalists killed for doing what their job is, which is trying to report the truth. And Teresa mentioned all the activities now that are required from large platform and technology companies to enable that truth to reach us all. And now I'll lighten it up a little bit. Happily, I started at the Wall Street Journal when I was only 10 years old. I was a little older. But I started at the Wall Street Journal in an era of pencils and conveyor belts carrying copy to a wire room. And when I came to Europe in the 1980s with the Wall Street Journal Europe's launch, I ran a telex machine. In my career, at the convergence of technology, media, and telecom, we've gone from satellite and telexes to now investing in Web 3.0 and the trusted connectivity stem that's at the core of what we're trying to build. And here, the call in this transformation to the IT economy is a collective action for all of us. We know about the global gateway. A person with my accent can't say that without remarking on the importance of the transatlantic partnership in driving that. But in recognizing that this isn't a winner-take-all effort for Silicon Valley where I live or for champions in any part of the globe, it has to come back to our core fundamental principles that we have to remind ourselves, get back to why those journalists are in Ukraine and why they're reporting to report that truth. Trusted networks need truth. And in hardening cyber defenses, in allowing that, we have to remember that there will inevitably be trade-offs. When I started in the early days of the internet at one of the first search engines, we perhaps were naive in believing that connectivity, which as we discussed yesterday, which was built for many different reasons than the applications we see at DIA now, would lead to better outcomes for all of us. And perhaps it was naive to not anticipate the bad actors that we've seen arise. Black hats, whether it's coming from black hat hackers or whether it's coming from black hat nation states, which broke into the servers of a competitor, McClatchy, shortly before the 2020 election and navigated through the server structure in a chilling thing to me as the CEO of one of America's largest news companies at that point. So we have to remember that this is a constant balancing act this is an entreaty for us to work from here in Tallinn to build the next phase of hardening our approach to this. Because the one thing that will be worse than having black hat actors that can enter our open and free exchange of ideas and that truth that drives the trusted networks will be eliminating our ability to communicate and get that truth.
Craig, I want to come into 2 points here. So first of all, how many of you have thinking about truth as infrastructure? So I want to come to kind of 2 examples. Who in your ecosystems is providing truth as infrastructure? It's a question to you all. Supposedly there is an actor that comes into our domain, as they do in Ukraine, and the truth infrastructure is being taken off. Who is taking responsibility? Is it your chief of staff? Is it your a broadcaster? Is it your media space? Are your organizations powered to a capacity where they will be able to maintain that particular infrastructure? For example, if power outages, as we were warned a few weeks ago, where is that responsibility line? We tend to think about truth in many ways as something very intrinsic, but at the same time where truth as infrastructure and as very much of a physical infrastructure is being attacked, who is responsible? What types of investments, what types of backup plans, from really physical backup plans, technology backup plans, data moving backup plans, as we actually heard about yesterday, needs to be in place. So again, what the frameworks in maintaining the truth infrastructure are already present in our corporate domains, in our innovation domains, in our governance domains is the key questions. Also, we have to think about, and Craig, perhaps you can reflect the experience of the Kiev Independent. A few days ago, we had a lengthy call, again, out of Ukraine, talking about Kiev Independent, which is an organization that has started to build a new truth infrastructure out of Ukraine on a purely trusted connectivity network basis. Would you like to reflect on that, please?
Sure, and let me do that quickly, and also let me bring in a reference to Anna and what she's doing in guiding ethics at Respeecher and for the world of algorithmic news and information and speech. So at the Kiev Independent, and Darina Shevchenko, the CEO there, courageously leading a small newsroom, she points out, in the midst of the difficulties of reporting in Ukraine, a small independent newsroom, that metadata and other information that are part of our digital ecosystem, something that wasn't available to the Wall Street Journal in its foresighted 1941 column, allow us to do reporting and to verify information when done correctly, that allow us to understand that there is no ambiguity about what happened in Bucha. There is no ambiguity about what happened in Bucha. I don't need to repeat it a third time. The data sets will confirm reporting that happened contemporaneously, but perhaps was not gathered by any single reporter. And we can see that from geolocation tagging and many other metadata that allow us to understand exactly what happened. We have not yet seen in the news environment the next phase of that part of news gathering, which is going to be heavy on data and intelligence. This is what we're looking at Next News Ventures, where I am in Silicon Valley. The next phase of reporting will be based much more on data and on analytics that are only beginning to arise. And there are many promising startups in this area. But the reason why I bring in Anna, let me do it for you, Anna, it might be easier, is that at the same time as you all have been doing your I will call it spoofing of Obama's voice, or the techniques that have allowed Respeecher to show what's possible, you've been building the ethics ideas so that we can interdict deep fakes and understand when deep fakes are being presented that can be almost as good or sometimes better than the actual reporting. And this is quite significant in the core of truth, I think.
Yes, and the fact that our adversary hasn't used them yet in that type of capacity doesn't mean that it will happen not in our energy crisis in the upcoming long, cold winter and so forth, because the tools are available. Now the question is, in what types of approaches we want to start either regulating or developing from the best practices and learnings on the ground.
And that's why I'll just finish by saying I hope we can take from here an action plan to create, and many of us are quite, in some ways, informally working on that, an action group to begin to look into hardening our networks of information and digital infrastructure with regard to these kinds of activities so that we're ready, a little as we saw in the 2030 vision for Ukraine. You know, never not let a crisis not be an opportunity, I suppose, is another trite sentence, and I don't mean to suggest that anyone would wish the difficulties that Anna or Darina or others in Ukraine are suffering, but the opportunity that comes from this challenge is to propel ourselves forward, to harden our systems for the next phase of onslaught.
So, to conclude on your remarks, 34 journalists since the start of the war, 34 journalists.
Well, and media personnel killed in missile attacks. Not all of them reporting on the front
losing
lines.
their life of maintaining truth as infrastructure so we could act. So I think the key takeaway here is to actively find ways in order to enable the core layer of what we have been talking here for the 2 days. Guy-Philippe, you are very much working in cyber simulation, very much working in understanding the larger strategic aims where both private actors, governments, and societies at large work. Again, in order to scale, we need to have trust. How do we actually maintain them, again, in an environment where things are either foggy or they're very much cooling?
Yes, indeed. Thanks for the introduction, and great to be here. And actually, I'll come up with a couple of words which, to some extent, are complementary to what has been said by Anna regards to resilience, and also by Teresa regards to the element of what you would call cyber influence operation, what other people in military would call cognitive attacks, for example. And the strategic reason why we do need to think about all those important things that have been said is that indeed, just imagine that after Ukraine wins, because Ukraine will win, we may still face a very revengeful Russia.
So, in other words, what happens when the cannons stop firing?
Absolutely. And we are indeed, to a large extent, in that Cold War 2.0, that digital Cold War that will start in, that will kick in. Well, Russia, and perhaps other guys, but at least Russia, will throw out those cyber, those hybrid, those cyber influence operation or cognitive operation, cognitive attacks. And the strategic element here, which is very real, and I really want to insist on that, is that if one major Western country falls prey to this at any stage, Russia could actually perhaps snatch victory at the jaws of defeat. We have to be very mindful of that at this stage. And it's because actually today the Western countries are offering a very vulnerable terrain for those cognitive attacks, for extremist forces which are actually supported by Russia. And that's why when actually we think of trusted connectivity, we absolutely need to go beyond pipes, beyond wires, beyond hardware. We actually need to really be human-centric, because that is where that cognitive battle is going to take place. And because if we don't do so, as just said, we may lose. We need to go into that semantic layer, and we need to actually, complementary to what's been said in terms of identifying the cyber influence operation, we need then to rebuild the cognitive resilience in our societies. So that when the enemy going into the cognitive battlefield throws the equivalent of, say, tanks at us, they are not attacking easy, vast, wide open plains, but actually high up, rock-solid mountains. And that's another way we can defend against that. So question is, right, but how do we rebuild cognitive resilience for society? It's a huge topic. And on that, I'll add additional complementary dimensions in terms of resilience building, namely 1, decentralized organization, B, individual agency, and 3, training and preparation. So the goal here actually is to build a new architecture of trust for organizations and society as a whole. So I'll start, A, The decentralized organization, basically, to some extent, is going back to what Paul Barham explained, thinking about the internet, the fact that you don't have any single point of failure, the fact that you don't have any central point controlling everything. That means also no entrenched camps or division that would help the flow of information, connections, communication, which is very important to have resilient, in a topological way, resilient systems. So, okay, how do you translate that into human-centric social networks? So it's still an experimental area, I must insist on that, but there are inspirations across the world. One example would be what Audrey Tang in Taiwan has managed to do with the Taiwan platform, as a way not to try to foster fear and diverging views, which is what US social networks are doing for commercial purposes, but actually to create critical and converging views, okay? And one could also look, for example, at local social networks. I know one example of that in France, Open Bubble, which is a way to foster meaningful conversations, friendly connections. By the way, the local press has a huge place to play, and social networks around local press, because studies that show that when you have strong local press, you have fewer polarization. But all that, at the end of the day, are here to foster a critical element of resilience, which is the one of social capital, the concept by Robert Putnam, that has been identified, for example, as a key driver for recovery in areas after natural catastrophe. And what matters thus in this human-centric approach to trusted connectivity is a very simple and very important thing, which is to actually reconnect people. And I really, really want to stress that. It's an idea as simple as that, but as important as that at this stage. Okay, then second point, the element of individual agency. That is evidently the ability to let agents to act in an autonomous way, to do their own decision. Let's go back to Helmut von Moltke and the idea of Auftragstactik in the military, or in mission command, what we know in NATO doctrine. That is, again, to leave autonomy to officers on the ground to take decisions. Here, again, for our human-centric social networks, that means a call for engagement, for involvement. Okay? Part of that could be the converging social networks I've already mentioned, or other fora online that would lead actually to compromise building and actual action, and the local space, by the way, could be another area for that. But that also requires for the individual tool for self-assessment, for building your own milestone, for taking personal control of your own mood and your own emotion. And the development of personal productivity tools and digital mental, let's call it warfare, do offer promises in that venues. And finally, the element of training and preparation. So that is in resilience for very obvious reasons, because the best way to confront a shock is to have already been confronted to it. And that's what any military will tell you. And they would do for that, for example, with exercise training, simulation, and war games. And to some extent, and they are thinking here in Europe about that, the use of more digital serious games, or even local or national exercises. That could be great ways to, again, bringing people together and show up that element of training and preparation, and to do that both on the community and individual training.
Philip, let me just ask you on here. So we understand that building trusted connectivity at human level is a key goal and an asset. And you spoke about training. How can we actually implement that training from the domain of a tactical command into a corporate governance, public sector, startup, human domain?
So there are many different ways to do that, and actually, thank you for the question, because it's part of things I'm doing in France right now. For example, both for the French Defense Innovation Agency, but also for corporates, both for corporate questions, but also for cyber exercise training. And at the end of the day, the key element is the ability to build a sandbox, a gaming environment, serious gaming environment, and there are many ways to do that. And to have people then train and exercise in those places, and be able then to think imaginatively, for example, to future shocks that would come, and then take the lessons out of that. And the key element here is not necessarily the lessons, the ideas that will be found, but actually building the muscle of thinking of an uncertain environment, the way that pilots who train all the time. This may be the way we should be training in an environment which will be more and more uncertain. And to do that, evidently, in an individual way, but also, and that's very important, in a collective way. And that's very important. I will end up on that, because that, again, fits to the element of resilience, which is, again, about connecting or reconnecting people. And that's a key element.
Thank you, Guy-Philippe. So, if I would turn back to Teresa very quickly, and Anna, what are the key 3 messages for you for corporate actors who might be hesitant to move into Ukraine, to act on Ukraine, on fast, on pace, on methods which are, I would say, rather opposite to the usual corporate cadence? What would be your key messages to encourage others?
I can start. It's urgent. You must act. The world is depending on you.
Anna.
I would just make it clear that for everyone to remember that Ukraine is defending and fighting not only for its freedom, but for the democratic values that are shared worldwide in Western world. And when we talk about engaging fast in Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, it's not should be considered from the position of helping, but it's from the position of partnerships. And what at Respicture I've seen for this half a year that I'm head of ethics and partnerships is that even a small entity and company as Respicture is, we are already exporter of knowledge and expertise. And when we talk about trust, trust-based infrastructure, right? I'm echoing myself, that's why I'm really stopping sometimes. When we see information ecosystem and what influence digital content has to it. So when we protect metadata, when we would, for example, at Respicture develop watermarking that is not deletable, when we would develop detection tools that would help civil society and policymakers detect those novel ways of abusing and threatening information ecosystem. That's the knowledge that we are ready to share. And I would always call for international partners to consider ourselves as partners based on values. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if I draw this conversation this morning together, so what did we hear? Speed, impact, ethics. We're always thinking about top-down. Perhaps now we should really think about ground-up. We definitely see that big corporates can move into these spaces by providing infrastructure, knowledge, frameworks, and scalable tools that are operational very fast. We see that an NGO space, which somewhat is often contested, can actually catalyze ecosystems. So we're not anymore talking about deployments, but we are talking about ecosystems. Truth as infrastructure. We take it for granted, but it's vulnerable. How do you go back to your ecosystems and start really thinking about how do you maintain truth as infrastructure? How do you power those actors that are enabling the truth that everything builds upon? And finally, training and exercises. Have we built our muscle? Have we built our resilience muscle? Have we built our visionary muscle, our operational muscle, to actually build that trusted connectivity? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Truth as infrastructure. I like it. So as I mentioned yesterday, we also have an expo area, and this also applies today. There are businesses and organizations who are showcasing their different solutions, and we also have side panels there. And just now for this break, we have on how to digitalize the construction sector. So please, we'll have a short 20-minute break. Go enjoy the expo, just follow the sound, grab a smoothie, and see you back here at 10:30.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Tallinn Digital Summit. I am, and I will continue to be your moderator for the Expo stage. My name is Florian Marcus, and we are talking about many different exciting topics today. We will talk about the construction sector, we will talk about cybersecurity later on, and so on. So there are many different topics, and I hope that you will all join us for these discussions that we will have here today on day 2. We will start with digitalizing the construction sector, and I'm very excited to have on stage for a presentation the founder of Creatimus Solutions. His name is René Puusep, and he will tell us more about what he does with his company. But first we will have a small intro video, so let's take a look.
Creatimus Solutions is digitalizing the construction sector through innovative technology. Creatimus is an online application in 3D that allows the end user to customize their future home while keeping them updated about the performance indication and the cost of building. Residential property developers, house manufacturers, and architects use technology to promote their flexible and modular house types online. Their solutions help to rapidly design modular buildings, visualize all design choices, and speed up customer decision-making processes. Their mission is to change how buildings, houses, and apartment buildings are designed and delivered. As a result, they believe that buying and selling houses will radically change in the years ahead.
Did you know that the construction sector is responsible for almost half of the man-made CO2 emissions globally? Construction sector is hugely wasteful of both raw materials and also the energy. Construction sector is one of the main contributors to the climate crisis. But besides climate crisis, we also have housing crisis. So it's largely driven by the climate crisis. We have a migration crisis, and we also have a looming war in Ukraine that actually drives the migration flows. We need to build more, better houses all the time. But construction sector is really not doing very well. If we compare the efficiency of construction to the manufacturing of consumer products, then we see that actually the efficiency of construction sector has stayed flat since 1995, while the manufacturing of consumer products such as shoes, your mobile phones, your laptops is steadily increasing. Well, enough of bad talk. What can we do, really? Some say that houses should be built more like cars. So that means they should be built in factories. You wouldn't imagine of building your car on a driveway, but we still build our houses out there in cold and rain. So besides taking houses and construction into factories, we also need to make those out of components, pretty much like cars. However, houses can be mass customized. So using the same type of basic components, we can assemble them in a very different way and get very different results. We don't have to build houses that look all the same. They can be all personalized to the user needs, but they also can be localized to the surrounding environment. So houses, we can build those houses really like kids build Lego houses. So out of distinct or discrete components, we say, we can assemble very different kind of houses. But we can take them apart as well and reassemble it in new houses, different houses. So the same kind of components can be used for your private homes, but also for a small apartment house, for example. If we make houses in factories and we produce them out of standard components, that will enable circular construction. We don't have to take all of the materials from the raw natural resources. We can use the built environment as a resource. So once again, how can we green turn in construction? In my opinion, there are two things we need to do, really. We need to use more of biogenic materials, means grown materials such as timber, but we also need to take our house production into factories. Making houses in factories is far more efficient. We can get cost efficiencies. We can also get better performing houses. We can build houses faster, but more importantly, we can build greener. Let's take this example of a kindergarten building. On your left, you see a concrete kindergarten currently being built in Tallinn. And on the right-hand side, you see a modular timber building, which is a replica of the concrete building. It has the same size and the same shape. Same energy efficiency means that it uses about the same amount of energy throughout its life cycle. But compared to the carbon footprint of those two, so timber modular buildings have almost 3 times lower carbon footprint. Embodied carbon footprint that's actually emitted throughout the construction phase. Also, modular buildings actually keep a lot of carbon within the structure. So they become kind of a carbon bank. Besides that, modular timber buildings are a lot lighter. They're 5 times lighter than concrete buildings, which again is an enabler of circular construction. Imagine that you have to take buildings from the factory to the construction site, and say 20, 30 years, you have to take those components back to the factory to be amended and taken to a new site. Then having a lightweight components has a huge benefit. But it's not just about the environment, it's also about us, about human beings and our well-being. Numerous studies have shown that using natural materials in construction doesn't only give us a boost to our physical health, but it also improves our mental well-being. It makes us happier, more focused. Okay, enough of theory. Let's have a look at a couple of examples, what we've done with the modular construction technologies here in Estonia. The first one, currently in construction stage, is commissioned by the National Grid of Estonia. It's a small-scale modular classroom building. And it's currently in construction stage, but hopefully will be built already next year. The second example, and City of Tallinn here shows a great example. They have announced an architectural competition to be finished tomorrow. We will see actually new kindergartens, modular kindergartens built out of wood, and lots of architectural offices submitting their ideas how to do it. So Tallinn has about 80 kindergartens, right? About half of them need to be renovated, rebuilt in the next 5 to 10 years. You would ask, if we built them out of timber, would we actually have to clear cut all our forests? Well, not quite. We do need to think about how do we treat the natural resources, right? How do we harvest our food, timber and wood, but also how do we actually grow it and how to maintain our forest. But let's think about the national statistics of valorizing biomass. So this study shows that only 3% of Estonian timber biomass is used in buildings, while 60% is used for energy production. So I say, let's put more timber into our buildings and let them stay there for hundreds of years, rather than feeding them into ovens. Modular construction technology is one side of it. But we also need digital technologies to bundle it all together. So we do want to actually connect the supply chain, means the manufacturers, designers, builders, to the demand side, public or private sector developers, maybe even private home buyers. And we do need digital technologies to make these connections. Imagine if you had a software that allows you to connect directly to manufacturing of houses. So you could actually design those houses out of components. You can swap them in, swap them out. We call them house configurators. While you're designing your building out of modular components, you will see the real-time data analytics telling you about the potential cost, about the use of materials, about the carbon footprint of your design. While we're building those digital technologies already, where are we actually lagging behind? Or what should be done next? And I think that it needs to be the public sector who takes the next step and develops those modular construction technologies. So we had examples of kindergartens and school buildings, but why can't we develop elderly homes? Why cannot we develop our hospitals, student housing, army barracks? You just name it. We can all use modular technologies for all of them. And the public sector needs to take the first step here to develop those systems. And in my opinion, those systems need to be open source for everyone. If they are open source, the public sector can invest in it. And we all can benefit. Public sector can invest because they open. They for everyone. They for the common good. We need to do it now. The time has come. We have a climate crisis, but we also have a war in Ukraine. We need to be ready with those technologies once Ukraine wins the war. We need to take those technologies there and help Ukraine to help themselves. We don't need to deliver them housing. We can give them technologies and let them to erect their factories, let them to build their cities and countries. But not only. I think those technologies, if they are green technologies, can make Ukraine also economically viable scenario. Ukraine can become a green production hub for entire Europe. Thank you very much. My name is René Bousep. I'm from Creatimus Solutions. Please get in touch with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to have a discussion about technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was quite interesting, especially looking at the current situation in Ukraine, and that, first we think about cybersecurity, resilience, and so on, and it is also about the rebuilding phase after Ukraine inevitably wins this war. This will be all from us for now. We will be back for the lunch break, where we will talk about cybersecurity, about smart city and infrastructure solutions as well. So you're more than welcome to come back during your lunch break. But for now, I would like to tell you what happens next on the main stage. So the next conversation will be a keynote. It will be about digital resilience and why we must act as one team. It will be done by the Director General of Digital Europe. Her name is Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl, and I hope that you will have an excellent sort of food for thought process going into that session as well. So thank you very much for being with us, and have a good time at the main stage.
Welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Now, I'm very thrilled to introduce this next keynote speaker. As the previous sessions highlighted the ideas behind the Tallinn Digital Summit, as well as behind trusted connectivity, because all of the digital policy and technology is felt everywhere, they need attention. They demand cooperation. They will determine where we will go in the future. We've already heard that technology is the answer to the question of where we will go. But who will build this technology, and can we trust this technology? To explore this topic, we have a keynote by Cecilia Bonafel-Dahl, Director General of Digital Europe, which represents some of the largest technological companies in the world. Cecilia, please.
So first of all, Digital Europe represents around between 40 and 50,000 companies in Europe. We have 42 organizations in the EU plus nations, also Ukraine, Moldova, Switzerland and Norway, and of course all the EU countries. We also represent some of the biggest tech players, both European and non-European. And we basically work for a stronger Digital Europe. Well, a stronger Digital Europe means many things. And first of all, I want to thank Prime Minister Kallas for driving digital first in Brussels on EU level and now in Estonia in her role of Prime Minister. Estonia has always been a digital champion, both during their presidency but continuously also after that. And the digital champions working with Kallas that I met in Brussels, like Lukas Ilves and Juha Pesa, are still around in the tech environment. So thank you for your leadership. So Ursula von der Leyen said that in creating trusted connectivity, digital is not a sideshow, it is the heart. And that is more true than ever. And we have definitely seen that since the outbreak of the illegal war and attack on Ukraine. Well, why is digital not a sideshow? Why is it at the heart? Because digital is basically at the heart of nearly everything that connects us. 5G, it is the heart of our space, our cybersecurity, our energy sector, the cables under the sea, in the fiber, in everything, the satellites, the warplanes, the ships, and during wartime, our vulnerabilities are being exposed. So how do we actually build more resilience, more digital resilience? It is said that the future belongs to the one that prepares for it. I am not sure that Europe came all that prepared as how much we could have been. Let me mention a few things. In spite of the hybrid threat, many countries did not spend the 2% that was needed on defense spending. I would advocate that we should have spent 3% because we have hybrid threats. We should have been investing much more in quantum, much more in cybersecurity, much more in the hybrid threats that we are seeing used today in the war. Well, EU only invest they invest 5 times less than US in AI, and we have a lack of something between 500,000 and 1 million cybersecurity specialists. So should we give up? No, absolutely not. And I think the COVID crisis and the Ukrainian war has been really a wake-up call. And it's all about acting fast and standing together. And luckily we had Ursula von der Leyen really pulling all the nations together and making a strong European response to the attack. So, how do we actually move forward? What are the areas that we need to focus on? Well, one thing in the wake-up call is that private sector played a major role in the first many weeks of the war and still does. All of a sudden it became obvious that connectivity is at the heart of security. The Ukrainian government contacted me and asked me for support to supply infrastructure components. We saw private sector players basically leaning in to solve the many cybersecurity attacks. And we saw the Ukrainian companies, tech companies, leaning in to support their government in protecting the infrastructure from the cybersecurity attacks. So, we do need a much, much closer collaboration between private and public sector. In terms of security, and not least cybersecurity, there are no borders, and the interests are totally the same, to protect ourselves towards malicious attacks. If we look at resilience, I would like to mention 3 different types of resilience: digital resilience, financial resilience, and I would say trusted connection and partnership resilience. So, looking inwards in the EU, how can we create scale in investment? When we look at digital investment, those need scale. They cannot only be done within the nation state. Europe consists of small countries, and the countries that don't know that they are small. So when we invest, we need to do that together. None of us can actually invest in cyber, in quantum, in artificial intelligence alone. And I'm glad to see that many of the European leaders are really leaning in towards a common cybersecurity defense, much more collaboration in investment, and how we make ourselves more or less dependent on totalitarian regimes within the energy sector and within connectivity. Now, if we look at the European market, we do not have scalability for many of our SMEs. So looking at financial resilience, we have a long way to go. 8% of our SMEs trade across one internal EU border. Is that an internal market? Absolutely not. The main issues mentioned by SMEs are fragmentation, 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 and lack of skills. So, how do we make sure that we avoid legal and regulatory barriers, that we make sure that we have one internal European market? Looking at financial resilience, we also need to look outside to our like-minded partners. 86% of the European growth will come outside Europe. And with some certain Eastern market closing down and the share of tech companies decreasing, for example, in China, well, I think the like-minded is more relevant than ever. And I'm very glad to see the collaboration between EU and US on, not least right now, the data transfer mechanism, which is crucial for European companies to get in place to be able to keep the growth in the EU-US market. But also the TTC, where we actually work on all the issues that will shape the future, common standards in tech, on cybersecurity, on AI, and on policies that will shape how we work together in the future. But this, of course, cannot stand alone. We have other like-minded, like Japan, Canada, Australia, but also India and Africa. We need to drive close collaboration on the digital dialogues. And I saw Roberto Viola here yesterday, who has been driving exactly those digital dialogues with other like-minded partners. Thank you for that. So keeping the open market with our like-minded partners and not falling into the trap of sovereignty requirements under cover of protectionism is extremely important. And that, of course, works both ways. We have seen Buy America. We have now seen prevention of electrical vehicles coming to the US market. We have seen sovereignty requirements sneaking into also EU legislation. How do we make sure that we have borders for what that means? That only addresses, of course, very serious national security concerns, and not private sector preventing and sneaking into industrial policies. Friendshoring will be the word of the future. So looking at partnership resilience or trusted connections, well, that is exactly what we need. And we need to keep the door open for those markets for European companies to prosper in those markets and vice versa. Well, another thing, how do we actually make sure that our own regulatory strength does not become a burden upon us in the EU? Focus is a must. Regulation is very good. Regulation is good, but how it's implemented can sometimes be very difficult for companies. The speed and the scale of companies is slowed by multiple institutions, different interpretation. Sometimes, if looking at countries like Germany, Spain, you don't have one national authority, because in the bigger countries, you might have 19, in the regions, or even up to 30. It will slow down the SMEs for scaling, and this is maybe one of the reasons why we don't have many big scale-ups in Europe left. 2/3 of them actually leave Europe in the first 2 investment rounds, and we need to stop that from happening. We need to ask policymakers to work together and be much more efficient in how they implement the regulation. And remind ourselves before we regulate that we are the most well-protected continent in the world. And whatever applies in the physical world also applies, in the physical and analog world also applies in the digital world. So many of our laws just needs to be interpreted in the digital world. We don't necessarily need to invent new laws. Looking at collaboration, just let me come to one area, cybersecurity. It is a 1.5 trillion problem on cybercrime. It is something that no nation can solve alone. A lot of collaboration is taking place. But do we actually, if something goes wrong, have a chain of command? Do we know how we act? And here, again, let me come back to private-public partnership. In the banking sector, this is a very established governance model. Also, partly in health. Companies are sharing vulnerabilities voluntarily with governments, with each other. How do we get the inspiration from the ISAC, basically into how we work with cybersecurity in Europe? I do hope that the cybersecurity policy coming out of the Commission and on request from the Member States will address some of these concerns. And Digital Europe has shaped a Digital Resilience Council, working with governments, working with CEOs, on how we can strengthen the digital resilience of Europe, amongst others, on cybersecurity. On March the 8th, we will launch a paper on the Masters of Digital, addressing exactly how the future governance model on digital resilience could look, if we dare think out of the box. So in short, I would say we have come a long way. We have decided that we want supply chain monitoring on something like chips, but there are other things. We've been acting just in time, and right now the stocks are down on infrastructure components that might be critical for further attacks. So let's build resilience, also in the digital sector. It is not a sideshow when we are talking security, it is at the heart of security. And we need to make sure that we are ready if we are attacked, either in cyber or in the physical world. So I would say, to build more digital resilience, we need financial collaboration internally in Europe, but also, of course, with our like-minded partners, build new relations and partnerships, and make sure that we can scale also businesses within Europe. We need visionary policy leaders that dares lean in and work together, maybe even to shape common tools like the sandbox for AI, testing regulations with private sector before it's launched, testing things before they hit markets and become barriers, and make sure that we actually do that. I think GDPR is an excellent regulation, but it didn't make us more competitive. The way we implemented could have been avoided if we have had, for example, like Spain, now inventing an AI regulatory sandbox where the regulation will be tested with the SMEs before we actually roll it out. Let's take those best practices and learn from them within Europe, and maybe even with our like-mindeds, before we roll the regulation out. We need leaders in, of course, private sector, so we should take our fair share of also responsibility in educating cybersecurity specialists and working with governments on helping them to test their regulations and for them to understand the vulnerability of our supply chains, but also in the political system to understand that companies act in global markets, and we need your collaboration within Europe and outside Europe to prosper and become big players. This is a time where the geopolitical tensions are between totalitarian and democratic regimes. The companies that represent also the democratic countries needs to win also this battle in data, in cyber, and in digital. And we need to make sure that we work together to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was an amazing speech, truly. I got so many great ideas from there. But one of the things especially, I think we addressed this yesterday, we've briefly addressed this now, and you addressed this, is lack of skilled workforce. And you said we're missing about 0.5 to 1 million cybersecurity experts. We haven't addressed this properly here. I mean, what can we do? If you would have a magic wand, what would you do? How can we get more of those experts?
I mean, it starts basically that private and public sector are investing together in this, and that we have much more exchange. If you look at many of the public institutions, they are struggling, like the companies, to actually get the cybersecurity specialists. But can we actually, I mean, bundle some of our competences? If we try to basically create cybersecurity centers and in all skills, nation by nation or company by company, we will never succeed. I mean, we cannot get there in a speedy manner. So how can we maybe decide, okay, we share our competences, we work together, like for example in the banking sector where everybody shares their vulnerability, not every company needs to find their own vulnerabilities and then solve them themselves. So there is only scale of this networking economy is basically coming into the good guys also in cybersecurity. And remember, the bad guys are also hooking up and doing bad things, so the good guys also need to hook up on doing good things. And I mean, in cybersecurity in this area, there is no, I don't see this clash of interest between private and public sector. There's only one interest, and it's that our hospitals and our big companies, our power plants are not attacked. And if we look 50, 100 years back, many of the competences and many of the innovations came from public sector. Today, they come from private sector. So there is no way that in digital and security and resilience we cannot collaborate.
This is absolutely true. Public-private partnership, switch between public and private sector. I'm a personal example of this, so I can very much support going back to private and coming back to public. So please, if you may have a seat here, then I will invite with you our next panel, which will focus on many of the new technologies that we have discussed today, and technical solutions that have recently showed their value in providing connectivity to Ukraine, and to all of our countries during the COVID pandemic as well. This panel will then focus on how to build these technologies and how to foster innovation in these fields. So please, if I may be joined on stage with Cecilia, also Liam Maxwell, Rodrigo da Costa, and Innocent Muhizi. This panel will be moderated by Mart Norma, who's the Director of NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the panel of the role of technology in trusted connectivity. And we have had already topics that relate very strongly with the role of technology or depend on the technology all the time in digital world. And we had a very nice keynote on these issues as well. But now our aim at this panel is, together with our honored panelists, to look at trends and challenges from the perspective of both industry, national governments, and organizations like European Commission on 3 focus areas. So the discussion topics will first touch on connectivity and regulations, then on global competition, and on cloud services as well. But in order to get started, I would ask each of the panelists a little bit broader question, which allows the panelists to introduce herself and their organization and bring in some key issues. So I would start with Liam. So maybe we could hear a little bit more about what government transformation means for Amazon Web Services. Is there something more than just transforming our national data into the cloud?
Yeah, thanks very much, Martin, and thank you very much for having me today. I work for Amazon Web Services, which is the cloud company. We run services on the cloud. They are and they form the backbone of many services across industry and across government. But as you say, it's not just about migration to the cloud, and the transformation team I lead is made up of essentially senior leaders from governments around the world who've delivered nation-scale reform. So people who've worked in government and have come over, and we help other governments with their transformation programs and help them move their programs into a modern online cloud-based way. We've got a fairly wide scope. We operate all the way around the world, so the team is based, I've got one person in New Zealand, I've got one person in Seattle, and I've got 30 people in between, where we can work worldwide to help people transform their government services and learn from people who've actually done it before. And that's a really important part of what we do. All of that running on a secure and very resilient network of 27 regions made up of multiple data centers and multiple network connectivity. The reason I'm talking about that is because one of the key things that governments are coming to us now is to talk about resilience and continuity of government. And the continuity of government, as we've seen with Ukraine, has been absolutely vital in helping maintain confidence and trust in government, which we saw during the pandemic was right at the heart of the reforms that came through then, and it still remains part of the reforms we have now. And so that's why we've been so pleased to work with the Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation to help migrate and move and back up their digital infrastructure, so that they can continue to operate, and not just with the government in Ukraine, but also banks, educational sector, and the cultural sector, so that whatever gets thrown at them, they can continue to operate, and wherever Ukrainians are, they can continue to interact and work with their government. And we see that continuity of government as being one of the great changes and one of the great reforms that people are looking for at this moment, because you can trust the government with your data, you can trust the government to manage and run and operate services, but right at the heart of delivery is the availability of the service and the continuity of it. And that's one of the things we see as a great trend at the moment.
Thank you very much, Liam. Innocent, so you lead Information Society Authority in Rwanda. It's a great responsibility, and there must be a lot of challenges ahead of your authority all the time. So could you describe a few which are most relevant?
Thank you, and good morning once again. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Innocent Muhizi, like I was introduced, and I head Rwanda Information Society Authority. This is a government agency that is in charge of digitizing public services. And with that mandate, it's 360 degrees, if you will. We start from deploying infrastructure, and by infrastructure, we do fiber optic cables across the country, 4G networks, and other wireless technologies. And we ensure that each and every public office, every public institution is connected onto the national grid, technological grid, if you will. And after that, we make sure that we now automate different public services. Our Right Honourable Prime Minister yesterday mentioned over 300 services that are now online. We still have many more, and we have a target to ensure 100% by 2024. But it starts from automating simple processes to actually really high-end, different and complex government services. But we go further and make sure that the citizens who are going to consume these services are digital literate. Because it's one thing to automate here, but if the people cannot be able to consume these services, then it becomes an issue. So that is one we also do. And we also focus on internal capacity building for our IT teams, our public servants, to make sure that at least they understand how to deliver these services in a digital and technological manner. But one of the key challenges now to bring to your question is that yes, you might have connectivity, but if you don't have digital literacy, it becomes an issue. Yes, you might have connectivity, you might even have the digital literacy, but if you don't have the requisite infrastructure and here even to the basic devices that you're going to use to consume these services, then it becomes quite a challenge. So some of our initiatives are geared towards making sure that we have the right devices, we have the right infrastructure, and we have the right digital skills to be able to consume these services. But over and above that, we have to make sure that some of these services are now secure, because if they are into the cyberspace, then it becomes quite vulnerable. We have to ensure a protection of these services. So last year in October, Rwanda launched the data protection and privacy law. We are now working, making sure that every institution or every entity that processes personal data is compliant by October. So which is October next year, that is, which is a big challenge. So over and above all these things, we have really to make sure that cybersecurity, data protection, and integrity of these systems is really enabled.
Thank you very much. Rodrigo, so could you tell us a little bit about European Union's ambitions in space sector?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for having me here. And it is quite interesting. I think if a space guy like myself would have appeared in a digital summit a couple of years ago, many people would have come through the doors if there is an astronaut there, and then they would have left disappointed shortly after. And I think this is changing. And it is changing because more and more, I think we are realizing across different sectors, also in the digital sector, the importance of space, the importance of space data, the importance of space technologies, the importance of space services. And this is, I mean, this is true if you look, for example, at the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Space is contributing to many of those, also to very basic things like the resilience and security of our activities, the Green Deal, digitalization. On all these sectors, space is in, and space data, space services, sometimes they are enablers. Other times they are a resilience element that comes on top. So I think more and more, if you want, space is everywhere. And the European Union has recognized that. And this is why there is a big political push at European Union level that resulted in the creation of the EU space program, basically built based today on two key existing pillars and new that are developing. Navigation, satellite navigation, very present in our daily lives. I don't need to explain you that actually probably you came here using satellites when you used your in-car navigation or your mapping device in your mobile phone, and probably some of those were actually, by the way, European from Galileo. Earth observation is key for us to observe how our planet is changing, to handle in war situations, to handle in case of natural disasters, etc., etc. And this is well established. The Union has been well established in that area. And there is a new element coming, and I think it's one that we will probably talk through the next questions, which is the element of connectivity. How can space provide connectivity. I mean, we are moving away from the direct to home, the broadcasting services of the past. Space is more and more present in our connectivity. And there, of course, from a European Union point of view, there is a first important element, which is the element of secure connectivity for EU governments and governmental authorized users, and how it will trickle down from that. Then from the point of view, so this is a little bit the global picture. From the point of view of the agency I represent, by the way, I didn't mention that I am the executive director of the European Union Agency for the Space Program. On the agency I represent, we work in three key areas, and I think they all have a relation also with what we are discussing today. First, operations, exploitation, so making sure that all these space systems are kept running and keep providing services. Security, a lot of the things that, I mean, and space is becoming more and more important, and you were mentioning before the good guys and the bad guys, and the good guys are using space and are using Galileo and are using Copernicus. And since it is important, maybe many of the bad guys may want to disrupt that. So we need to protect, we need to make sure that those services are secured. And then the utilization, which is key. When we are talking about 15 billion euro over 7 years, it's a huge investment for the European Union in space. So we need to make sure that this comes across the very different sectors, be it in the digital world, but also other things. I mean, it's everywhere. I was last week talking to experts in metaverse about the use of space data and services, and also this is a reality there. So quite a lot. There are quite a lot of links between the digital world and the space world.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. So. We have had quite troubled times over the last years. So if we think about what lessons has COVID and the war in Ukraine offered to us in regard to connectivity and trust in our technological solutions, so can you say how European industry had to adapt to these changes and demand for trusted connectivity?
Yeah, so I think it taught us a few things. It taught us that without digital connectivity, we are quite vulnerable, both in society as a whole, but also security-wise. Second of all, that we have for many, many years as an industry thought that the world would just be more and more and more open. And all of a sudden you have tensions between nations that requires that there are sanctions posed on Russia, of course, that certain supply chains are being disrupted, that we have lack of critical components, that we never really thought about digital infrastructure and digital in general as something really, really vital for a society. And I think that wake-up call that digital is basically the heart of the well-functioning society, both in war and in peacetime, has become very clear. Second of all, our supply chains have not necessarily been kind of considering bad and good guys. So again, a vulnerability from a business perspective, a vulnerability on certain components or raw materials coming from areas that might all of a sudden close down, and the need to basically look at how we can be more resilient in this manner, but also on how the markets are functions. You know, some of the components that Ukraine is needing today, I'm not sure that they will buy in the future, I would say. So all of a sudden, the markets are being divided in the good and the bad guys. And for Europe, that has had a huge consequence in the sense that we have a lot of trade outside Europe, a lot of growth outside Europe. So Europe has also had to pay a price for that. But I do think it poses a huge opportunity for government and private sector to look at these vulnerabilities and to discuss how do we, going forward, actually make these mechanisms of forecasting? How do we make sure, for example, in space, that we work with connectivity, where we have some of the best players in the world with the space agency, and become even better in space connectivity. So there is a lot of new business opportunities and a lot of new partnerships shaping is this world of geopolitical tension, but also an awareness on robustness. I mean, a little bit of joke in the sense that, I mean, the European Commission has been investing a lot of money in research and development on microchips, but I mean, I think it's around 8% that's being produced in EU. So is there also something about a geographical spread of supply that we need to think about to be a robust society? And not definitely, and then the danger is that, of course, that develops into protectionism, which is what we should avoid amongst like-minded nations. So a lot of learnings there, but I think the word is saying that digital is at the heart of a resilient society is just super obvious for everybody. And instead of closing, we need to gang up, and we need to see how we can make ourselves more robust. Because there is no nation, and I would say not even maybe continent that can create this resilience by itself.
Thank you very much. So my next question, I would actually like to have answer for the same question from Rodrigo from EU perspective and Liam from industry perspective. And the question is that we probably all agree that there is a strong demand for trusted connectivity in society, but are we able to answer this demand with our current technological solutions and also current business models? Or do we need some significant changes, new approaches? And maybe, Rodrigo, you could go first. And of course, you already said that governmental GovSatcom is a topic, but probably it's not something that forever would lie kind of European taxpayers would pay for that. Probably there are some questions about the business models of these additional networks. So how would you reply to that question?
Okay, let me start indeed with GovSatcom. GovSatcom is something that is already there today. It's part of what is the EU space regulation, and is based on a pooling and sharing mechanism among member states that have capabilities for secure communications. There are not many out of the EU27, and to make this available to the EU27. I think for here there is a clear demand, and from studies we have done, I mean, there are several areas of application, because there are needs, there are concrete needs. I mean, the EU27 between them, among themselves, but also inside themselves, they need to have ways of communicating securely. And I think this is something, by the way, that are also relating to the previous question, part of the lessons learned that we took from the COVID crisis, that we took from the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It is indeed this need to have secure communications. Very varied, from connecting key infrastructures, crisis management, surveillance, etc., etc. So really the level of application is very broad. And this is, if you want, on the demand side. Then looking to the future on top, or in addition to GovSatcom, our colleagues at the European Commission have pushed forward a legislative initiative to create a secure connectivity program, secure connectivity activity, which is right now in the standard political exchange between the EU Council, the EU Parliament. We will have to wait a little bit until this process comes to an end, and then to see how that initiative is going to progress. I think what remains very clear is that, again, through the crisis and through the current situation, there is a very clear demonstration of the need. The need is secure communications. The need is secure communications for governmental users, for government-authorized users, in a very wide scenario. In addition to this, I think there is yet another element, which is the element of communication, or secure communication. Actually has a synergetic effect with the other things that we are doing in space. When we look at positioning, when we look at Earth observation that have nothing to do with connectivity, at least on the immediate look, they actually benefit quite a lot from each other. I'm going to take you an example that is completely out of this room, which is look to a modern tractor. I know it's a little bit far-fetched, but look to a modern tractor, which is a digital machine. And it is a digital machine because it has very precise positioning, and it has Earth observation maps and pictures to exactly map where the tractor should move about. Then you add the connectivity element to that, and you have a connected machine. This is extremely powerful. This is about our agriculture more efficient, farm-to-fork strategy, etc. So the reach is really very broad, and therefore the need for connectivity and for secure connectivity is very important. Space is not a replacement technology. I think this is very important to be said. Space, if you want, is an extra resilient element. It's an extra layer of resilience, and it allows certain type of communications that, let's say, are built on top of what are today our standard connectivity means.
Thank you. And now the same question to you, Liam. And if I would be you and need to answer based on public source, I would say, obviously, AWS needs to have this communication as well, because we invest into Kuiper satellite constellation. But what is your official opinion?
Yeah, so I think you raised a really good point earlier, which was how do we, keep customers are unsatisfied. And I think Jeff Bezos' great line was, our customers are wonderfully unsatisfied, and that's what drives the change that we drive through our businesses and with our customers every day. I think 2 points on that. One is, you're right, we are investing in space. So we've announced we are going to be providing a low Earth orbit service. We've an investment of over 3,000 satellites that's going to go live in the near future. In the short to medium term. And that's going to enable us to offer connectivity, which we feel is very needed, actually, around the world. But the core part of that, and the thing I wanted to bring to bear about thinking about the difference between this from a corporate or from a government sense, is speed, and the ability to do this at speed. One of the crucial components that we have really spent a lot of time building, and in a way, you think of it, we go slower to begin with to go faster later, is to be able to build in security and trust right into the architecture of everything that we build. And that means that we're able to leverage that as we build more and more components on top and more services on top of them. And so when we look at space, and we look at the use of space to help us increase our customers' ability to do things, one of the things we've seen in Ukraine, we've seen this in other markets, is the use of that connection from space, from cloud to satellite, to edge, to mesh. That ability to link up those components has been absolutely fundamentally powerful, and it's one of the ways that we can see the growth of compute in the future in areas which are not served by core fiber infrastructure. And we can see that as a really challenging and really strong area. And so being able to leverage the cloud and leverage it in that way, where your security model is predefined, where your trust is baked into the services you provide, that enables people to move at very great speed later on. And that's where we really see the growth in that area, is leveraging space and also edge and mesh services to enable us to grow our customers, to grow their reach and grow their service delivery faster and more effectively.
So, because my background is in space technology, I'm very interested in getting one question. You already mentioned this chain through service and through connectivity to people is very important. But for AWS, this having your own satellite constellation, communication constellation, is it more to control this connectivity, that you don't trust others to control it from technology point of view?
No, not at all, because it's the way that we work and the way that we operate is within a competitive market where we're open about things, and the way that we're working at the moment, the stuff that our disaster response team is using in Ukraine at the moment is all linked up with Starlink. The disaster response that we're doing with in the Caribbean at the moment is all linked up with the services that are available. And that's very much the way that we work, and it's very much the way that our customers work, is we use the best technology that's available at the time. And that's really, really important, because if you do end up with a sort of walled garden approach to technology, we've all seen where that's got to. We've all seen where that's got to in social media. And it's one of those things that by being open, and going back to Cecilia's very robust comments about openness, by being open and by having an open and competitive market, the corporate world, the business world moves faster. And areas where corporates try to regulate and pull back and only use their own tools are as slow as in areas where governments start to regulate for the sake of for their own ends, and that's a really, really powerful brake on progress. And so we see the ability to grow fast, and the ability to grow and the ability to grow capabilities as fast as we can as one of the great challenges that we have. But you do that by building in security, by building in the core values, the core European values that we all subscribe to and AWS subscribes to, into what your offer is at the very beginning. Because if that's the case, then you're in a position where you can actually start to leverage that to help other people create the magic which they build with their applications and the services that they deliver.
Thank you very much for this clarification. Innocent. In Rwanda, your strategic view on the future of connectivity, do you see it more like evolutionary trajectory or more like revolutionary trajectory? So do you expect just quality of services improving over time, or do you see that some other, for example, from mobile networks to more to satellite-based internet will be the future? So have you analyzed these future trends?
Yeah, thank you. For us, really, it's a combination of both, evolution and revolutionary. Because, for instance, from the revolutionary point of view, last year we launched our space agency. We did not have a space agency. Right now, we have Rwanda Space Agency as one of the critical organizations that are going to help us, leapfrog some of the steps that otherwise would have, taken quite a long time to go into. And the way we look at space technology is there are quite a number of different use cases that we can be able to use. For instance, if you're looking at infrastructure development, agriculture, it's very easy to use the space data to be able to inform on certain things. In Rwanda is a mountainous country. It's actually nicknamed the land of 1,000 hills, So whenever there is rain, and we have rain all year round, so there is quite a lot of soil erosion. So we're trying to use, satellite and space imagery, really to be able to understand what is the trend, and if we project into the future, what do we see, and how do we start to develop solutions to really address some of these challenges. So there's quite a number of different use cases where we see space coming in handy. But again, on the evolutionary part of it, we will continue to develop the technologies. We now have 4G coverage across the whole country, more than 95%, and we've started to look at 5G and other emerging technologies. So for our case, trusted connectivity, and maybe connectivity first before you even get a trusted one, touches on a number of things. First, you have to have, an environment that is conducive enough to allow, all this type of connectivity to be in place. This is a regulatory, political, and, the policies are in place and are conducive enough. Number two, now you go into deploying the connectivity that you're looking for. And that's where the government works with private companies to give them space and allow them to really deploy different types of technologies. And thereafter, now you have really to make sure that you have services that are running on this infrastructure. And then you go into making sure that actually the data that is generated and all these systems are hosted in sufficient cloud services, which I was talking to Liam and say, how do we get AWS in Rwanda? And maybe let me touch on something really that I think yesterday was even mentioned. It's one thing to say that we have this technology, therefore let's share it, go and use it. And I think there's an analogy that was used yesterday of, instead of building when you want to build a city, build a house. But we would actually say, let's give everyone the building blocks, the bricks, the metals, and everything, and allow them to build their own houses the way they want. Because truth be told, you're not going to get one size fit all. There are different market dynamics, there are different political environments, there are different business environments that are going to dictate how things should be done. So from that point of view, I think it's going to allow each and every government or even a company or what have you to be able to build something that is fit for their purpose, that allows them to develop as fast as they can, but also steadily and sustainably going forward.
Thank you very much. Cecilia, so we have some legal frameworks and regulations that, regulate now new technologies also. So how do you see, is our current legislative framework good for European industry to contribute to these connectivity solutions, or is it more like a showstopper?
Well, one of the things that I was just thinking, listening to these gentlemen, that I mean, to be fast and to work together with other players across borders, across companies, across institutions for that matter, you need a common language. And the common language are typically standards. So standards in cybersecurity, standards in artificial intelligence, common data standards, not least, which is maybe one of the biggest problems in digital communication. And what we have seen, so on connectivity, of course, Europe has been leading with their standards for a long time. But there is a range of areas where standards are still emerging, that being cyber, artificial intelligence, data in general, etc. And how do we make sure that we have those standards defined together with the both companies and of course with the nations that we work with. And one of the places where we discussed this is the TTC with the US, in the digital dialogues with Japan, with other nations. And I think this will be extremely important also for European industry to actually have a common industry-based defined standards on all these areas, also on connectivity. Well, then for connectivity in general, if we look backwards, just to answer your question on Europe, I mean, we have had a framework that not necessarily has been fostering, I would say, investment. In the sense that I think in Europe we have 110, 120 telecom operators, and I think in US they have 4, and in China they have 4. And there's a reason, because it's, you could say, connectivity and the baseline connectivity has become a commodity. And if you're not allowed to merge, so in Europe we have prevented many of them from merging and from becoming bigger. And when you prevent that, of course, then you don't liberate the capital to invest. And therefore, right now, we're in a situation where even though we have some of the best connectivity players in the world, we are really behind in 5G investments. We look towards Korea, we look towards China, we look towards many other nations that we would compare ourselves with. It's a little bit funny how we put ourselves in this situation. So I think we need to look at, in general, that in digital things will have to scale in every sense. So there are some obstacles right now in how we designed Europe in actually creating the necessary investment for building strong 5G. And in a minute, I mean, we'll not be discussing 5G, we'll be discussing 6G. And maybe we skip the 5G era and jump straight to 6G, or even better space connectivity with the satellites involved. So yes and no. We need to be much more agile in our way of thinking on digital, and we need to think about the involvement on industry in creating those standards. This is actually one of the reasons that we have these great connectivity players. It's actually because we allowed the industry to work together across border to define these standards. So much more also industry-driven standard-based, industry-driven standards, and much more cross-border speed scale thinking in Europe would definitely benefit.
Thank you very much. Maybe a little bit the same question to industry as well. So how AWS sees currently, how restrictive are the current legislative frameworks in different countries, so in your business development?
So I think we find, the point I was going to make about standards actually just at the beginning was open standards was a core. I used to, I'm afraid, be a civil servant, and one of the core things that we made sure right at the very beginning of all of the reforms for digital services in the United Kingdom was around standards and open standards, and defining open standards properly, and then making the very clear statement that the regulator and the governments could choose the standards that were developed, but the actual development of the standards was done by industry, and that's really, really important because governments run at a different speed to industry, and therefore, going back to our thing about speed and scale, it's really important to have the standards developed in that way. And there is a framework I recommend to you to look at for how to develop open standards and make sure that they are in place. In terms of wider regulation, we work, obviously, my team and our company works around the world, and we work with governments, and we obey the rules and the laws of the governments in the countries where we work. And that's consistently, that could be, you could look at that as a challenge, but it's actually one of the great opportunities that we found in how to work with governments to help them and to help make sure that our services and the trust that people place in the services that run on those is rock solid, and that's one of the core components of our approach to every country in which we work.
Thank you very much. So from here, it's just good to jump to competition and global competition because it's all not only about new technologies, but also about who develops them and owns the profits eventually. So Rodrigo, maybe you would like to comment on how does it look like? Who is leading in global competition for technologies for trusted connectivity? Is it more like democracies, or do autocracies have also a role to play there?
Thank you. I will comment on that. Let me just come briefly to the previous question, because I found the discussion of us and the point on standardization extremely important, and I share the opinions that were mentioned, that standards are extremely important. And I would like to link also with what you mentioned before, which is it is fundamental to give not only the data and services, but also to help how to use them. It's very true, I think, when it comes to space. I mean, for example, with Copernicus, we generate 20 terabytes of data, which is great. But if you don't know how to use it, if you don't know what to do about that, and by the way, through standardization, you simplify very much that process. This is quite fundamental, and there is indeed no one size fits all. It doesn't exist for the EU27. And honestly, we are quite small when you look at the world dimension, and certainly what is applicable or what is useful for Estonia or for Ireland or for Portugal or for it may not be one-to-one translated to Rwanda or to many other countries around the world. And standardization really plays a role in making that bridge and in helping in that. Something I wanted to mention in relation to the previous question. When it comes to secure connectivity, how will be the competition? Well, let's see. I mean, there are established players in the market. There will be a number of constellations coming up. Let's see how it will develop. The only thing I can see, the only thing I can say, and I come back to my initial statement, is that in terms of need and in terms of user requirements, in particular for governmental users, those are quite clear. And it is also quite clear that whenever you have a governmental usage, the government will need to have a certain level of assurance. And what that will be it's for the future, but governments need to have a certain level of assurance on the availability and the reliability and how the data is treated, etc., etc. And that will play a fundamental role. And by the way, that is at the, if you want, that is at the birth, both at the EU GovSatcom initiative and now at the Secured Connectivity Initiative is, let's say, this governmental utilization. Then, yes, I think we can see and we can imagine a world where different countries, different areas, different blocks eventually will use different capabilities. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So what do you think, Rodrigo, if China puts up its own low Earth orbit satellite internet constellation and provides service for free for all citizens of the world for just purely political reasons? Will we be in trouble in Europe?
There will have to be a political reflection and then a political response as well, and a political action in that sense. Connectivity has become a commodity. As we had water and electricity for many, many years, now connectivity is becoming a commodity. It's becoming so essential in the way we live that we can't really. It's something we cannot think our life without that. Which means there is an element of public service on that. Not everything is public service, obviously, but there is an element of public service on that. And obviously, the European Union needs and has the ambition to provide the level of public service to all EU citizens, also to all regions. Connectivity is a key factor of cohesion. And we want to have, and this is clearly a political goal, to have a EU that is based on cohesion, that independently where you are, if you are in the north, in the south, in the east, in the west, in the islands, that you are part of the same union, that as a EU citizen you have access to the same things. So that element of cohesion is important, and connectivity is a part of that. Connectivity is a part of that. So in such a situation, certainly there would be an action at political level.
Thank you very much. So if we talk about global competitions, and we tend to speak about, well, Europe, America, China, these levels, and all the like-minded nations, and so on. But we are very fortunate to have African representative here. So from the perspective of Rwanda, how you see this global technological competition here? Is it from your nation's point of view, just the best quality price wins, or are there some political aspects to the preferred technological solutions? What would you say?
Technology is technology, and if it is able to offer a particular service, then I think there are going to be different choices left, right, and center. But I think what is very important is to see it is going to emerge, it is going to grow, it is going to be an open competition world out here. But what I think is critical is that there are rules and policies across the globe. And I think we talked about standardization, and I think standardization and strategies are going to play a critical role in either balancing out what sort of technology that you're going to go for. So I think based on the rules that are in place, based on the standards that we all adhere to, and based on different strategies of different countries and nations, I think that is what is going to determine what technology or who wins the game. But I don't think really it's this versus the other, but I think there are going to be choices that are going to be made by different nationalities, different countries when you embark on these kind of things. But one critical element that we have to bear at the back of our mind is that what drives all these innovations is really the technical know-how, right? And the technical know-how is not a purview of a certain community or the other, and we all share this knowledge. And What differs is just the opportunity that each and every community is afforded to be ready to creatively look at the problems they have and devise solutions to address their problems. So, and I think for me, this is what is very critical. How do we develop our capabilities as countries, as nations? How do we look at the problems we have, and how do we make sure that the solutions we're putting in place are addressing our problems?
If I may continue on that, so we talked about technology providers from other countries, but what is Rwanda's ambition on developing your own industry, SMEs or large industry, and do you see that local industry can play some role, take some niche in this trusted connectivity sector, both inside the country, but maybe in export markets as well?
Absolutely. I mean, like any other country, we will have to develop our own small and medium enterprises. We'll have to develop our private sector, and that is common across the globe. But one thing you have to understand, we cannot do it in isolation. We have to have strategic partnerships across. And I don't think there is any country that has ever said that I'm going to do this and I'm going to do it alone. There is partnerships, there is investments that have to be made in specific areas of national interest, specific areas that drive economic development of any country. So yes, we have companies that come from other countries, they come to Rwanda and we partner with them. We have also small companies in Rwanda that are emerging. We have developed corporations that are also participating in this space. So it is, like I said again, it's not one size fits all. You're going to have different sets of solutions to different sets of issues that you have to address.
Thank you very much. So, and to the final part of the discussion, maybe let's touch this the cloud a little bit. Liam, so you already mentioned your significant contribution to Ukraine in the time of crisis, but I know there is a difference if relations with a government can be developed over a long time with all this public procurement and all that stuff. But if there is a crisis and decisions have to be made fast, and all these systems and data transfer, it's very time sensitive. So would you describe this process a little bit? So that was a crisis you helped fast. What are the lessons learned from there about maybe potential preparation for the future incidents like that?
Yeah, there's a slightly interesting article in the Canadian press to the Canadian government which said, look, Canada, the Ukrainians have developed a 70-service government infrastructure called DIA during a period of war. Why are we taking so long? And I go back to our question about speed. So Ukraine was about speed more than anything else, is we wanted to help people out. I mean, literally, I was explaining this yesterday at our all hands that literally we sat down with the Ukrainians over a lunch on the day of the invasion and said, what do we want to save? And wrote out what we needed to save, from citizen registers to the criminal records, to the anti-corruption records, to the land registry, so that you could see who owned what, those things, and that was really important to move really quickly at that point. But the lesson it gave us was really twofold. Number one, continuity of government and trust in government is right at the heart of the provision of services for government. If the citizens don't trust that you'll be secure and you'll look after the data properly, and if your citizens don't trust that you'll be there when they need you, then that's, you're failing at the first part. So that's really important. Continuity of service and continuity of government. The next point is, yes, being in a war situation meant that certain, procurement, and the same thing is during COVID, the procurement rules were flexed, I would say, to help people move quickly. But effective and proper procurement can help you develop your services at speed if you've got it set up right. Australia, or we've talked to Brazil, we've talked to Mexico, we've talked to and we're working with other countries around the world about bringing forward the ability to use public procurement to generate economic growth. And that's principally by using cloud as the backbone of the delivery of services, so that small businesses can grow. And you may have seen the growth of the the G-Cloud, the digital marketplace in the United Kingdom, where £4 billion worth of business is done, 50% of it is done with small, medium enterprises. That's a huge boost to the local digital economy that government can provide if government starts to use modern and effective technologies. And it comes back actually to Innocent's point about human capacity and capability building. And that's one of the reasons why we've invested so much in capability and training. We've pledged to train 29 million people over the next 5 years so that we can have a strong base of citizens who can start to use cloud services effectively for the future. Obviously, we have an interest in that, but our interest in that is mostly to help our customers and our government customers succeed by enabling them to have the people and the skills to go faster. And that's really our commitment at that point.
Thank you very much. Innocent, what do you think? Does Rwanda government has any issues in storing their data in cloud, where the data are situated somewhere in other territories, or it's not a concern for the nation?
I mean, first of all, let me touch on something that Liam just mentioned about the agility and speed to be able to deliver services quickly. Emergencies really do teach us a lot, and COVID did. During the pandemic, we're able to, really have a system where, number one, everybody could be tested and get their results, in a matter of hours. And when we started, vaccination processes, we really had to have, everybody who is vaccinated, and you'd be able to tell them when they would come for their second shot. And really, the speed at which we were able to have these services really did teach us a lot, that even in public sector, even in government, you can have the agile approach to really developing and offering services. And I think it is really critical. And now, shifting over to the question of where to host it. Number one, I think there are laws that govern how these things are done. For example, if there are sufficient reasons why data has to be stored outside the country, and there are proper provisions to ensure security and safety of that data, I think that is acceptable. But by and large, both the cybersecurity law and data protection and privacy law require data to be resident in the country, but it does not necessarily mean that your data cannot be stored outside. As long as you provide, security, as long as protection and ensure, availability when it is needed, and as long as, the personal data, the owner of the data, has access and I can be able to control what happens.
Isn't it about you having control over that data? That's what sovereignty means, is having control over the data. So it's not what the data is, it's the keys.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I would like to continue on that topic, definitely, but looking at the time, I would ask you now to take 10 seconds to think one sentence. Would you say one sentence that kind of represents your main idea that you would like to give to the audience on the topics we discussed? So I give you 10 seconds to think. And obviously, Liam is ready already.
Yeah, I'd just say, don't do it all. We have a sticker in my team, which is, don't do it all yourself, you can't.
Thank you. Innocent?
I think it revolves around human beings, and if it solves a human issue, let's do it.
Thank you. Rodrigo?
Change the way we look at space. It's not anymore only about exploration. Science remains very important, but space is in our daily lives.
Thank you. Cecilia?
Be open, collaborate, and show me your friends, and I'll tell you who you are.
Excellent. And now you have the clear guidelines how to move further. So let's thank the panelists.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a great panel. Good to see you again, Liam. Doesn't recognize me. Good to see you again. So, ministers and distinguished guests, now it's time for lunch. For the delegations, the lunch will be served just down the stairs in the hallway. For ministerial delegations and presenters, your lunch will be down the stairs and to your right. When you've finished your lunch, go and check out our expo. We have different presentations there. We have organizations and companies showcasing their solutions. See you after lunch.
And so we meet again. You have made it until the lunch break of day 2. So I think we can all congratulate ourselves on that. And also, of course, to those following us from home or from their office, I hope that you're well and you have certainly deserved a break. So we are continuing with 3 exciting topics during the lunch break. I'm sure that you will find many of the conversations here highly engaging. I'm already looking forward to welcoming the guests on stage. We will start with talking about the transport infrastructure innovations and future developments in that particular area. For that purpose, we will have a panel discussion with 2 very interesting guests. Number 1 is the chairman of the supervisory board of Auvetech. His name is Taavi Rõivas. And there will also be the founder of the Center of Digital Logistics. His name is Heiti Märing. Please give a round of applause and welcome the gentleman on stage. Before you get the chance to talk more about what you do, we have a small introductory video about the 2 companies. So let's take a look.
Auvetech has developed self-driving vehicles and autonomous transportation systems, which are incredibly unique and innovative. The world's most compact and flexible Level 4 autonomous shuttle that suits the existing infrastructure and operates on public roads already today. Auvetech's solution is to provide autonomous last mile for extension of public transport and fundamentally change the way people commute in urban environment. Shuttles are powered by electricity and hydrogen. Digital Logistics Center of Excellence is a competence center for digital supply chain. They apply their experiences for developing paperless transport solutions and data exchange platform as open digital infrastructure for logistics. It is based on international standards and made for cargo senders, purchasers, intermodal carriers, and public authorities. Digital Logistics Center of Excellence mission is to make freight and supply chains paperless. Let's hear their ideas about the transport, infrastructure innovations, and future developments.
The lovely gentleman from the introductory video is right. Let's hear their ideas. Taavi, perhaps you want to start and tell us more about what Auvetech does.
Well, thank you very much for this very kind introduction indeed. Well, first of all, the context. It's quite obvious that already today the trend of having ever more personal vehicles is a road to nowhere, because if we look at the congestions already in the major cities in US, in Europe, we understand that there has to be some alternative for commuting. And globally, if the developing world would reach the same levels of personal vehicles as we have here in Europe or in the United States, we would need 3 or 4 or even 5 times more vehicles. So the planet simply wouldn't sustain that. Now, we have found that the biggest obstacle why people are not using public transport more is that public transport is not taking you where you want to go, but it is actually taking you to the bus stop where the city planners plan the bus stop. Our technical solution is autonomous driving, but our business solution is basically extension of public network or public transport network, and thus solving the kind of very serious problem of ever-increasing number of personal vehicles. There are some markets where the legislators are very eager to introduce autonomous vehicles. Singapore, Japan, I would also say most of Europe, US, There are some regions where there is a lot of curiosity, Middle East being definitely one of them. We will send our first vehicles to Middle East very, very soon. And we see that already today, autonomous driving in some use cases is fully possible. So we're not pursuing for some sort of distant moonshot for like 2050. We are actually innovating where it can already deliver results. And so far, our vehicles have been driving in 12 countries, so far only Europe, but we see that there is increasing demand also in US, Middle East, Japan, Singapore, and so forth. And yeah, I mean, the biggest challenge, of course, is to get the price of the vehicle to be competitive with other forms of last-mile mobility. But we see that this is something that is definitely happening when we scale. Also, one of our key innovations is to increase the autonomy to this extent that the human supervision or human surveillance can be taken to minimum. In practical terms, this means that we are aiming for one human being to be able to supervise up to 10 vehicles from a distance. Taking human fully out of the equation is going to happen probably as well, but not in the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years. We see that in all forms of automation of mobility, the legislators and also the technology developers still wish to see at least some human involvement. So the idea is to get to one person supervising up to 10 vehicles, and then it will also be economically much, much more attractive than just 10 guys with 10 minivans. And yeah, that's the innovation we are providing. I'm glad to say that some of you got the chance to take a ride yourself to the dinner yesterday. I saw it was quite popular indeed, but also those of you who haven't had a chance to be introduced to our autonomous vehicle, one of the vehicles is parked just in front of the entrance. Please come and have a look, and there are people who will show you how the vehicle operates and how it sees the environment and so forth. Thank you very much.
Very well. Yes, you can take a look. I mean, of course, after these lovely discussions here, don't run away right now. But perhaps afterwards, you can take a look at the bus that you will see outside. Heiti, can you tell us more about what the Center of Digital Logistics does?
Yeah, hello. Before I'm going to the innovation regarding transportation of goods. Because the digitalization of logistics is quite a big challenge, and as logistics is everywhere around us, I would like to remind that we are like changing business area which is actually exist today. So logistics is everywhere and goods are moving. So when European Union was made in 90s, then all those rules was the same. And today we are also playing by the rules which has been actually developed in 60s. So it's quite old. And at that time, all those processes was based on papers. And even we have today for example, for the road transportation, this kind of ECMR, it is standardized by the United Nations. The standard has been also developed in 2011. So long time ago, and today we know so much more. The standard, it doesn't include many components that we must have today, because like, for example, GPS coordinates, timestamps, which is like extremely important when we would like to get rid of those papers to be sure that the data is actually correct. So many technologies has been developed by that time. And this is, I think, the main reason why European Commission has been developed new law, new regulation for the transportation of goods, the EFDI regulation. which has been taken into the 2020, and it will be mandatory for all member states by 25, which is basically tomorrow. And today we are also participating in the development of those acts which must show how to do it, because it has been said that countries, all member states, must do, but what and how, this is where we are also participating at the moment. We will try to be in middle of between states and private sector, because we believe that this is the right way to do, include all public and private services, and to keep also the companies' privacy, keep the companies' rights to handle the data by themselves. And we are also trying to build this kind of layer that will connect all the data. It needs to be secured, of course, but also technology-free. So all companies can decide what they are using, what kind of systems, what kind of services, but still it should be based on standards. We have to develop those standards, which is not there yet. And yeah, this is the way. For beginning, as elephant need to be eaten piece by piece, we have decided that we will try to build up this kind of digital transport corridor from Scandinavia to Central Europe. And we have, in that sense, onboarded many countries like Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Germany, France. So I think at the moment this kind of agreement to build such kind of way is already existing. And yeah, this is what we are doing. And of course, it's not about only road transportation. We are talking about air cargo, railway, and big freight in ocean. So the EFDI should connect all those transport modes. It should be like single window, all the data through the one channel.
I guess this is something that most people are not really thinking about on a daily basis, so this is a very valuable insight for me personally as well. Perhaps we can take some time to discuss a couple of questions that came up in my head when I was listening to what you've been saying. Tavi, if we start with you, you mentioned that the buses are outside as well, and that it has been quite interesting for the people. So how do humans interact with your approach to mobility? Is it open-mindedness? Are some people a bit concerned or skeptical? How do people feel about it? And both as private citizens, but also as regulators, because at the end of the day, we're all people. So, like, how is the interaction going?
Well, just like you have the challenge of uniting Europe in a way digitally, we have a little bit of the same challenges, because in theory we should have like one legislation, but in practice we have like pretty much 27 legal environments for autonomous driving as well. But thankfully most of these environments are quite like enabling. So okay, we need to struggle with some additional bureaucracy, but that's still kind of minor thing. And we see that for this slow moving, and this slow moving autonomous is actually the key. Last mile, slow speeds, like up to 25 kilometers an hour, it's exponentially less dangerous. So this is something that is possible to allow already now. And of course, it's safer than human driver. That goes without saying. And this is something we kind of aim for always from technology. Now, regarding people, I think the best word to describe is curious. If you sit in our vehicle, you see that there is no wheel, there is no brake pedals, and the car moves, stops, steers, does everything without human interference. So curiousness is the first thing, but also in like real life use cases where we have done commercial pilots and POCs, we see that a lot of people just take a ride because it's a practical thing to do. So for example, in in Tallinn, we have had in several city districts projects together with city government, and the same in Tartu. And people take a ride not because they see it's like something cool to do, but because they actually want to take a ride and get from A to B.
This is a completely detour from the topic here. I remember very well the first e-residency cards that were handed out in Estonia, and the first journalists and so on, they just looked at the card and said, awesome, you know, like, I don't know what I'm doing with it, but cool. And then all of a sudden you build these use cases and people are realizing, oh, this is actually applicable for my everyday life, I suppose.
Absolutely, and I mean, what started as like science project several years ago, now we have found a lot of practical use cases, not only extension of public transport, but also enabling transportation in areas like open-air museums, resorts, business districts, and ultimately the goal is the same. You don't need polluting personal vehicles. You can use these last-mile shuttles that can take you from A to B.
Perhaps just one last question on the topic. We've heard that it was both hydrogen and electric power. There are different options. What is the current uptake sort of the two options, and where do you see the development going?
Well, most of our fleet is currently battery electric still, because it's easier to build. But thanks to the cooperation with University of Tartu, we do have the first ever autonomous vehicle in the world that runs on hydrogen as well. And again, this started also like a science project out of curiosity, what we can do and what we cannot do. But now we see that the practical use case for hydrogen is when we want to keep the vehicle going from early morning until late evening without the charging pauses. So there are some use cases where the duration of the operation is very important, and thus we see that what started as a science project will have a real-life business use case quite probably. And also hydrogen is very, very good option in very hot climates where the air conditioner needs to be very powerful, and if we only use battery, it tends to drain the battery quite quickly. So again, hydrogen is actually surprisingly good alternative.
Very interesting. Haiti, you mentioned, of course, that at the end of the day, you will have to help also the regulators, but also companies change their business models, their behavioral thinking. Do they actually change their thinking? What's the motive behind all of that for them?
Yeah, we have changed the mindset, which is like for beginning. We have made a few test cases with neighbor countries. So we actually sent some trucks over the borders and in Latvia-Lithuanian border guards and customs people was able to see remotely what is there. So they don't need to stop those trucks anymore. So basically, we all want that actually this kind of borderless transportation will happen. It needs some kind of internal or changes the law in different countries as well. But we have those test cases already. There are some cases in other countries in Europe as well. So yes, we are like moving in that direction.
So what's the driving factor for them? Is it convenience? Is it financial savings? You know, where do they?
I would say that today there are rules. So like what with the trucks must be those shipments documentation, and quite often they must be on paper. But actually companies doesn't need them anymore so much. We don't have borders in European Union anymore. So the like bureaucracy has been staying like it was like in 80s or 60s. So we have to change it. Yes, private sector has been solved partly this process, so this kind of ordering transportation, ordering goods is quite often already digitalized. There are services for those, but still state, like public side must come into that play as an equal part, and they also must get what they want, because then we can build invisible public services and police or customs doesn't need to bother those companies who are like doing everything right.
It seems that you have your hands full with getting all of Europe organized along the same lines. Is there any thought of looking further abroad, or do you feel like there's a lot of work to be done in Europe still?
Well, we are moving as fast we can. Because
as you should.
Yeah, we can't change the law by ourselves, but I see that day by day things are moving faster. Estonia has trying to be as a forerunner in that sense, and we really hope that all other member states will come with us, stay with us, and only together we can change the world, because movements of goods doesn't need any borders, because there are like owner of the goods, transportation company, origin, destination, and it can be digitalized, and every who is want or need to check this must do that.
Well, I think both you and the audience are in luck, because we have plenty of policymakers here today, so I don't want to keep you any longer on stage so that you can talk to all of these lovely people and that they can make all these data exchanges across borders, even though they are internal within the European Union, a bit more smooth than they are right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to give a round of applause to Taavi Rõivas and also to Heidi Mering. Thank you so much for being with me on stage, and thank you for the conversation. And yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, of course, the lunch break is far from over. We still have plenty of time, and there are two more topics that we will discuss. The next one coming up is unique technologies to solve global challenges, and we will be back with you in 40 seconds. I did promise you 40 seconds, and we are back already. So I don't really want to hold you up any longer. I want to introduce very quickly the guests to you. They will talk about different kinds of technologies that solve very current global problems and challenges. First of all, we have the CEO of Hospital. His name is Markus Tsahkna. We will have the Science and Development Director of Milram Robotics, Raul Rick, and the CEO of Kratworks, Matthias Luha. Hi, good to see you. I just introduced very quickly your names and your positions, but perhaps we should have a small introductory video about the three companies before we head to the pitches. Let's take a look.
Hospitals have a unique technological advancement to save lives in crisis areas. They have a 20 minutes rapid deployment and repack time, which is insanely fast. Their mobile and modular hospitals are transportable via air, sea and land as a standard 20-feet containers. Milram Robotics' mission is to provide innovative robotics solutions for challenging environments. Their cutting-edge robotic solutions will fulfill a higher purpose, enabling more meaningful lives. Through their products and services, they seek to increase human safety and labor efficiency in many targeted industries, particularly defense, agriculture, forestry, municipal services, rescue, and mining. Kratworks builds drones with onboard machine vision and mobile connectivity. Their drones can detect humans and cars in the location of the fire and other disaster areas. Their solution automatically shares time-critical information instantly with a control room using mobile networks.
Thank you very much for that introductory video, but perhaps it is best to hear from the gentlemen themselves here on stage in what I have to say are very, very comfortable chairs. I hope you're equally comfortable over here or, of course, back at home. Margus, working with Hospital as the CEO, of course, can you tell us more about what you do these days and what you focus on?
Yes, we have developed during the last 8 years, together with Estonian Defense Forces and the Ministry of Defense, the new generation field hospital for military use, but also for disaster management. And it is the new generation, what means that the innovation has been mainly based on the rapid deployment capabilities. So we can watch the video and I can explain as well at the same time what is the innovation. So the first thing is that the average field hospitals, even if they are packed into the containers, they need the special logistic support like cranes and everything else. These containers can deploy themselves itself. All Role 2 level hospital, it means that it has operational EMO, triage, pharmacy, everything what you can imagine the local hospital has in this quality as well, can be deployed within 120 minutes. And actually our crew has been deployed it as well within 1 hour. And the case is that all this equipment, you can imagine in average high-level operational hospital, they are fit in already to this hospital. So the hospital can be in a starting position and start to work within 1.5 hours. This is a very, very quick solution, and we have never met such a solution during NATO military exercises. Now we have, how to say, the war is a great innovation opportunity as well. War is not very good, but let's be honest, innovation is there. And our solutions now are not only used by Estonian military, but also together with the German government, we have sent already 2 Role 2 level hospitals to Ukraine. So now we have 24/7 support for these 2 hospitals, and also we can get the feedback for the further developments from the real war situation. And what has been proven is that for Russia, all medical infrastructure is a priority target. So even our hospitals, they have been under selling. But the main thing is that we are the only solution which has been survived because of the high mobility. It means that these hospitals must move all the time. They can be repacked and redeployed, and they move together with troops. And what is the main innovation for us as well is the tactical maneuverable. So we get the real experience from the war situation, and also in the different exercises we can so-called exercise the situation, but the war situation is different. If you get like 50 heavily wounded soldiers at once into the hospital, so you have to practice how to save them and who to save, let's be honest. And the second thing is that how to move together with troops, because Ukrainians, they have shown and proven that this kind of classical tactical behavior is not common anymore, because they are moving fast with the troops and they need medical backup together with them. And the second thing is that we have, I'm not going to say names of the different countries' field hospitals, but they have been destroyed during this couple of, or even close to a year, mainly because they are not able to move. We have had some attacks close to the hospital, and then the hospital has been packed and moved to the new place. And so this is the one thing which is very important. And our first hospital, which moved in just after the war started again in 24th of February, since March to September, it has rescued more than 2,000 soldiers' lives. So normally people are thinking that innovation is only about weapons and guns and fighters. But let's be honest that medical support is most important for the soldiers and for their morale as well. And we can say that we have been saving more lives than any tank can destroy. So this is our opportunity to support as well Ukraine. And also we have enormous interests from different countries who has understand that medical support is as much important as military capability. Thank you.
Very well, Margus. Thank you so much for that insight. Quite valuable and, of course, very topical, as you pointed out. Raul, tell us more about Milrem.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, it's my pleasure to be here, and big thanks for the organizers setting up the event today. And as I understand, we are providing this kind of like side activity to the lunch we have at the moment. So all of you who are having a lunch at the moment and having drink, you can be part of the presentation. So focusing a little bit to that at the moment as well. So who we are actually, I would say, the leading robotics company in Europe at the moment. And what we do, I have a short video clip about that. Very shortly, we are a robotic engineering company who provides and develops innovative solutions in the ground environment. So we are producing unmanned ground systems, vehicles or platforms. So they are like drones that we all know about, but we use them on the ground. In order to describe it a little bit differently, maybe I would say that we are like a Tesla, but off-road. So we don't make vehicles to drive on the streets, but we produce vehicles to drive off-road in the challenging environments. And there is another distinction also. What we have to Tesla is that when you throw a stone to the vehicle, it doesn't break down. So we think that this is pretty amazing, actually. And as you see from the video, we have different platforms. We have produced them for the mining, for example, or forestry, or firefighting. But of course, at the moment, we are focusing on the military capabilities. So because of the war in Ukraine, we have put a lot of emphasis to the military capabilities. We have done it actually for several years, but now we are putting the most effort to that environment. What is the main goal? The main goal is to take away the dangerous and the dirty jobs from humans who normally don't want to do these kind of activities. And on this video at the moment, you see, for example, the firefighting vehicle, or that's just one version of that. We have many others. But shortly, what is our story? You see on the slide, we started with the small one. So it's called in the newspapers also a robotic garage, for example. So you can put different stuff on this vehicle, but also you can put the weapon systems or whatever you want. But we have also developed a bigger one that we call Type X. And this is a really very serious fighting vehicle for the infantry forces, or motorized infantry forces. But we have a totally separate product line, what we call multiscope, and this is for the civilian purposes. But that's not maybe the most important aspect of the vehicles. The most important aspect is the brain that we put into the vehicle. So what makes the vehicles autonomous. And we have developed this brain, and we can also put the brain to the existing vehicles. So like we have done in Germany, for example, we have taken the brain, the AI, and put to the old-fashioned bridge tank in order to make it remotely controlled, but also not autonomously used. So we can actually modernize the existing capabilities. And that's maybe what has been the biggest lessons learned over the years, because first we tried to provide the totally autonomous vehicles, but we learned soon that the clients are not ready yet. Even though everybody understands that robotics is important and we can use it very well, but we have to just go through the learning curve. Everybody understands better if you could put autonomy to the existing vehicles and later to use totally independent ones. And on this slide, you can see now different product ranges. So you see that the platform is the same, but we can put different payloads on that. And we have also provided these vehicles to several countries, including Ukraine from this year. And I don't know if you know or not, but the Russian government has offered a bounty for the vehicle. So if somebody catches the vehicle and gives it to Russia, then the bounty is 1 million rubles at the moment. So it's bigger than one soldier's yearly salary. So that's all from my side for the introduction. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. I was just about to say, 1 million rubles these days is like 30 euros, I think, if I've got my conversion rate right. But very impressive nonetheless. Matthias, tell us more about Kratworks.
Thank you. Good to be part of this awesome event. Matthias Luha from Kratworks. So we are building drones that use machine vision on board. And we started with this environmental promise that we can set back global greenhouse gas emissions by 1%. And the way we want to do it is that when our drone flies, we use onboard machine vision module to look at the landscape. And we know where the fire is, and we can help firefighters to contain it before it reaches out of control. And fires are really they emit like 15 to 20% from global greenhouse gas emissions. So if we could set back just 1/10 of those, that would actually mean a reduction of 1% from the global emissions. But back to the drones. So machine vision on the drone enables us to look at fire and put it on a map, or humans or cars. And then we connect them to GSM networks, which means that whatever detections we do, they will be displayed to where it actually matters, to the control room, so that those guys who make the decisions can then get a live map of the actual situation on the ground. And we also have a drone nest solution. So this enables you to place the drone somewhere and use it very frequently. For example, if you have a harbor, you can use the drone to fly out from the drone nest and take measurements from the chimneys of the sea vessels and figure out if they are using dirty or clean ship fuel, for example. But anyway, maybe I will explain it with our video on the background. So just a few months ago, we did a live demo when our chief engineer was in California and the drone was in Tallinn, Estonia. So here you see we are setting up small simulated fires, like small hotspots, so that we would have something to show on the, for the machine vision module. Hey, that's me. So it's 9 o'clock. We are doing fires, and then our chief engineer is in California, where it's 12 o'clock at daytime across the Atlantic Ocean. And he actually operates the drone that is located in Estonia. Across the Atlantic Ocean, 9 time zones, real-time operation. And what we do is then, as you see here also in the video, we use the machine vision to look at the landscape to separate where the fire is. So soon you will see on the left side of the screen, there is an image of the thermal camera. And then in the bottom right corner, you will see how it looks like on the map. So thermal camera image on the left and the map icons on the right. And this is then what we provided for those firefighters in North America. They could get a real-time situational awareness map of this simulated fire. And I guess like it doesn't really matter if you use this technology on small multirotors or large fixed-wing planes. The idea is to provide live situational awareness map for firefighters and first responders, and maybe also to soldiers and border guards, and hopefully to save lives and save the planet. Thank you.
Very well, thank you so much for that overview. You almost touched on a question that I want to ask you later, but we'll get back to that. Perhaps we start with Margus. One of the things, of course, there are different use cases for your hospital solution, and I'm sure you will talk about that at more length. But I was also additionally wondering, what is the kind of training time that a medical team would expect for the whole setup? To what extent does it include the military forces as well? How does that work?
It's a very good question that, of course, we are not training doctors because they have trained already, I don't know, a couple of years probably at the university in practice. But to use this and to deploy and run the hospital, it takes a couple of days, let's be honest. And we have this experience with Ukrainian situation when we sent in the first hospital. It was planned, the training, we are working together with the Estonian Defense Forces and MOD. So they had to train the Ukrainian crew, about like 20, 25 people from Ukraine, the specialists, for a week in Estonia. But the war started and nobody could get out. So what I did was I collected the Ukrainian citizens, truck drivers and medical people, and we trained them within 3 days. And I went together with them to Ukraine, and they trained the Ukrainian military people within a couple of days. So to run this hospital, to study how does it work and how to deploy and redeploy, it's a question of a couple of days. But of course, the medical understanding, it must be there, of course. And the main thing is that we don't need logistical support, cranes and other things. Mainly the crew, which is working with this, can deploy the hospital and also redeploy. So this is what is very important for military, because the main problem is how to guarantee the logistical support for the different tactical units. We don't need logistical support, it's independent.
So just to confirm, it's sort of regular truck-sized containers that we're talking about?
Yeah, during the transportation mode, all this hospital fits into the 20 feet average container. And you can transport with planes or maritime or by trucks. And it needs only the average 20 feet container truck.
Very interesting.
It has a special legs which coming out and as you saw as well from video, lifting up, truck is moving away and putting down. And this is automatic as well, so it can fit together with other containers.
Very well. Raul, you mentioned the multi-scope platform for civilian purposes. Which one has been the most interesting to clients around the globe? Like, are there different customer groups depending on the geography that we're talking about? And also, perhaps, has there been a client asking for some kind of version of civilian purpose that you haven't thought about? One of the things that I saw in the video was the clearing of the snow on pedestrian paths and so on. So, like, what are the kinds of expectations that customers have in that area?
I have to admit that at the moment, the most interesting product range is still the military products, because the other products we have produced prototypes, and because we are, by DNA, we are engineering company. So we produce different prototypes, and then we interact with the client, and we produce for the client these vehicles, what the client wants. So we don't do the mass production, but we do mostly the custom-made suits, tailor-made suits for the customer. And at the moment, it seems to be that the biggest interest is in the military products. And I would say that in Europe at the moment, it seems to be that the Netherlands is really leading the way, because they have already done the experiments. Years ago, they procured a couple of vehicles, now they have more, and they are about to procure hundreds. So they have thought through that how to use the robotics in the military environment. And that's, I would say, is the biggest challenge at the moment, that even though we might think that it's so obvious that if the robot capability is there, so let's take it and let's use it. But it's not so simple in the organizational level, especially in the military forces. So they have to reconsider how do you do the supply, maintenance, all these sorts of things. Even though the robotic systems are cheaper, easier to maintain, you don't need to protect them so much because you don't put personnel inside. So there are obvious pros for this technology, but the big organizations have to think through that how to integrate this capability to the existing ones. That's why we actually set up a team this year to provide this kind of like a consultancy service for the customer. We do that in Italy, for example. We help Italian army in order to figure out that how to use robotics in the service. So that seems to be the case at the moment.
It's funny, it doesn't matter whether we talk about the transportation sector, as we did just a couple of minutes ago, or whether we talk about the military area. At the end of the day, I mean, in the area of military, it comes down to military doctrine, you know, and strategy, and that requires a change in mindset, effectively. Sort of exactly how do you supply, you know, how would you use these different tools to make the soldiers' jobs easier or less dangerous, ideally both. So very, very interesting insight. Matthias, you already mentioned some of the use cases, but perhaps you can tell me more about the future plans for your business and where you see the primary use cases in the future as well.
Well, I think in the immediate future, we will start to monitor when Milrem drives out their rover, and you know, you might find it ends up in Russia because of bounty. But
we have the destroy button there, you know, just press it and it explodes.
Okay. Yeah, so we are now doing a bit of a focus shift, obviously, because of Ukraine also. We are sending our drones there for border guard use case. And the way they will be used there is that instead of GSM connectivity, we use a 6-frequency channel radio that's quite resistant to jamming. And also there is some use cases, like some detections you can do with the machine vision module that hopefully helps those operators.
As far as I understand, you've had several engagements across Europe already. I think yesterday at dinner we talked about Moldova as an example. But in general, can you tell us what the use cases are right now? So is it border guards primarily or something else as well?
Border guards in Moldova, there is a forest management company in Georgia. So those are together with the Estonian company called DefSec Intel. They are doing a surveillance trailer and our drone is inside it. So with our drone nest solution. Tallinn Municipality Police. Hopefully they will be looking for people who have swum too far. How would that be in English?
Yeah.
Who are like too far from the beach or to prevent drownings and those kind of use cases. Maybe looking for ice on the roofs because we do have those ice spikes problem in the winter, falling down from the roofs.
So I think what you mentioned there, sort of as part of your sentence, was also that you're happy to integrate with other companies, so you're quite flexible in your approach. And if there is another bigger tool where you can integrate, that works perfectly well for you. I understand correctly. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we think of our solution kind of like a drone as a platform, so that the hardware is there. But if your use case is that you need to locate trash bins for some reason, then you can just throw your own machine vision algorithms on it and look for trash bins if you want.
With that in mind, let's locate the trash bins around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the 3 gentlemen on stage. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And I did promise you once before that I will see you again in 40 seconds, and we will do that tiny game once more, and after the break we will talk about how to connect the public and private sector through a citizen foundation platform. See you in 40 seconds. I am a man of my word, and you are also still here. I see some empty lunch plates, and I also see some dessert already going around, so it seems like you're having a good time. The next topic that we want to talk about is the sort of civic participation platform. So we talked about trusted connectivity from a data standpoint, in terms of security now as well. But at the end of the day, this is all about connecting citizens with the government and the private sector as well. We have a guest today who will show you what he's been doing in the area of connecting the public and the private sector through a Citizen Foundation platform. He's the CEO of the Citizens Foundation, and his name is Robert Bjarnason. There will be a small introductory video, and after that there will be a presentation from him. So let's take a look.
Citizens Foundation is connecting governments and citizens by bringing people together to debate and prioritize innovative ideas to improve their communities. Many believe technology has undermined our faith in online debate. Instead, Citizens Foundation work shows that non-profit innovations in technology restore trust in democratic deliberation and institutions. Citizens Foundation partners like Reykjavik City, the State of New Jersey, the Scottish Parliament, and World Bank have used their solutions, making better decisions in thousands of projects in 45 countries since 2008. One of the projects, called Better Reykjavik, has a mass online community participation, with 70,000 citizens engaging out of a population 120,000. Over 30,000 registered users submitted 10,000 ideas and 21,000 debate points. Let's hear their ideas about how to connect public and private sector through Citizens Foundation platform.
Hello, nice to be with you here today. I'm Robert from the Citizens Foundation. We were founded in 2008 following the financial crisis. Iceland was hit pretty bad in 2008, where all the commercial banks went bankrupt in a number of 10 days, and trust collapsed in society. We started with the idea of using the internet to give citizens and companies better access to policymaking, with the aim of improving policy and to help take better decisions. And we have an office in Iceland. We also have recently have started a sister non-profit in the United States called Citizens Foundation America. And we have partners all around the world. Most of our partners are using the open source software, which is free to use, so anybody can install and use. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about our experiences. So this article from a couple of months in The Economist caught my attention. So even with all the connectivity we have today, then we have been seeing a measurable slowdown in the rate of innovation. And there are many reasons outlined, including many of the fundamental things that have been innovative, like electricity, internet and others are sort of hard to replicate. But also in our experience, then the modern world with its sort of information overload is sort of partly to blame. So I went to look for those missing ideas. So I went to my feed, and the feed is endless. And one of the problems with consuming and working our information, sort of that our information diet is really much sort of feed-based, is that great ideas sometimes come and then they disappear down the feed. And our solutions are designed to have a sort of a different approach to social networking, where social networking is more about ideas and about deliberation. And we have an open source platform called Your Priorities, which has been in development since we started in 2008. And the main aim is to help to facilitate better decisions and accelerate new innovation by crowdsourcing public sector policy. And also, by having a dialogue through a trusted intermediary, we also help with building up trust. And before founding the Citizens Foundation, I spent about 12 years in the video game industry, and I brought a lot of that experience with me to improving democracy. So, our platforms are all easy and fun to use. And how does it work? Well, citizens and companies and NGOs, they can add ideas to the platform and then have a constructed deliberation about the different ideas. And I'll show you some examples here. This is a project in Reykjavik called Better Reykjavik, a platform we've been running with the city of Reykjavik since 2010. And people come in there, they are offered to add ideas onto specific projects. In this case, this is a participatory budgeting project that started in 2011. And it's all about ideas and deliberation. This is another project with the Scottish Parliament. They've been using our open solutions now for over 3 years. And it's integrated into the committee work, into the committee processes of the Scottish Parliament. And they've been doing all sorts of different projects there, including on climate change, and basically asking citizens and the private sector for ideas, for solutions that then feed into the work of the committees in the Parliament. This is on a national level in Iceland, where Iceland has been working on improving its constitution for a long time, and this was one of the approaches that came with that. So when we did our first project in 2009 called Shadow Parliament, we got a bit of a grant from the Icelandic Parliament. We created a platform where citizens could come and have a discussion about different laws going through the Icelandic Parliament. And on the first day when we launched the platform, we had like a regular commenting system, like a threaded comments, as you see on Facebook, other places. And just in the first evening when we launched the platform, there was this new law about fisheries policies. And we got about a group of 3 people who got into a horrible personal argument on the website. And me and my co-founder sort of looked at each other and said, oh, great, we have created one more place on the internet for people to argue. So since then, we've been evolving a deliberation solution, which is designed to minimize trolling arguments and making it impractical to argue, and sort of nudge citizens towards evaluating ideas, rather than just telling, to say just what they think, but to help us in a constructive way to evaluate ideas. And also, as one of the dangers of the internet when it comes to democracy, is that the minority voices are drowned out. So we've designed the platform so the majority and the minority view have the same sort of prominence in the user interface. And here you can see this again is another example of a constitution article being discussed about ownership of resources. But in this case, people can add points for, points against, and there were no arguments this time. We were just collecting people's ideas about this proposed constitutional change, and this is also very useful for the government. After the consultation has finished, they actually get like a list of ideas with deliberation points sort of for and against. We use a lot of artificial intelligence in our platforms. We keep on evolving that over the years, and that's one of our sort of main focus of innovation and development. Anything from like machine translations to enable minorities living in cities and countries to take part, even if they don't speak the majority language. The recommendations, people can speak in their idea, it's automatically translated to text. We do, while our platforms have very little toxicity due to just the nature of it, then we also monitor all the content for toxicity and have a zero tolerance policy, regarding that. So we decided in 2008, facing this trust crisis in Iceland, to start out as a non-profit. And we think that's, when it comes to democracy, we think that it's important approach, one of many, but an important approach that we have a non-profit form of democratic innovation. That it's where civil society is working with government and the private sector to actually build open platforms that can be trusted. And so if you look at how many governments are engaging with citizens today, through all sorts of great social media platforms. I love social media, I'm a big social media user. But when it comes to having a trusted dialogue between the public sector, private sector, citizens, and nonprofits, the ad-driven business model have a critical flaw. Is that the nature of it, that you can actually buy influence for money, makes it really, really easy to sort of game the system, because you don't even need to hack anything. You don't need any cyber skills. You only need bad intention and money, and plenty of that around. Alternative governance model that open source software and open source non-profit business model offer is where we actually have a cloud platform where a lot of smaller governments, they use that for free in most cases. But governments can also install the platform locally into their private government clouds, and that makes it distributed, and it makes it resilient in terms of, yes, there are hackers trying to hack into everything these days, of course, but in this governance model, the hacking is met head-on, face-on, because there's no way to buy yourself into the platform. You have to then attack it using cyber attacks and so on. And some of the projects here is again the participatory budgeting project in Reykjavik. We had last year a record-breaking participation rates. Over 60,000 people visited the project. There's 100,000 people on the voting register in Reykjavik, and over 10,000 logged in to take a direct part with ideas and so on. And what I like about this map, this is a map of where the citizens have added their ideas. There was over 1,300 ideas. What I like about this map is that it basically draws out the border of the Reykjavik municipality. So there's ideas everywhere, all across the city. And the city of Reykjavik has also used the platform for many policy recommendations, where including education policy, democracy policy, where citizens then have access to the process at the right time, when they actually can have influence, and when the city, the politics, and the municipality is actually looking for feedback. Since we started with the city of Reykjavik in 2010, it's sort of organically grown all across Iceland. We're working with 17 municipalities now in Iceland, and about 80–90% of the Icelandic population has access to policymaking, all across the country, and it just keeps on growing. The municipalities and government is using it more and more, and citizens have become, ready to expect it. Something more about the Scottish Parliament. And 9 years ago actually, then an older version of our open source platform was used here in Estonia as a part of the People's Assembly project. It was really a fruitful collaboration with the e-Governance Academy here in the city. And the platform has been used, as I said earlier, in 45 countries. This is a project of the UNDP in Africa called Multi-City Challenge Africa. And the same here, people debate pros and cons. And while we started in Iceland, it wasn't sure that this would work in other countries, in other cultures. But it's proven itself that citizens are eager to participate if they know about those opportunities, all around the world, where we've been. And some of the project in Sudan, it was called Back to School after the first COVID wave hit. And we work quite a bit with the World Bank. This is another project in Kyrgyzstan. And the key outcomes with your priorities is improved communities, better decisions, improved innovation, and also it has an educational aspect that it helps citizens understand how the government is working. By actually allowing citizens to participate, it gives the citizens a unique insight into how government works. And this is also really important because in many parts of the world, including in Europe, democracy is under threat. And finally, we've actually set up a little participation platform for the Tallinn Digital Summit, and this is going to be open until the end of this month, where you can come in and you can add ideas connected to the global gateway, the EU's global gateway, which has been quite prominently discussed here. And here you can check with your QR code and participate directly and even anonymously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. I just saw the platform online as well. I've got a tablet here connected to the Wi-Fi. Thank you. And I was thinking, we've seen so many different solutions over the last few days, both today and yesterday. I remember from yesterday, it was about saving electricity. There was this Ursula mode of how your electric cars can save electricity and money while charging. Would it be fair to use this platform that you provided for Tallinn Digital Summit for these kinds of purposes, so that companies could also put their own solutions there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're actually in the platform we generated for this summit. Then we're actually explicitly asking companies to provide their solutions, to offer their solutions in terms of having sort of an open dialogue about the different solutions that are available, and to help to sort of increase the profile of the solutions and other things, yes.
Well, I think that the topic of trusted connectivity also extends and very much includes the topic of civic participation, digital empowerment of citizens all over Europe, all around the world. And so we rely on all of you to please follow that QR code that you just saw. If you just missed the QR code, you can also enter digitalsummit.ee/Expo 2022. There is a tiny menu button, and then you click on Add Your Solution. So any kinds of suggestions that you can come up with for how to bring the targets of the Digital Summit forward into the next level, very much appreciated. Robert, thank you so much for being with us on stage, and thank you so much to everybody here in the audience, and of course back at home. We will head back to the lunch break. We will head back from the end of the lunch break. We will head back to the main stage, where there will be a panel discussion on paradigms of trust in cybersecurity amidst global conflict. I wouldn't usually mention all the different names that are participating. It's a firework of ministers and other high-level representatives: Singapore, Moldova, Chile, Poland, European Commission. They're all there. So I hope you have a lovely time. Thanks for joining us here at the Expo stage, and we'll see you later. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back. Cyberspace and cybersecurity is something Estonians know about firsthand, as we should. For without cybersecurity, not only our physical continuity, but also our digital continuity would fall out of place. We have discussed the digital continuity in the last place, and this is something Estonians know very well due to the aftermath of the 2007 cyber attacks on Estonia, and we've been taking this more than seriously ever since. Having discussed the role of technology in ensuring that this continuity is still there, we need to focus on keeping our technological advances secure and trustworthy. So to kick off the next block, which is discussions about cybersecurity, we have greetings from our good friends from the US. In a video, we will receive greetings from Ms. Anne Neuberger. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from the White House. My name is Anne Neuberger, and I'm the United States Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies. While I'm disappointed that I cannot be with you today in Tallinn, I'm pleased to be able to join you virtually and share our thoughts on what we have learned with regard to cybersecurity from the Russian further invasion of Ukraine and how we can work together to achieve our digital goals. We know that we must address the most pressing issues of today and tomorrow together, and that we will be best postured to capitalize on new opportunities on our road toward a connected digital future if we take a productive and coordinated approach. The Tallinn Digital Summit is a great place to coordinate on these important topics, and we appreciate Estonia's role as a leader globally, bringing together these important conversations where we can explore and strategize on how to advance our shared priorities. The war in Ukraine has reinforced the value of 3 words beginning with the letter P: preparation, private sector, and partnership, particularly international partnership. Regarding preparation, one of the most impactful steps that Ukraine took was the work it did to dramatically improve the security of its energy grid, the cybersecurity of its energy grid, in the period between 2015 and 2022, leveraging the support of the United States, other international partners, and the private sector. And that fundamental decision to disconnect from the Russian grid and reconnect to the European grid to maintain that resilience. That degree of preparation and active work over a series of years was a key part of the Ukrainians' ability to defend their energy grid. Our second P, regarding the private sector. I recall that first evening of Russia's further invasion, when we were contacted by a private sector firm who had seen first evidence of destructive malware that they were concerned would be deployed. We rapidly connected that firm with other international government partners, and they were able to use their technical global capability to push out cybersecurity protections, not only in Ukraine, but to systems around the world. That global reach and that partnership between governments and private sectors is critical to our effective global cybersecurity. And finally, with regard to the third P, international partnership, we think about the partnership in enforcing international cyber norms and the steps we took together regarding attribution, for example, of Russia's cyber attack against satellite infrastructure in the first days of its further invasion of Ukraine. The reason we, the United States, the European Union, international partners, thought it was important to both attribute that activity and attribute it among a large group of partners was because that is the way we see to enforce international cyber norms, voluntary norms, which remain nascent. International partnership in cyberspace security is integral on the strategic level. First, Working together reinforces the trust that underpins the global internet, the trust that enables online commerce and the sharing of ideas across countries and cultures. Second, malicious actors use similar techniques. By sharing information, we learn from each other about emerging threats and how to thwart them. And finally, engagement is needed, as I noted, to build and promote norms and practices, as we have in other domains, to maintain international stability, promote respect for international law, and prevent conflict. There is work in each of our countries that we are doing to relentlessly focus on securing our infrastructure, our water systems, our power systems, our pipelines at home. That's why we are working to develop a NATO coordination mechanism to better enable allies, to help allies in their time of need. While these capabilities will support cyber deterrence, we must also ensure there are appropriate consequences in place for malicious cyber actors who do not respect norms of responsible behavior. Last year, we saw important endorsements at the United Nations of a framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace in peacetime. But these norms are only impactful if they are implemented, and we must all work together to focus on accountability. We are all in this together. The challenges we face today require closer and faster cooperation than ever before. And we know that pace will only continue to quicken. We must work together with urgency and at all levels, across sectors. I look forward to advancing our collective goals in this way. Thank you, and be well.
For now, we have been discussing innovation on this stage, but the last months and even the last days have shown that the enemy is not afraid to attack our most critical infrastructure. Now it is time to watch and discuss with practitioners what we have learned through all this. And to quote Lisa Best, our National Cyber Director, so we would be secure, resilient, and ready for everything. I'm glad to invite on the stage with me for this panel, Josephine Teo, Jure Durzano, Kenneth Pugh, Roberto Viola, Janusz Czesinski, and the panel will be moderated our very own Johan Lepasar, who is not our very own right now, as he's the Executive Director of the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity. Welcome.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me. Yes, now you can. Welcome back. It's the first panel after the lunch, so I hope that everybody is well nourished. The topic that we are exploring is paradigms of trust in cybersecurity amidst global conflict. I'm honored and pleased to introduce you very briefly the panel. We have Madam Josephine Teo, Minister for Communications and Information of Singapore. We have Deputy Prime Minister Jure Durzano, on charge of digitalization of Moldova. We have Janusz Czesinski, who is the Secretary of State and Government Plenipotentiary for Cybersecurity in Poland. We have Roberto Viola, who is the Director General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology in the European Commission, and we have Senator Kenneth Pugh from Chile. My name you already know. Indeed, I'm the Executive Director of the Cybersecurity Agency for European Union, and my job today is to moderate this panel. Before we start exploring the present, perhaps it's wise to take a few steps back and look at the past and where we come from. Cybersecurity as a discipline has transformed tremendously. Indeed, if I look at the name of my own agency, it started off as European Network and Information Security Agency, and now it's called the Cybersecurity Agency. We are not only looking at how to protect data and information, but also we're looking at security of appliances. We look at security of supply chains. The attacks on our critical sectors and also the attacks against the very foundations of our democracies have forced us to understand and take account the new threat vectors that have emerged. So one question for the first kickoff question for the panel would be really, how do you understand this transformation? What do you see, and how have your governments and the private sector responded to this change of paradigm in cybersecurity in the last decade? And I would like to kick off the discussion by giving the floor to Minister Theo.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be back at the Tallinn Digital Summit. I recall that last year, when I attended the Tallinn Digital Summit for the very first time, it was also on this stage that we discussed for the first time the concept of trusted connectivity. And at the time, I had suggested that given how much our economies have digitalized, it was probably a good idea for us not to assume that all of our investments in cybersecurity have provided enough cover. And so at the time, I suggested that we should perhaps think of our systems as having been breached. And this concept was to assume breach. And so with that as a paradigm, then our actions will have to shift. Our actions will have to shift, from just defending our systems, but also to think in terms of how we can recover from any incidents, and over time, to build greater resilience. Of course, at the time, we did not expect that there would be a war in Ukraine. And at the time, we did not know that its effects would be so wide-ranging if any conflict were to happen. But the turn of events have just demonstrated to us how true these risks are and how much more we have to work together to try and protect our front lines, as the president of the European Commission very eloquently reminded us yesterday, that for modern economies, really protecting the lifelines requires us to put full attention on cybersecurity. You asked the question of how the landscape has changed over the last 15 years. Well, 15 years ago, around this time, we were all quite excited with 3G. And today, if you look at just Singapore, one of many countries with 5G services, we already have 50% outdoor coverage. In fact, as I was landing in Frankfurt, I was quite tickled to see on my phone that it says 5G. And at the same time, 15 years ago, the iPhone was a very new device. It was just about to be launched. And today, you're talking about a company like Facebook having decided to call themselves Meta and having invested in the Oculus and building the metaverse. So the extent of digitalization has picked up speed, and there's no sign of it slowing down at all. What does it mean for ASEAN and my part of the world? If you look at the fact that we have 650 million people, today already more than 350 million, that is a little over half, are already digital consumers. 60 million of them added during the pandemic alone. What is the state of cybersecurity and what are we observing? I can only say that we are all still in catch-up mode. And in my many conversations with counterparts, there is the awareness, and that is the encouraging part. But I think there are still some challenges, and some very important areas are still work in progress. Domestically, I would characterize them as the 3C challenges. The first C is clarity of roles and responsibilities. Quite often, governments have not quite figured out who is responsible for cybersecurity and how to get the work organized. The second is in terms of our capacity to act through legal means as well as regulatory measures to protect our system better. If you do a scan around the world, many countries still operate without a cybersecurity law. And what it also means is that some of our interventions are going to be limited as a result. Rules and regulations aren't everything, but they are a foundation, they are a starting point. And the third C, I would say, is capabilities to act. I think in this regard, we also see some encouraging progress. If you look at a country like Estonia, certainly one can imagine that the cyber attacks would have intensified over the last 9 months, but so far, you've been able to fend it off. So that gives us encouragement that with capabilities, you can actually protect yourself. And finally, I would just say that where the cyber landscape is concerned, there is intensifying international cooperation, but I think there is a lot more that we can do by way of capacity building, by way of also exchange of information when incidents happen, how to support each other in dealing with them better. And I think a very important thing is that we must live in a world where there are rules and norms of responsible state behavior. Yeah. This is still an area that I think has a lot of room for us to improve on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. So on top of the 3 Ps, we now have also the 3 Cs. Yes. Deputy Prime Minister Turtsano, which letters you will give us?
First of all, thank you very much for being part of this discussion on cybersecurity. I have to admit that this capacity is a little bit unusual for me because I used to be the beneficiary of cybersecurity system, being practitioner in development of the digital governance initiatives. And as any other country, we had on our agenda a pretty intensive pack of projects for digitalization, for making things more convenient to people. For many long years, we developed a lot of services, centralized platforms, and suddenly we found ourselves in a situation when our cybersecurity system revealed to us our vulnerability as nation when we confronted these challenges, first of all the pandemic, and we found that the investments we did in digitalization were insufficiently backed up by the measures we needed for cybersecurity. And recently we were under a complicated attacks and very intense attacks from Russia, from a pro-Russian group of hackers, Killnet, on all our infrastructures, and once again we found ourselves kind of unprepared for such challenges. This happened because, and we survived, and why we survived is because we put in place a bunch of centralized services. Moldova being a small country, we had to reinvent ourselves in terms of digitalization. We had to invest more in centralized platforms and to deliver security as part of cloud service delivery, because of most of the services were being delivered as part of the cloud service delivery model. And that was our kind of salvation in case of these complicated and very challenging times. What we have to do, and these 3 Ps, they're very actual for us. So what we did in the very first place when on 24th of February, when we were hit by that war, which we are very much were involved in that because of people coming into our country from Ukraine, and this massive exodus of Ukrainians going through Europe. They came with different technologies for payment, different technologies for presenting their official acts. So we had to create this interoperability, and you never know who you are allowing into the country because of this incompatibility between digital systems. So we had to get in contact with our Ukrainian government and to think on our way what kind of security measures we have to put in place. This led us to the situation when we in a very short time with a team of the Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalization from Ukraine adopted DIA documents, DIA official documents, to be allowed for travelers and for confirmation of and proof of identity. So these incidents, we didn't lose any data, but it is clearly that without any partnership, that's 1P, without partnership with private sector, which is pretty much in our agenda now of cybersecurity, and without the prepared people, we would not be capable to survive the next kind of attacks. We survived this time, but we were exhausted. We were at all our limits. What we are putting in place right now, with help of Estonian government, with the help of e-Governance Academy and European Union, it's a multi-layered cybersecurity system which has a technical layer, institutional layer, legal framework, and even sustainability layer, because in countries like ours, usually cybersecurity is financed using residual model. So this means that if some finance is left, it goes to cybersecurity. If not, then you have no investment in that. And usually nothing is left. So we have to deal with such a complexity. So thanks to partnership and thanks to these discussions, this connection we've made during these days, and I'm here with many colleagues responsible for cybersecurity in the government, we will succeed to create a much more robust cybersecurity ecosystem in our country.
Thank you very much. Deputy Prime Minister, Minister Brzezinski, what is your experience if you look back and you see what your government has done to address these challenges?
There's a very good American film called Jerry Maguire, and one of the most famous scenes in it is when a star player talks to his manager, and he makes one very important personal request: show me the money. And what I've just heard is one of the examples. I think that one of the bedrocks of NATO, the military alliance, which is the fundamental instrument of strength for the Western world, is the fact that to be in NATO, you should contribute toward building your capacity. I think in cybersecurity, we have many answers towards what should be done to improve the resilience and the cybersecurity of our critical systems, of our societies, because all of us can be victims of cyber attacks that, while maybe not being a huge issue on the country level, it is obvious that a lot of this money goes to financing other operations which can then attack our freedom. So I think if we are to be serious about cybersecurity, we have to be ready to invest. Yeah. And there are some politicians on the stage here, so we all know that investment in cybersecurity is not the easiest way to win the elections. But this is why we are elected by our people, to be responsible and to think long term. And if we want to do that, I think we have to be ready to invest in cybersecurity. The Polish government in recent years has invested heavily in creating a military cyber force, which has grown very significantly in the recent years. We have invested a lot in civilian infrastructure, in the health sector. We have invested in better pay for experts, so we will be able to have people that will be on par with the market salaries. And these were things which were hard, didn't bring us any fame, but it is these things that will change the future of cybersecurity in Poland. And I hope that we will have support on the European level to make this happen on a European level as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Director General Viola, you have been in charge of DG Connect for more than 5 years, and you have really spearhead the paradigm shift in cybersecurity personally. Now, looking back, I mean, what are the achievements that you're most proud of, and where are the areas where you believe we didn't really manage to make this shift that is necessary for us to tackle the new challenges?
Thanks, Yuna, and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, if we reset the clock backwards and we look at the European Union, say 10 years ago, we were struggling with the idea to work together. I mean, the idea of setting up a European agency, ENISA, for cybersecurity was a bit contested. And the first law about cybersecurity in Europe, which was the Network Information Security Directive, NIS, was really a painful exercise. I mean, it took more than 4 years to get it approved, because at that time there was what I call the two swimming pool approach in Europe. So, you know, when you go in a wellness center, there's the swimming pool for adults, I mean, people that can swim, and the swimming pool for kids. And the idea at that time was, there was a group of trusted partners, a little group, that was okay. They can go to the swimming pool, have fun, exchange information, and the rest should stay in the swimming pool of kids. And this, of course, history proves every day this is a tragic mistake if you do that. Because, of course, the cyber criminals or state actors will attack the weakest, not the strongest. So we have to be strong all together. But this was the start. And then everyone in Europe understood that this was really serious. It was not just about the nerds, the people that understand. For companies, it was a C-level responsibility. For member states, it was prime minister type of responsibility. And this really made the change. And we had the Cyber Act, which established the mandate of ENISA strongly and introduced cybersecurity certification in Europe. And then more recently, the new NIS directive, which provides uniform protection of all critical infrastructure and stabilizes the cooperation system among member states. No more two pools, there's only one pool, everyone together. And so 5 years for the first one, Cyber Act 2 years, the new NIS directive 1 year. So it also gives you that the level of political resistance started to be much less, and the level of understanding we have to work together much more. And then with the new one, the new newborn baby, which is the Cyber Resilience Act, which is a new European law about the security of every device, we had really everyone standing behind. The other element that changed very much was Europe as a global actor. Again, at the very beginning, I mean, Europe, let's go and have bilateral discussion or be a little bit of multilateral things. You have heard Anne Neuberger speaking about the work we do with the United States to make sure that we are really solid when it comes to attribution, for instance. We stand behind, of course, as a team, all the member states, the European institutions, and really show to those that have intention to attack democracies that we stand united. We stand united with our friends, which are in this panel and in this conference, and we really will be, I mean, every time responding together. And that's, again, something that has changed.
Thank you very much. Senator Pugh, you described during the lunch how Chile is a very tall and inaccessible country. Digitalization has made you much more accessible. How do you see this affecting your understanding of security?
Well, thank you, Jonas. Good evening, everybody. We are a country that is in the kids' pool. It's a very good example on how we are. Chile advanced very fast in digitizing the country with fiber optic, submarine fiber optic, 5G. We're doing it very well, 90% of the population connected. But we found breaches. And one is the talent breach, especially in women. There's a gender breach in women enormous. 50% enter careers, digital careers, 12% is in cybersecurity. Now, our main problem in cybersecurity is because we don't have yet a governance, and we're working on that. We're passing a law in order to create for first time a complete ecosystem. And when I say complete ecosystem, it goes from data protection to protection of critical infrastructure, critical information infrastructure. But you need interoperability. There's no way you can build something without digital trust. And when I say digital trust, it's meaning that you're able to rely on that. To have partners that can be reliable partners, you need first for them to have their own digital infrastructure. And that cannot be done alone. There's no single state that can, well, could be a few, but we need the public-private partnership. So based on public-private partnership and opening the country in order to provide services for everybody, we need then to develop cybersecurity. I joined the Senate 4 years ago. I have my tenure is for 8 years, so I'm in the middle. But before that, I was 4 years retired. I was a naval officer. By trade, I'm an electronic engineer. I became a vice admiral. I went to many operations to fight the world the way we knew it, the conventional war. Now the wars are different, and that's the first conclusion. We are in a physical and digital world, phygital, and it will not spread anymore. So we are all together, and we have to have this concept. So we have to increase the knowledge. The cyberspace is very complex. We all need each other, but we need to trust the ones that are doing it. And for that, if I can say something, it's collaboration. In cybersecurity, you do not compete, you collaborate. And collaboration is essential. For attribution, for instance, everybody can get information and get it. For sharing vulnerabilities, especially the 0 days vulnerabilities, some countries want to keep them because it's a weapon, we understand that. But once you know that there is a threat, we have to act. And specifically for state actors, the advanced persistent threats. And we have seen them fighting every place, even attacking us, attacking our banks, because they get the funding for the Rouge or Black operation. So we are all in the same business. It's not just the war of Russia against Ukraine isolated here. This is a global war, and in the cyberspace it's affecting us. We received an attack, a Russian attack a week ago to our justice system completely and wanting money because, well, they need to collect money all around the world. So everybody must be prepared, and in the way we're doing, we want to be as much as possible as followers of the European Union. We're following the same good practices like the GDPR for data protection, and we are going to have our law. We have just signed a recent law for cybercrime, same as Budapest. So we are the first Latin American country to have a cybercrime law, and we're prosecuting cybercrime. And we're working in order to have all the other standards, most probably all the NIST directives, which are much more, we prefer than the American NIST standard framework. So in that process, we need to exchange experience. And this summit allows to first know people, because now it's much easier to talk to each other and to see that we have common problems, and those common problems we're able to solve. But we're not able to solve by our own, so we need to collaborate. That's the best thing I can say. Collaboration is a must in cybersecurity. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think it was an interesting collection of lessons learned, so to speak, from the past decades. We've heard from Singapore how the very notion that you need to address your own systems from the point of view of zero trust is important now. We've heard how important role the need for interconnectivity plays in driving some of these cybersecurity solutions forward. We heard the importance of the investment that has risen, which is difficult to come by in cybersecurity. We heard how the cybersecurity has transformed itself from a national matter into a collective matter, and also that it is a global issue that cannot be just solved in one corner of the earth. Now, zooming into today, to the present, the biggest shock, of course, was the launch of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. And it's still ongoing. Perhaps too early to draw any observations, but if we can observe something and draw some lessons out of it, what would they be from your perspective? One, of course, remembers that before the start of the Russian war, there was a period where we collectively urged our critical operators to raise their resilience because the threat of a potential conflict was very high. And indeed, they did a lot of stuff in order to make sure that they are capable, that they know what is going on, and they have procedures in place in order to respond if something should happen. Now, 9 months forward, last week, actually 2 weeks ago, I saw an article from Financial Times titled "The Russian Cyber War That Wasn't." So, were we wrong to ask our critical operators to raise their resilience? Did we miss something? Or actually, are we still on the zone of being in the middle of acute danger and we actually should do even more than we've done? Let's start now from the other side, and I would like to give floor actually first to the Director General to give us a European perspective.
Thanks, Johan. You use this nice way of looking at the situation, the war that wasn't, or was it a war, or is there a war? Cybersecurity is not traditional warfare. Things are much more complicated, more blurred. A ransom group might look like a kind of gang, or maybe there's a state actor behind, who knows. Every day we have, and you know better than anybody else, very important ransom attack. Yesterday, 3 important hospitals in Europe have been attacked. So that's why, first of all, we could be happy that nothing devastating happened, but this is not a kind of now let's be relaxed and let's think that everything is normal, because it's not normal, the situation we are living. So we have to remain united, vigilant, and reactive. Reactive means work with the private sector, because there's another element which is very important in cybersecurity. You heard it also from Anna. In traditional warfare, you have professional army. That is your first line of defense. In cyber, it's so complicated that you always need the private sector to step in as quickly as possible, because time was the essence. So what Janusz mentioned before, it's the common reflection that is we are doing on how to create, for instance, the possibility of a fund for member states who have a very rapid access to private sector, and we thank a lot ENISA for this cooperation. So we remain in this phase extremely attentive, extremely vigilant, and we know that the next day could be different from the previous day, and we need to be prepared. The other thing which it's complex, and we continue watching it and trying to mitigate the effects of, is the hybrid warfare which is going on, which was referred to in a panel this morning, information warfare, where the European Union has been firm in the sanctions, for instance, to stop Russian propaganda in the European Union. We try to work again with the private sector with the new code on disinformation to take all the mitigating measures which are possible. And again, this is, of course, a ground which is extremely complicated, because it's about freedom of information, which is one of the things we respect most, all of us here, because we are democracies. So in democracies, it's so complicated to fight the information warfare, because you cannot use the same weapons of your opposite or your opponent. So that's where also we are really active. And again, it's a kind of sophisticated scenario where responses and actions have to be done properly, and with the tools and instruments of democracy.
May I add to Roberto's comments, because they are quite aligned. I think it would be unwise for us to start letting our guard down. I mean, 9 months into a conflict, and I think there are occasions where we feel that the elements of cyber warfare may seem underwhelming. But I will share 2 reasons why I think there are still very high risk factors that we must take into consideration. But first, by way of background, what Singapore decided to do. Although the theatre of action is very far from where we are, we're thousands of kilometers away, we decided that it was important for us to speak out against this war of aggression, simply because it was a blatant violation of the UN Charter and a total disregard of sovereignty, territorial independence, and integrity. So this is not something that we can keep quiet about. And in fact, we decided to also impose sanctions on equipment as well as funding that may assist in the war effort. And also understanding that when it comes to cyber warfare, distance is not a barrier. We do so understanding that there is going to be some degree of risk to ourselves. But it was the right thing to do, and we went ahead with it. But the 2 reasons I think we must not let our guard down is that if you look at how some of the incidents have happened, one thing that is quite clear is that there are spillovers on non-targets that can affect any one of us. A very good example is the Viasat's satellite system being breached. Now, its original intent was to disrupt telecommunications and internet service availability to Ukrainians. But we have also seen how the vector of attack being the routers, resulting in remote access to wind turbines in Germany, being affected for a period of time, and even emergency services in France were affected. Of course, there was a recovery, but it was not as though there was no impact. So this spillover effect into non-targets is not something that we can take for granted. It's satellite communications. In Singapore, we don't rely so much on satellite, but in our part of the world, Indonesia has 17,000 islands. The Philippines, 7,000 islands. Connectivity is impossible for them without satellite communication. So if it can happen here, it can easily happen where we are also. So that's one reason. The second reason is that we've also seen how, well, what could be non-state actors, we don't really know the whole, lineage behind them, but they put themselves out as activist groups. They are clearly supporters of one side and sometimes the other. They can also complicate how the whole conflict unfolds. I think Deputy Prime Minister talked about KillNet. In Asia, Japan was a target of their actions. And I was on constant exchange with my counterpart. And I think they were able to resolve it in a matter of, I think, hours, if not, maybe days. But they resolved it. But still, the risk is non-trivial. I think if countries like ourselves said that, we don't have to worry so much, it's underwhelming, I think that would be a big mistake. Another very important factor, which Roberto also mentioned, is that the disinformation, the warfare that is being perpetrated in that regard, in fact has the risk of being even more damaging. Because it has the ability to weaken resolve, it has the ability to also exploit fault lines within society and cause division that will eventually affect how we treat conflicts that are far away. And yet, in this digital age, we cannot think of the warfare as being far away. We have to think of them as being very close to us, because distance is no barrier. So I think this is something that we have to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, Minister. Well said. Is this why you said, Senator, that the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine is a global war?
Well, cyberspace as a difference of a traditional war where you have missiles that go for 10,000 kilometers. With an internet connection, you can go all around the world. So you can target specifically whatever you want. Malwares being used to attack the electrical grids, they can go anybody. So to contain a certain attack in the world could be difficult. So we have to be prepared for that. The same as the pandemic. The pandemic, when we start with COVID-19, it was just in a small group, but it started spreading. Now, a certain type of attacks and viruses, they can do whatever they know to do in industrial systems. And because of interdependency, it's easy that it goes from one point to another point, not being part of the attack. It's because of the companies are connected. So actually, the dependency that we have, everybody connected, make us more vulnerable. What is the message? We have to be prepared. The weak link could be the attack vector, could be the base where the information is coming from one side to the other. So to prevent that, we need everybody to be at the same level. And for that, not only regulations, we were talking about regulation, we need to do training. One of the first laws we had in Chile was to designate October as a month for cybersecurity, to conduct sort of seminars and to update the information, but also to train, to do national training in order to prevent. Chile is one of the countries prepared for earthquakes. We do earthquakes, 9.5, it's the largest one. But all our regulations change, and people, they don't die. They survive because we're prepared for earthquakes. Now, what happened with these digital earthquakes? Are we prepared? It's not only regulation, we need to train people in order to react in those situations. So if I have to recommend something, it's that. Try to make also national exercise.
Thanks very much, Senator. Mr. Brzezinski, how you hear this, our global partners are saying that they feel the heat the same as you. What does it make you feel like?
Well, in conventional warfare, when you fire a rifle, within 1 second, you know if you hit the target or not. If you are the target, you also very well feel when you're hit. In cyber warfare, there's a good chance that each one of us, as we're sitting here, took some bullets, and we don't know the effects of this yet. I think it would be foolish to assume that that did not happen. And I think if we are serious about our jobs, we have to consider the possible consequences of that, because there's an app which shows you the air raid alerts over Ukraine. And I went back a few days and I looked at, for many days, it was, in some parts it was just maybe 40 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day, some days even no air alert. But then, just this week, it turned to hours, which shows that we have to be ready. And this is, and we also have to be ready not only for the attacks that we might be facing, but for the consequences of the attacks that have already succeeded and we do not know about. This means all sorts of breaches of information, data being compromised, and further processing being done with that information that was stolen from government, military institutions, from businesses. And I think it would not be smart to assume, like the editor of Financial Times, that, you know, like with many other parts of this conflict, that it is on any level over, or that harm that was done was a lot less than we considered that it could be. We do not know the real outcome of this cyber battle yet, and while of course we all hope that it will be for the best, it is how the human brain works. We want things to be all right. And if we don't see them being wrong, then we assume it's going to be all right. But if we are to be responsible, we have to acknowledge that they might not be, and we have to prepare, just like the other speaker said, we have to prepare, and we have to be prepared all the time. And many countries have introduced these measures a long time before the first tanks rolled into Ukraine. And I think that we have to be very strong in the conviction that we cannot let our guard down, because as we also said, this attack can be very quick, and we might not know that it is already being staged and in very advanced. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, do you agree that we haven't seen half of it yet, and we should keep the shields up and prepare?
Absolutely. I think we've learned a lot from this period, time frame when the war started. We were completely unprepared for such a challenge. And now we have some lessons learned which we would not apply during regular or peacetime. So when we were discussing business continuity and the continuous of operation of different authorities, we never brought as an example what if a missile will hit one of the data centers or one of the critical infrastructure of the country. Now that's definitely a feasible scenario, and we have to take care about that as well. So one of the lessons learned, since Moldova is small, since our information data center infrastructure cannot naturally follow all the standards, placing data centers on different tectonic plates or something like that. We have to cooperate with some other nations in order to keep our data still in a safer place. So we would like to implement the digital embassy concept as it is data embassy here in Estonia in such a way that we will still keep our information systems and our information resources under Moldovan jurisdiction, but that would be abroad in a safer place. Also, we will have to be much more vigilant and much more selective in terms of what kind of software we are using. We found ourselves that we used a lot of Russian software for antiviruses, for accounting, which is not that easy to withdraw from the circuit, from being used by most of economic agents. So in case of malicious attacks, that software can be used and can be exploited. Also, we think that partnership is not just a concept which we would like to consider. It is something vital for us. So we are pretty much collaborating with EU just to extend the cybersecurity shield on us as well until we will get on track with our national cybersecurity ecosystem.
Thanks a lot. You outlined already steps that you have drawn, the lessons learned, looking forward. And that's this last question I ask for all panelists. What are the steps that you think that we should now do? And I'll start with Director General Viola, because I know that he has to catch the plane and leave at 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much, and apologies for this. Well, the steps we want to have in the family of the European Union and with our partners is to be strong in 3 directions. We already spoke about governance, which is very important. International norms and governments, trusted friends, also trusted partners in terms of information exchange, reflex to attacks, and the way we should have a posture vis-à-vis the rest of the world. The second element is technology. I mean, this is cybersecurity, it's about technology. So we must be sure that we use the best available technologies, AI, supercomputing, data, to actually spot the weak signal on attack. Sometimes, as Janusz said, the attacker is inside a system for maybe a year, and you don't notice it. And then when the attacker thinks it's the right moment, then you notice it in this pain. So with AI, with supercomputing, you can spot the weak signals. That's why one of our flagship programs in the European Union is to have this network of security operation centers where we can use the best technology and, of course, in partnership with everyone. The third element is about making sure that we can contextualize information. Because one of the things that it's very complicated is to reconcile open intelligence, other things, and have a bit, when something happens, you are bombarded with information. And how to filter it out, how to quickly arrive to a situational awareness that can be shared, it's another point which is very important. And that's why whatever mechanism at European level and international level with partners we can have to have situational awareness almost in real time, it's very important.
It's precisely 2 o'clock, so congratulations on round 3. Senator, what is your lessons learned the way forward? What we should do?
Well, for us as governance for a cybersecurity environment, it's not just an agency. We need everything, even talent, creation of talent, like the one you're doing at Bucharest, the Cybersecurity Competence Center to take all the investigation, or in Leon with the National Institute of Cybersecurity. Talent is the second one. And the third one is training, but training, getting results. I would like my team to be here at Lock Shields and winning it. So if we can do governance of an ecosystem and people, that is the most valuable asset, we're going to be able to face every challenge. Technology will change every year, so we have to be prepared. It's the people the one that we need to be prepared for that. That's it.
Thank you very much. Minister Thiel.
Well, I think all of us can agree that we cannot fight this century's war using last century's tools and weapons. And so I think in a nutshell, all of us are trying to prepare for tomorrow, today. And this extends to our own capabilities, it extends to our own skill sets. And the more we are able to share notes, the more we are able to exchange ideas on how to do this more effectively, I think we're all the better for it. And that's what we should focus our attentions on.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brzezinski.
So I think the most important thing is people, and by people I mean 3 levels. First of all is the leaders that have to have cybersecurity as something which is really important, that they will contribute their attention and resources to, because it is the leaders that decide where all that goes. Second is the talent that we have, both in public and private sectors, to make the most out of the very limited pool of talent that we have in cybersecurity. I have read that we are short 1 million people in this sector worldwide. All these estimates are always some kind of a guess, but I mean, it sounds very alarming. And the third thing is, well, we, the people, to be aware and to be very into the idea that as citizens, we can be affected by cyber threats, and that the cyber threats that we can be affected by can also influence others. And as this is the easiest way to gain the trust of someone else, is to, well, think that it's someone that you really trust on the other side. So I think these are the 3 areas on which I would focus to make the world a more cyber resilient place than it is right now.
Thank you very much. We had a great panel. We discussed about what it means to have trusted connectivity in times of conflict. We heard that in a war of aggression as has been launched by Russia, the conflict is not local, it's global. This is why the global community must act and take a stand on this. And we heard that there are a number of ways how we can protect ourselves and also learn from the ongoing conflict. And if the war is global, also use the globe to protect your assets. They don't have to be always at home. We need to use technology more in order to be able to prepare and detect. We need to invest in people, so we have the talent that we need in order to counter these threats. We heard how important it is to build exchange of information networks in order to understand what comes around the corner so that we are not preparing for the past conflict, but actually looking what would be the future and the importance of leadership in this as well. I want to thank the panel, and I believe they deserve a big applause. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. This was intense. Let me just paraphrase what Minister Jasinski said, that in the physical world, you know when a bullet hits you. In the digital world or in the cyber world, you don't know it. So it's our job as governments to protect our citizens from the cyber bullets as well. But not only, we should also empower the citizens so they would know to protect themselves as well. Estonia has been at the forefront of creating a digital government. To echo the previous discussions, cybersecurity is a key ingredient that enables to exist digitally in the first place. For a keynote speech, please allow me to introduce Minister of IT and Entrepreneurship of Estonia, my boss, Kristjan Järvan.
Dear friends, it's lovely to see you all here in Tallinn Digital Summit. I hope you have enjoyed the flow of information that definitely I have. I'm going to tell you about some lessons learned as a cybersecurity partner for Ukraine. I'm going to tell you a little about the future, how we see it in Estonia, where the digital government should be heading at. But first off, in our sector, walk of shame is defined as when the IT minister is walking on stage with a stack of papers. But now I have a new word for it, and that's resilience, of course. So let's start off. What we have learned from Ukraine is actually, the first one would be that not only countries that are next to Russia have a border with Russia. Actually, every single country in the world has a digital border with Russia. And every country is a border country in the cyberspace. This means that these challenges that we face are not only for Eastern Europe. They are from everybody. And so far, where we have had success is the financial sector, is where they get attacked every day, not to political reasons, but also economical reasons. And let me give you a hint. This is actually where the talent is coming from. They have the know-how, so it's really important to work together with them. The second off is it's a controversial topic because mindset is changing. And the topic is, should we be heading for cloud or not? The classical way of thinking is that, of course, very strict rules for holding information is always better. But when we look what Ukraine did during the first weeks when the war escalated, then it was actually moving servers away from the war. And we saw that actually this kind of infrastructure is being targeted with kinetic force. So if we hold the information that is most dearly to us in the same place where our physical threats are at, then at the same time we hamper our resilience to deal with problems that might arise. And they don't even have to be a war. There can be lots of scary stuff that I don't want to share with you. but the baseline of the solution remains the same. And the third part that I almost hinted already, but let me hint that again, is actually the strong cooperation with the private sector. If you look at our livelihoods, how much we are connected to the private sector services. Even, let me give you an example. Would you be happy that all the information during a crisis you get from the single state media, or at the same time when there's a crisis you would like to be connected with your loved ones? So these are the questions when we are setting up communications, not only providing the right message, but actually decentralizing, working together with the private sector to provide these kinds of services that are actually critical for trust, for the trust to remain in the public sector and between the people. Next off is we see that the cybersecurity landscape has changed a lot. And now the questions are, what are the solutions? So I think you can say in a short that there are silver bullets, but they still cost money. So without money, you can't do anything, basically. And for that reason, we are strong supporter of giving more direct investments into cybersecurity. Estonia just now raised the permanent budget allocations to IT security by 20%. We strongly believe that there should be at least a 10% minimum. Of course, this raises a question like, how do you calculate what is an investment into cybersecurity and what is not? I strongly believe that actually the cyber hygiene begins with architecture. And quite proud of what we have done here in Estonia 20 years ago, or the decisions to move onto X-Road has not only given us a quick way to connect with others in a fast way, provide new services that we couldn't imagine without that. Private sector is using over half of the X-Road traffic. Even startups can actually connect with several databases from the government. But it's also about the security, because when we have unified regulations, this gets more and more secure, more fast, and more resilient when we face crises that we can't foresee right now. And also, I think there is a lot of room for cooperation. We're doing that right now. I have actually seen visually how Estonia is targeted last with computer viruses, because we give information to other countries how to see them, how to fight against them, and it shows visually. I was amazed by this, but I think a broader picture can be defined with old saying by military recon officers, and the saying is that every soldier gives information. Every soldier is a source of information, of reconnaissance, is a sensor. And the same should apply for cybersecurity. We still have the problems where small e-shops are afraid to say that they got attacked. They're afraid to say they get attacked, they got ransomware when they were attacked. If we get that kind of information flowing to the public sector, then we can actually address these issues much more quickly, help those cases, do more analysis, etc. Thirdly, I would like to share the vision of Estonia's future, of the digital government. I'm sorry to say, but Ukraine has done a lot in this sector already. You saw the DIA presentation, like, to sum up, that's the way we are heading. But but still there's room for innovation even in there. And I think the focus in big terms should be less on functionality, new functionality. It should be, like in the private sector, more about usability. That actually it's pleasant to use governmental services. It's, you know where to find them, and we can take a step forward from that actually. And the best UX is no UX. We can do automatically stuff that you actually need. This is how we've used AI as an assistant, and we're taking a step forward. Doing stuff automatically behind, it's connected with the event services that I think several of member countries are developing right now. We're pushing for pilots right now. I have 10 seconds more, but I'm just going to go on. Doesn't stop me, like the e-government. But yeah, the main concept would be that the government services should be there where the citizens are. If they are at home using their fridge, a smart fridge, the government should be, you should be able to connect with your government there if you want to. To sum up, I'm quite, I would say, results-driven. And when I heard this panel talk about being constantly ready for the next thing, I don't think we'll be ready for the next crisis. But what we can do is have an architecture that gives us opportunity or freedom of maneuver, as military guys say, and the trust. So again, the thought I was thinking about for the past 2 days is why this event feels so good, honestly. Because is it because the organizing team is so good? Probably, but I think the second pillar for that is actually that the need has risen. The need for these kinds of conferences where we meet, where we shake hands, when we agree upon systems that we are going to implement when the crises are going to hit us, and when we stand together supporting Ukraine. I think Europe has done a great job on this so far, and we're going to keep on heading that way. These are the KPIs that we should measure with these kinds of conferences, these kinds of summits, or festivals, if you count yesterday's party. But this is how we build trust. This is how we, and together with trust, actually there are quite technical guys here, and we can see this peak time infrastructure ideas, not only cables, not only satellites, but much, much more. And so the KPIs truly are, next year we want to see more trust, more capabilities, more connectivity. And I won't abuse your time any longer. It was truly an honor to have you here. I hope you've learned as much as I have. All the best. Thank you.
I have a few phones here. I don't know if anyone would like one. Let's see if they're locked or unlocked. There's one more. I don't know. Someone who goes to the airport might just, take them with them just in case. But to paraphrase what our minister said, we all have a digital border with Russia. If we don't have a physical border, we do have a digital border. And that's why it's our job as government to invest more in cybersecurity. We need to all increase our investments into cybersecurity. Before we head to our last block of sessions, I'm happy to announce we also will have our last break. This will last until 15 minutes to 3, so until 2:45. We still have the expo ongoing. The current topic is cybersecurity and safe documentation innovations. Have a smoothie, have some snacks, enjoy the last break, and I will see you soon, 2:45 up here again. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Expo stage. The main moderator, Sandra, just mentioned have a smoothie, have something else, a nice snack perhaps. I hope that you're all nicely loaded up and ready to go for the discussion during the coffee break. As Sandra already mentioned, we are talking about cybersecurity and safe documentation innovations. Now, that is obviously quite a specific, but at the same time very wide field. And we will have 3 companies represented that will tell you more about what exactly they do and what kinds of innovations they bring to the scene. So let's welcome on stage, first of all, the CTO of Lever ID, Sean Aries, the Director of Business Development of CertTrace, Waqar Ahsan, and the CEO and founder of Avocado, Marianne Hagström. Ladies and gentlemen on stage, lovely to see you. Of course, we will have time for some statements and so on, but first I think we have a small introductory video so that we can take a closer look at the companies.
Lever ID provides a future-ready, highly secure digital identity and signature platform. Their cutting-edge product offers a single access point, whether remotely signing a contract, logging into your e-bank, or even voting in your local elections. The CertTrace solution provides the blockchain-powered document digitalization, archiving, and sharing technology. The idea for innovation originally came from the aviation industry, where paper certificates of conformity are still sent around the world along the entire supply chain. Avocado provides a digital workspace for contract lifecycle management that helps to save time and resources. Their developed solution helps to create and collaborate on documents from a single platform at every stage of document lifecycle.
So Sean, we've just heard a few snippets about Lever ID, but I'm sure there is more to the story than 2 sentences. Perhaps you can fill us in.
Yeah, thank you. Again, my name is Sean Aries. I'm the CTO of Lever ID. And our product, as was mentioned in the video, is we're a future-ready digital identity and signature signing platform. One of the other key technologies that we integrate into our service is remote identity validation, or in other terms, KYC, if you're more familiar with that term. Our technology utilizes a couple of really cool features that don't exist in the space yet. We're utilizing a next-generation encryption technology called Edwards elliptical curve math to create our digital identity solution. And with that, partnered with our remote identity validation solution, we're able to provide our product to currently around 158 countries around the world, which is much more than the typical PKI infrastructure company that services about 3 to 4 countries or regions. So our goal is to take the technology that has existed here in the Baltics and bring it to the rest of the world. Yeah.
Very well. We will move on to questions later, but perhaps first, Waqar, you can tell us more about CertTrace.
Yeah, thanks. I'm from Tracert, and I am Director of Business Development at Tracert, and our product is CertTrace. So what we do basically is we use blockchain technology to digitize documents. But we were like, why should we stay only there? So we're constantly innovating, and what we're doing now is basically we're putting our efforts into new technologies, which is we're turning data graveyard to data soil. Well, what is that? Well, basically what is that? It's our effort to make sense of data that's already there. It could be like papers, it could be digital documents, it could be any kind of data. And that data is just screaming to tell some kind of story. The only thing we need is understanding. But once we understand it, then we can solve so many future problems that by making better decisions, on-point decisions, and being efficient and fast. So this is the thing that we're doing. And also, there's a big project going on at Horizon, Horizon project. And they're also looking forward to towards new technologies that are helping, that would help reduce carbon emission in the world. And I think our technology can help that. How? By understanding the patterns, how can we make better decisions? And if we make better decisions, then we'll be more efficient. And once we'll be more efficient, there'll be automatically less carbon emission. So yeah.
So that's a very roundabout way of looking at all of these different aspects, environmental impact, security as well. Very interesting. Mariana, tell us more about Avocado. You are the CEO and founder, so you should know a bit or one piece or two about what they do.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Mariana Hagström. Yes, I'm a founder of Avocado. And I mean, what we are bringing to the table, in addition what the gentlemen were just sharing here, is a new innovative document format. We see in Avocado that our world needs a paradigm shift. I mean, when we are working with the connectivity, with the data, collaboration with different parties, then we have to support also a connected data layer, the workflows, and we have to bring all this data visible to all the counterparties and help companies to be more efficient. So when we are talking about new document format, it is a layered document format where the other systems could top up their platforms there, and companies in this platform could integrate any system to understand the data there. So basically, when we're making it a very practical example, then let's say when I need to manage a relationship in our revenue operation or in a people operation or legal operation, all these documents consist of different stages and a lot of data. And when we are just stepping from one stage to another, then we have to give that also data connectivity, data integrity, and make this data scalable so that every step we are taking further, either to the blockchain or verifying parties which come to that document, then we have to enable that. And that's what we are solving. In general, very much business operation and process-related activities, but it enables future for the internet, for the digitalization, everything what's happening around AI, blockchain. So that's, we see we are changing the paradigm just in the ground, in a document level.
It's very nice that this last panel here at the Expo stage, sorry to break those news to you, this is the last one, it sort of brings us back to the core of trusted connectivity. Having the connections, having the flexibility, the interoperability approach to make sure that whatever solutions the client would like to combine, that's a possibility. Before we delve into the here and now, I do have to ask one quick question to Bakar. Aviation history. That's the background of the company, as far as we understood from the introductory video. Of course, now you are promoting it as a more widely usable solution. How did you make that step?
Well, the history is really interesting. So what happened was that when Bill Haller, the CEO of the company, he started Tracer. So he says that when he started the company, so the aviation company, when he worked in that company, then he says that he did not bought the aviation company, but he bought a paper company because there was so much paper in there. So imagine that. So then I think at that point the seed was in his mind, and so then he was like, okay, now what can I do to make it better? Because there's a real problem there. He was dealing with that, and so then he started Tracer. And because of this, I think because we have first-hand experience, that's why we understand our clients even better. And that's why we're providing better solutions, and that's why every single day it seems like we're improving really fast. More clients are happy with us, more good reviews. And by the way, I don't want to spoil anything, but we have big partners. We're talking with big people, and in Estonia, I want to say this, that we'll be huge. We'll be huge in few months. You just wait and watch. Yeah.
Sounds promising. Perhaps one question that always arises in my head when we talk about the adoption of new standards, as you mentioned, also for Avocado, but also for Lever ID, quite relevant, I think, is the time that most people, and at the end of the day, companies, organizations, so the public sector, of course, they're run by people. How do you seek to sort of bridge that gap and speed up the adoption time of a new standard that you hope to set, as far as I understand? Who wants to go first?
Yeah, it's a good question because, I mean, the biggest thing we have to fight is the change, and this change should be very natural to the businesses as well to adopt. So we shouldn't like change like process and operation so much, and this layer should be invisible to the company. So basically, I mean, when we were hearing the talks in the expo area yesterday as well, and we were talking and hearing about blockchain, I mean, it should be for the end users invisible. So you don't feel like, I mean, working with some kind of different format, which is totally new for us. But it is making life so much easier. And once you experience it and you see that you can use this data connectivity trust and using document format, which basically communicates with any platform or any other step you're taking in one business relationship, you're in, basically.
Yeah, and one more thing I just want to say, I have used Avocado, even though it seems like on paper we're competitors, but their service is amazing. And you guys are doing an amazing job. And when there are certain people when we're talking to them and there are certain contracts, and they ask us, would you be fine if we send you, because they know we're searchers, and they send, would you be fine with Avocado contracts? We're like, yeah, totally. They have amazing product. We would love to use that. So, yeah.
Wonderful.
So with Lever ID, our remote identity validation is kind of one of the most innovative parts of our new technology. In current PKI infrastructure type authentication and signature platforms, you know, the user has some in-person portion of that process, and this is to prove their identity to a state authority before certificates or an identity is generated for them in a global space. And so we're utilizing some facial recognition technology to help us remotely identify our users, because remote identity validation is definitely the next step. It allows much more comfort that a user can get registered, sign up from their home in the comfort of their own home instead of having to deal with a state organization. But at the same time, it comes with some new challenges to be able to defeat some of the technology problems. So one of the simplest things to explain is identical twins. Using facial recognition technology and identical twins creates problems. And there's a lot of those little caveats that exist within the industry that we're working to remediate.
So when we look at the bottlenecks that you face in terms of distribution and sort of widespread adoption, is it, I guess for you guys, it's more on the business philosophy and business model side. For you, it's perhaps more government regulation. Can you run me through sort of what you deal with on a daily basis?
Well, for us, we have a lot of regulations and standard within the EU. You know, we have to, we're hoping to become a qualified trust service provider, which requires us to follow eIDAS guidelines and a lot of SD guidelines. So the majority of our product is pretty well regulated with law inside of the European Union. But our product also plans to do business outside of the European Union. And what we can do there is we can bring those same standards of quality and security in our product to regions of the world where this type of stuff doesn't exist yet. And even though they might not have local laws or local regulations, you know, around digital identity or digital signature platforms, we can use that golden standard, which is the EU digital signature.
I think we've seen some wider adoptions. Just as an example, the GDPR, where Brazil and other Latin American countries are now taking this as an inspiration, because it doesn't make sense to have 1,000 different standards that are dealing with the same problem at the end of the day. And obviously that would help companies like those present here on stage today as well. You wanted to add something, or?
Yeah, I would say that to deal with that, what I have noticed is that what you do is you do partnerships with different companies. I think it's always good to work together than against each other. So that's we're open to doing, and I would love to work with Avocado. We're already in talks with Lever ID. So that's amazing. I think that's what digitalization brings: harmony to the world, synergy to the world. So yeah.
You have a thought? I see you nodding a lot, very active.
I'm just agreeing. So, I mean, every time, I mean, with Avocado currently, we don't need to work much with the compliance issues we are basically helping our customers to onboard them and creating these digital document formats and set up the workflows, integrating data flows. I mean, bringing them back to the business, bringing them business intelligence, doing the really work what matters, not inserting manually data into the different systems, uploading, downloading, and putting your time into very no-value jobs.
Perhaps a question to all three of you. What does your average client look like right now, and where do you think there are still a lot of, where is there a lot more potential where you think, well, this should be an excellent use case for our product, but perhaps it hasn't picked up yet for one reason or another?
For us, our perfect customer right now is any kind of business that needs to validate the identity of the customer that they have, and is also looking for a product that can handle creating secure authentication with their applications and secure digital signatures. So we are able to come in and provide that identity management, provide the authentication management, and provide their signature. So that's our ideal customer in the moment.
For us, our ideal customer is, it could be businesses, it could be government organizations, NGOs. I think any business, anybody, any kind of entity that needs their data, their documents safe and secured, like with the highest kind of security, I think those businesses, those people, those governments are our clients. And also because right now we're also innovating, as I mentioned, data graveyard to data soil. I think this is really important because what's going on is that with that data, they'll be able to understand what that data means. You know, like right now it's just there, dead, and it's like to me it's like the data is screaming. It's like just do something to me and learn from your own mistakes. So in the future they'll also be benefiting from that as well. Very soon though, very soon.
For us, our clients, I mean, basically, I mean, in this room, our clients, like we said, but I mean, we are working with the growth companies who are scaling their revenue operation, people operation, legal operation, compliance, and they are mostly working like globally. They have offices around the world, and they need to keep their functions on the same page, the data, everything in the same place. Like in the introduction we said, we're keeping all this action and even integrating with your guys' systems. Just we need one workspace where everything is running and you can keep up to date.
This reminds me of, we're slowly drawing to a close, you may notice, time-wise, but this reminds me of the previous conversation that I had with Robert Bjarnason, who was here on stage for the Citizen Foundation, and sort of the different solutions that we can suggest to sort of advance the goal of trusted connectivity. To me, this combination of you three people here on stage seems like an excellent sort of collaboration area where this could really take place. So I hope that you will add your solutions to that table as well, and that the people in the audience will vote on that accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure to share the stage with the three of you. Please give a round of applause to the last panel of today.
By the way, I want to say, dude, Florian, you're doing an amazing job. I love that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, and this brings me to arguably a very sad moment. This is the end of the last coffee break. This is also the end of the expo stage for Tallinn Digital Summit 2022. We have, of course, still some discussions and events going on the main stage. We will have coming up a fireside chat about the growing potential of digital public goods. We will have the CIO of the Estonian Ministry of Economic Affairs and other people, the Nordic Institute for Interoperability Solutions, the Foundation for Public Code. So many interesting discussions going on there. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for staying with us online and here in person, of course. I wish you a lot of fun at the main stage, and it's a very, very lovely good afternoon from me. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to this last block of sessions, but definitely one of the most interesting ones. We have talked about cybersecurity recently this morning. We talked about energy security yesterday, and we have thought we should keep things closer together, more tight-knit, and try and protect us from the outside world. The topic we're going to open now has a bit of a different opening to it. We're going to discuss digital public goods, digital public infrastructure. Some say the more open, the better. And these are about delivering tailor-made digital governance solutions to those who actually need it. We will proceed with 2 discussions. First, a fireside chat led by our government CIO, and followed by a panel, which I will introduce to you later. But for now, please allow me to invite on stage Lucas Ilves, our government CIO, together with Ben Cerveny and Ville Servio. Welcome.
Good afternoon. So as Sandra said, we're going to round out the day with a topic that is really near and dear to Estonian hearts, which is to play on this theme that our minister touched on, how we really go from merely cooperating to building things together. And one of the things that tends to get lost in theoretical and political discussions is a view of best practices and case studies. So what we thought we'd do here is to take 2 positive case studies of how digital public goods are working today, the Foundation for Public Code and NIS, and just let the directors or the heads of these 2 organizations talk a little bit about what the organizations are, what they do, why they work, and what needs to happen for them to work better. And what I ask you to do is to think of these as 2 case studies of a movement that, in our view, is starting to take hold much more broadly. So as was mentioned yesterday, at the sidelines of this meeting, we've had a number of meetings of the ITU-led GovStack initiative. It's not just the ITU, it's a whole lot of partners, which aims, in a sense, to build digital public goods on a global scale. And I think that the work that the Foundation for Public Code and NIS have done, in a sense, are trailblazing, where GovStack and others hopefully will follow. And then the idea of the discussion with ministers and Director General that my colleague Nele will lead will effectively be to ask, if these are some positive examples, what can we do to scale this up? But that's all to come. I want to start off by just turning first to Ben, and then to Ville. And first of all, just introduce to us your organization. Starting with Ben, what is the Foundation? Well, who are you? What is the Foundation for Public Code? What do you do?
Well, thank you so much. I have come from a history of working in Silicon Valley and with companies there, and followed sort of the rise of the internet in general as a technology that has sort of suffused all of our activities in the public and private sphere. And through this work, I've sort of slowly moved to the realization that a lot of the things that I considered, initially part of things like Web 2.0 and things that were being offered by the private sector were actually more like infrastructure rather than technology. In fact, one might say that people invent things all the time. For the first 30 years, we call them technology, and then if they work, we call them infrastructure. And we're now at this moment with network services where we're going over this threshold into infrastructure. And when that happens, there are a lot of changes that need to occur around inclusion and accountability and transparency. And so the work that we're doing at the Foundation is really about understanding how to help public organizations collaboratively build adaptable and sustainable open digital public infrastructure. So the idea is that in this work, we're bringing together networks of public administrations that either have built tools for themselves already that they realize that they need to create a system of sharing around in order to keep them sustainable and move them forward into the future, or to find new use cases that multiple public administrations understand the value of pursuing and go into collaborations together in order to achieve. We call this process that we move forward with these products code-based stewardship. And code-based stewardship is kind of a way of bringing a lot of the techniques and tools that were evolved in the private sector that have empowered companies like Google and Facebook to achieve the massive scale of productivity that they have, bringing that into networks of public administrations collaborating. And core to that is the idea that you build a vehicle that these code bases inhabit, which can be an NGO or a department within a public organization, that has a shared governance model, that has a way of technically integrating contributions to the code base from many actors, which is a very hard process and is kind of the core, almost a new industrial revolution that's taken place in the private sector already. That's how you have 80,000 programmers working on one code base, for instance, inside of Google or some of these places. This needs to now be translated to a network of public administrations that are procuring services from an ecosystem of support and system integrator vendors to build individual products that then can be taken forward into the future in a coherent way. And so this kind of ecosystem building, the roadmap of feature development, and the system of vendors as a whole become sort of almost like a rhizomatic network of lots of different interdependent actors that it turns out that software at this scale is actually made of people. It's made of a community. A lot of times you'll see code bases that are made in open source and are highly effective for a number of years while the initial funding is there, and then they sort of become a website, with no one active on it. And so what we've realized is really building this system of collaboration, which is really made of the stakeholders within the partnership organizations, and the process that moves that forward, both in code bases and community, is how we really advance that. But the sort of core piece of this whole project is something we call the standard for public code, which I have an old-fashioned physical copy here to demonstrate. And this is not an ISO standard, technically, but instead a set of criteria that can be used as a guidance for code bases that realize that they would like to achieve the capability of being replicated by partners and becoming a sustainable project across a network. And so there's, sort of our work often is to work with public administrations who have these tools that they have implemented a lot of times for themselves, but don't necessarily, aren't ready to see the light of day with partners. We help them get to documentation, good product sort of representation, awareness among our network, and then also we use it to evaluate continuously code bases so that they can be, continue to evolve and grow in a way that's useful to everyone. And that also is very much a project of making sure that people are willing to recommit code that they develop on their own after they've replicated it. The real value of open source comes when people merge those changes back into the code base and make sure that there's an ongoing sort of metabolic process of people going off and procuring new parts of the service and then reintegrating those into a product as it goes forward. So we have seen this kind of success happen in many different sectors, and a lot of really successful vehicles that accomplish this, of which I think NIS is one of the primary examples about how this can work successfully. So I'm really happy to be up here on stage with Villa.
Ben, if I can ask you, just a quick follow-up to talk a little bit about the foundation. I know you work a lot with cities. Can you give us an example of a software product or a tool? If I'm the city of Amsterdam, what do I get from you guys besides cool standards?
Cool standards are great, but then also the idea, so Amsterdam has built products like Signala, which is their sort of Open 311-like system, which is about having people use various different messaging strategies to tell the city about problems in the road or things like that they can report. And that code base is now being replicated across other cities, and we're helping them build that sort of framework for collaboration. The literal tools for community building, like messaging applications and forums, also the code-based stewardship part of the process of actually running the repositories where the code base is kept and managing how all that stuff is integrated and put out there, but then also help with when they initially built the product, well, not just in this case, but in almost every case with these code bases, they need to be able to explain the value to someone other themselves, because a lot of these public administrations, it is not in their remit to speak with their peers. They're busy helping their citizens. So somebody inside of Amsterdam, once they build a product in open source that is going to do something like, for instance, parking services is another thing that they've built, really a fantastic app that's built on Linux that has cameras attached to cars that read the plates and a touchscreen system that can be installed as a kiosk. And all of this is an open hardware specification, open software, but they didn't have the wherewithal within their Amsterdam city government to go to other cities in the Netherlands, much less elsewhere in the world, to say like, hey, we really would love you to use this tool as well so that we can share the burden of maintaining it and moving it forward with new features. And so it's really this organizational process building, the standing up of a vehicle for a code base is really sort of the whole project.
Cool, so I'm going to turn to Ville now. Maybe full disclosure, I'm on Ville's board for NIS, as in my capacity as the Estonian government CIO. So we, of course, we're one of your stakeholders, and basically we co-founded you initially with the government of Finland. Well, tell everyone why we started you and what you've been up to.
Yeah, so I guess that everyone in the room knows well the story of Estonian X-Road. So NIS was originally built upon that story and idea of Estonia's X-Road and Finland joining that collaboration. But actually nowadays it's something much more. So what we talk about with NIS is a collaboration led by Iceland, Finland and Estonia together. I like to read it in this order once in a while because our members have a neck for stick. So it's truly a European collaboration. We have had developers from several countries. It's really international work we do. And of course, X-Road is our flagship product. It remains as such. We see its strength still. The ecosystem model of X-Road is really unique. And when we talk about X-Road in the context of NIS, we have to remember that it's actually much bigger than we are. So X-Road is going worldwide strongly. We now have 20 ecosystems deployed around the world. We have a community in which we have over 100 countries represented, over 2,000 members discussing X-Road in our community Slack. And we just counted that the current deployments are actually reaching 200 million end users worldwide. So when we think about the story of X-Road of Estonia as a small nation, so please forget it. It's working in countries with population of 50+ million, and it scales up. So X-Road is definitely the flagship thing, and then we are also working on Harmony e-delivery access. It is our latest product, which is for joining the e-delivery policy domains. And we are just starting up with Harmony, and we are actually looking for more organizations to deploy it and try it out. But anyway, that's the thing we are doing now. So we facilitate the collaboration, we work on the development of X-Road and Harmony e-delivery access. We are doing research with plenty of institutions, including universities, other research organizations. I actually want to mention that we recently published our latest paper, which is European Interoperability Landscape Report. You can find it in our website, nis.org. And it's covering the developments of cross-border data exchange in Europe and what type of initiatives we will see in the future. So yeah, that's how I would summarize NIS. Plenty of research, development, 2 wonderful products, and we are really happy about X-Road.
One of the things when we talk with other governments about NIS is there's, of course, 2 layers. We talk about X-Road and how wonderful it is, and by the way, if anyone needs an interoperability tool, it is the best in the world, and NIS, Ville and I can give you the sales pitch. But there's another layer there, which is, for me, it's a business model of what we've done with X-Road. I mean, if we go back 10 years, it was a piece of software procured by the Estonian government, uniquely for use in Estonia, and we took this leap of faith of saying we're going to, along with Finland initially, hand over the procurement of this core piece of how government in Estonia works to you, and basically let you gather the specs and the requirements from RIA, our agency, the equivalent agencies in Finland and now Iceland, put together the specs. Yes, we have a seat in the board, but basically, let's be very clear, you run the show, and then you get a chunk of money from us, from Finland and Iceland, and you go procure it, and then we have to implement what you've procured. I actually think, sometimes I look back at that and I think it's remarkable that it works. So I don't know if you just, maybe open a little bit just the nuts and the bolts of what that actually looks like from your perspective and what you have to do to keep me and my colleagues, Andrei and Jarkko, happy.
Yeah, I would say that the way how NIS operates as a non-profit association funded by governments, I think it's an excellent model because it's giving us some of the flexibility needed these days when we work with some digital solutions, software. We operate like, I would say, like a startup, but just avoiding the risks of the startup, so that's a priority for us. But anyway, we are a very agile, small organization. We have 5 people on board NIS, so really small organization, and a development team of 7 to 8 developers working on X-Road. And yes, we organize public procurements to get the vendors to work for us, but we maintain this process, so we own the process. Everything related to development is in our own hands. So we have all the environments, we have all the software needed. So when there is a change of vendor, it is very easy and flexible to go on with the new companies. So I think the way how we operate, it's really an example I would recommend also to others to try out. It's really something that works. On the other hand, I'm sometimes thinking that it's also a bit alerting to see that in this type of work for public sector, we can more easily run things in a non-profit association than the actual administration could. When I hear about how much of different types of limitations there might be in public administration in some cases. So that's also one thing to think about. How could we actually take the best practices also to go throughout the administration in every country? That's also a question. How can we change the old processes?
So a question to both of you. I mean, both NIS and the Foundation for Public Code, you're doing great things. There are great tools that are coming out of this. Your stakeholders are happy. You've also both been around for a while, and I guess my question is, given that, why don't you each have hundreds of members? You know, what's challenging and what's difficult about scaling up membership or scaling up a product portfolio using this kind of model?
Well, I would say that there is definitely at least from our perspective, working with open tools, you know, there's a lot of, you know, sort of uncertainty about procuring open tools. And I think that is, you know, something that we're getting over. Particularly, I think the foundation plays a part in that process because a lot of times, you know, there's this issue around service contracts, SLAs, things like that, where it's like, who is responsible for this? You know, what if we implement it? Where is there a there? And you know, this is one of the things that's nice about the model of either, you know, we will be doing stewardship ourselves over, you know, code bases, but also helping form these organizations like NIS that are piloting these things, that have a governance model, have a technical steering committee. People can sort of have this legibility into what the application actually is and will become, and they understand what their relationship in terms of this, you know, sort of control architecture that you just talked about, they're contributing to and getting back something, and they can recognize what that is in the process. And so I think we've kind of turned a corner recently. I mean, this year, we've heard a lot about digital public goods and digital public infrastructure, and I think it's now, you know, the value of having this type of sharing model is really sort of dawning on people about the possibility for collective activity in the public sector, which may be, interestingly, the sort of the final form of open source itself, because for a long time in Silicon Valley, of course, the early days of open source was this kind of hyper-libertarian, you know, sort of you get to control everything yourself model, and now we're kind of have moved into a phase where it's actually, you know, recognizing the fact that almost all public administrations have common goals in how and what they're doing to serve their citizens and organize their affairs, and that, you know, creates this incredible opportunity to, you know, build very functional tools that go across that.
I still want to get nuts and bolts. I mean, and we'll get to Ville too in a minute. Like, you're going to a city, a country that is doing open source, and you're saying, join my framework and come on board. What are the things that hamper that or get in the way?
Well, I mean, if you're talking to technical resources, often it's the sort of not invented here paradigm of like taking on, you know, like this, the sort of risk that you guys shared in taking on code bases from each other, from you know, Finnish and Estonian government, and to enter larger collaborations. There's a similar issue of, especially among G7 countries that feel like they, you know, need to maintain agency over, you know, what it is that they're putting out there as service architectures. And so, you know, this idea of building the, you know, trusted connectivity, which is the theme here, obviously today, is about, you know, doing the hard work, which is to build the trust between these agencies that are doing the generation of code bases that can then do that. But we haven't yet reached that threshold where the comfort is there to say like, oh, we understand the value of this.
We were talking before about the work you're doing on Notify frameworks, which Liam, I don't know if he's in the room right now, invented 10 years ago. Anyways, I was going to give Liam a shout out. But so, talk a little bit about that as an example of some of these challenges.
Well, there are a number of tools that GDS, as the government digital services in the UK government, was a leading sort of provider of citizen-facing services. They launched a whole series of reforms in their sort of tooling of these systems about 10 years ago now, and those, for a long time were sort of the most recognized before, I think, Estonia's arrival on the scene as an e-state. The GDS was often referred to as the kind of blue chip, sort of reference implementation. And so now the realization is that, a lot of these tools serve the similar needs for other countries. And so we've been talking to the people at GDS. Well, GDS has already replicated, the code base of Notify has replicated to the Canadian government and now to the US government and others. And this process, we're in a critical moment as these, what we call forks, are happening. People are downloading the code base and implementing it. And the question is, can we form an international community that then does the second half of that, which is the merge, which means that they're going to all start improving the service and meeting the needs of their own citizens, which makes the tool overall more adaptive. And then those things, if they can be returned to a core code base that represents Notify as a global resource, then that is even more useful for the next set of potential implementers when they come along.
It's a challenge of not just sharing, but actually making sure that as we share, we keep moving together. So, Milla, I mean, you're shepherding a community formally of 3, but really, as you said, of 20.
Yeah.
How are you keeping them together?
Yeah, it's a few things that I wanted to also touch in Ben's comments. So first, you mentioned the must be built here thing. Mm-hmm. I'm really happy you mentioned it because that's also very familiar to us. And if I think about X-Road and NIS and how we get to work with new governments or new organizations and how we get X-Road used worldwide, I find that it's pretty easy outside of Europe to find good use for X-Road. But in Europe, it's getting more difficult because NIS is built around X-Road and the governments are evaluating how much is the likeliness that they might utilize X-Road or not. And getting someone to join an organization which is investing in one product, it's getting more difficult in that way. So as Lucas knows well, we are discussing the alternatives for the future of having different products, like a portfolio of products, and having possibilities for different types of developments, because we have seen that the NIS model works well. So it is just a question, which products should we have? Should we have an increasing number of different types of digital solutions, software, whatever it is? And what we still have learned with X-Road is that we have the community, and we find that the open source role of X-Road is really important, also for our members directly, because what we get through it is lots of user feedback. We get information from around the world about how it should be developed in the future. We get really valuable contributions occasionally, not as much as we would like to, but anyway, we get. And about the open source role, I would add that if I think about the discussions I'm having in Europe about X-Road and about open source in general in digital government, I think European governments often say that we love open source, we like it, we want to promote open source, we want open source, whatever. But what it means is that you do the same project as before, you release as open source, but one step is missing, reusing. So checking what already exists. So had plenty of discussions during several years, hearing the same story. One country is developing API catalog, service catalog, digital mailbox, data exchange platform. All things are exactly the same, but it must be built here. And that is the European dilemma. If I look what's happening in Latin America, for example, it's very fast deployments of X-Road. They take a solution, they deploy it effectively, and they are happy with it. So I'm just asking that, do we have too much of criteria in Europe? Are we too happy building things? I don't know. You can decide what is the reason behind it, but this is how I find it. It's, I think we have more space for working together in Europe, finding solutions together, building together, sharing, reusing open source software.
This is a question that I hope the next panel with Mario and Ivan and Veronica can look at critically. Yeah. But just to pick on you a little bit more, I mean, have there, within the community that you have, I mean, have there been tensions here where you've got a situation where you've got different stakeholders with different requirements? What's the business case look like? I mean, clearly there are returns to scale, but it must be the case that 3 countries or 20 has some overhead that you don't have with one country building it. So if you kind of had to reduce the business case for X-Road or for Harmony e-delivery into a 3-sentence pitch, how would you do that?
Yeah, actually, you gave me 2 questions at once.
Yeah. For doing the products together, I should say, not for the products themselves.
Yeah. Well, one thing I wanted to mention about the community related to that question, when NIS started in 2017 in autumn, I met with some people who say that they don't believe NIS exists next spring. And I was asking, why is that? Because they didn't believe that 2 countries could actually agree on the business case and the requirements and finally make it work that way in the future. And then I've heard the same story about the community. So people saying that, oh, but you have the global community. How can you get these people to do the thing together? Because they have so different needs. What has been the lesson to me is that actually people have quite similar needs. We are just imagining that everyone is so different. They have totally different things they would love to do. No, it's all the same. So what we find is that X-Road has the real business case in providing the best available solution in the market for building your ecosystem for data exchange. I repeat, ecosystem. It's not about technology. So often we end up discussing technology. When we go and talk about X-Road, it's typical to get some counter-argument or idea that it should be built differently or there should be some of the latest technologies involved. Typical question is there blockchain in X-Road or whatever? But it's not about the technology side, it's about the ecosystem side, the concept, the model which is working, how you manage your national ecosystem, how you run the processes, how you make the administration work smoother and finally effectively and saving money. And that is the business case of X-Road.
Well, I was just going to say that part of what this kind of distributed kind of ecosystem and community model, community of practice around an application and this shared roadmap means that you do go into procurement in your local economy to build out specific work packages from the roadmap. And so in that way, that sort of overcomes a little bit of this, the not invented here problem, because you develop literacy in the application. I think a lot of people are afraid that they won't have the, excuse me, they won't have the native capacity to actually pull off the changes that they're hoping to make to the code base if they don't have people locally. And so having an economic ability to bring, to focus your procurement on the changes that you want, you can make something like a distribution, essentially. Like, some applications when they propagate, excuse me, OpenFisca is a open financial management application that, moves from country to country. When it enters a country, the first replicator in that country has to make some changes that comply with whatever the financial administration requirements are in that country. But now you have a distribution that means the next city or the next state inside of that framework of requirements now can replicate faster. And so you end up with these things that are not necessarily forks, but they're streams that are maintained. They each have a sub-community of people that are working on a distribution that is right for their environment. And so then it's an interesting also to see policy, in some ways, part of our sort of theoretical understanding of what the reason why we call it public code is it's actually the convergence in some ways of policy and code. A lot of times, what these code bases represent are the implementations of policy, and that's part of the reason why it's important that they're open, because of course the policy was generated in this open and deliberative way, and then if you go and stash the functionality of that into a black box that's controlled by a third party, it's kind of hard to say that you've delivered on sort of the democratic intentions of what the policy generation process was supposed to guarantee in the first place. So, but the idea that then you have this open model of how all of these different services work in their different distributions helps you kind of understand the different ways in which states engage with their own citizens or with their own process, because it's not just a policy model, but it's a functional demonstration of the differences that happen in software.
So just to round things up, if I can ask you both for 30 seconds to dream a little bit, if there were one thing that policymakers or government CIOs could do to besides just joining you guys, to enable you and to make your lives more interesting and make you more successful, what would it be?
Well, I think the main thing for me is the understanding that software is a process, it's not a thing, and this is really about the movement between procurement of software as OpEx versus rather than CapEx. The idea that you have operational expenditure, which is ongoing, which is what this stewardship process is about, which is the sort of learnings that we've brought from Silicon Valley about continuous integration, is that the software is alive. It's a thing that needs to keep going, and that keeping going is both about recognizing this type of continuous expenditure and also the need to participate in a community. And I think this trusted connectivity is really the other ingredient that we need, is just making sure that inside of this framework of understanding that we're all working toward the same goals, now it's going to be much easier to commit to collaborative projects in this way, because this was the not invented here factor has been transcended.
Ville? Yeah, I was thinking that if there's one sort of dream that I could share to this audience, it is that the European governments would start increasingly using open source solutions that already exist instead of reinventing the wheel. We have our wonderful X-Road waiting, but it's not the only thing. So we can see plenty of good solutions available, and instead of building it again, it's best to look what exists in the market. That would be my dream.
That's a great dream.
Good, and in the 30 seconds that remain, the commitment I will make to both of you as the Estonian government CIO is that I want to be the best possible customer you can have, but also a demanding customer. And so Ville knows this anyways, but also for Ben, hold my feet to the fire. I know there are tools and products you have that, or that you're stewarding that we're not using right now. I know we're speaking with several of the governments in this room about how we could reuse some of the tools and the code they have. I'll admit, the not invented here, even for us, is challenging sometimes, because the reasons, they're not in the abstract not invented here. They're often very legitimate and real concerns about how is the code base now, what is the roadmap, does it fit together with our architecture? So we shouldn't belittle those concerns, but I think my commitment, and I hope that of other governments here, is to work in that direction, because I think for us, the upside, if we can get it right, is so clear, which is, for all the other things, you can reduce stuff sometimes in a very simple way to resources. The overall public sector expenditure on ICT in the world is about $600 billion or euros. Of that, OECD countries make up far more than half. If we can take even a small fraction of that and put it into these tools, we'll end up with much more cost-effective, much more interoperable, and therefore, I think, ultimately, much better connected public services. And I think this is something we haven't talked about now, but I hope the panel that comes will touch on this, which is that when we're running on the same code base and using the same tools, it's not just that those tools are cheaper, it's that all the applications, the private sector applications on top of that, the CivTech applications on top of that, end up also porting more easily and bringing our societies closer together. So with that, we're over time. Thank you, gentlemen, both of you, very much for sharing.
Thank you.
And now I hope to our esteemed other governmental leaders who are about to come up here, we look forward to your thoughts on how we can make this happen. Thank you. Thanks.
If you don't mind coming with me for a second, I have a secret to tell you. No, actually asking, I don't know if you followed this panel where Liam Maxwell was as well, and he said, we have 800 government services available, or digital services available, and 600 of them are almost identical. Do you have a key how to fix this?
Well, this is exactly the issue, and I think that's an opportunity, right? That they already have a catalog of these types of services. Almost every state that's built open services has a catalog of these things that they're trying to begin to offer up to other states. And as we were just saying, it's about building the community of awareness and the instinct to reach for those, to reach for reuse. Is something that is not instinctive yet among the digital transformation ministries. But I think that this, this type of environment is a place where we can instill that inspiration in people.
So we could do something about it.
Yeah, I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, so if you come with me, we'll come back together later.
Okay.
Thank you. Please make yourself comfortable.
Thank you for inviting me to address this Tallinn Digital Summit. I am very honored. In the past, I have had an Estonian graduate student interning in my parliamentary office, and she later joined the Estonian Defense Ministry and the Foreign Ministry. This connection led me to establish the Japan-Estonia Parliamentary Friendship League. So I am very happy to be here or there as a digital minister of Japan. For digital technology to contribute to people's well-being and prosperity, rather than being a threat to them, we need to manage the technology and win trust from the people. The Estonian government has led the world in using digital technologies to advance the well-being of its people. And Japan has a lot to learn from you. We are now trying to look into a crystal ball to see the future that Web3 might bring about. The digital agency plays a role of the command post to make the government strategy for Web3 here. We probably need to start from some drastic change in our education system, and it is necessary not only for Web3, but also Japan's digital transformation as well. Japan has made a very significant leap forward in the 20th century and was very successful with many analog technologies. We produced Sony, Canon, Honda, Panasonic, and many more. Walkman, Nintendo games, color television, videos, cameras, automobiles, and many more products came out of Japan to the global market. But we have been trapped by our own past success stories. Now we need to start from all over. But I am optimistic. As my parents' generation built a country and economy from the ash after the war, I am confident that we can catch up with the world in digital. Estonia and what you have done with digital technology is one of our role models. I am very much looking forward to visiting you in person near future. Thank you very much.
Hi and welcome back everyone who wasn't here before. I truly believe what the minister said, because actually the My Number card that Japan uses was adopted on the example of Estonia. And the Estonians in turn adopted the ID card from Finland. So this is what we've been talking about here. If it works somewhere, why not copy-paste this? We are planning to learn how to bring our, for instance, mobile devices into the new digital era with e-government services from Ukraine. So again, if it works, why not reuse this? We have heard great examples on how being open works. As Lucas said, why doesn't NIS or why doesn't your foundation have more than hundreds of members? Because they should, right? And if 800 of the government services are out there and 600 of them are identical, why are we replicating them? For a deep dive of how this works, actually, I'm happy to invite this next panel on stage, hopefully to discuss why the most government success stories are more often than not built on similar characteristics, which are reuse, collaboration, sharing of skills and code, as well as scalability. I'm delighted to invite on this stage Ivan Bartos, Mario Campolargo, Veronica Caffey, Ben Servany, welcome back. And this panel is moderated by Nele Leosk, who is Estonian Ambassador at Large for Digital. Welcome.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this last panel that I think Lucas very nicely introduced as a topic very close and dear to Estonia on digital public infrastructure and digital public codes. But before we are going to solve all the issues that were raised by Ben and Ville in the previous session, I would also like to point out that it is actually the longest session that we have had in Tallinn Digital Summit. And I believe there is a reason when looking at what we were discussing in these two past days, and I know that Ivan just landed, but this topic has been very close to you for a long time anyway, is actually potentially a solution to all these problems that we have been discussing here over the past 2 days. And I know I'm going to repeat many of the great minds from private sector that we heard here and the government, but just to briefly wrap it up, we are all struggling with skills. We have agreed that we are rather similar in our needs, especially in the government. The services that we provide to our partners are rather similar across the countries, and that, as was also pointed out in one of the panels today, we are governments actually not competing with each other over these services, and I believe it was pointed out in the lunch earlier. So we have this opportunity actually to pool resources, to pool our skills and also financial resources and build things together. And we are going to move to why this has actually not kicked off in the speed we perhaps would expect to or would like to. But before that, I am pretty sure that also you have a lot to share. So it's not only Ben and Ville who do great things. I'm sure you all do. So let's start with a short introductory round to get to know better yourself and also what you are up to in the area of digital public infrastructure and digital public codes. We heard quite a bit from Ben already, so no offense, Ben, but we keep you for later. But let's start with Veronica, that has a rather recent role of Director General for Informatics in the European Commission, and has quite a good overview of what is happening in Europe, but also in the member states. And tell me, what are you doing and how you are helping your clients?
Yes, well, yes, I'm seven months Director General of Digit in the European Commission, and with not coming with a digital background. And of course, my esteemed predecessor is sitting on my right-hand side, so if I can't answer anything, I'm just going to turn around to Mario. But, I mean, the mandate I was given, there are two aspects to the work of the DG for Informatics. One is to be the provider of digital services to the Commission, to other EU institutions and agencies. But another important part of the role is actually to support Member States' public administrations in the whole interoperability area. So this is where I think this is very interesting. So I'll stop there and we'll go into more detail later on.
Mario, would you like to comment? Being the former head of Informatics Department and now the Secretary of State for Digitalization for Portugal.
Thanks very much. I almost feel obliged to start with my experience in the Commission and reinforcing the message that Veronica said, because for a number of countries, namely for the countries of the European Union, the collaboration is very intensive. And through programs like CEF Digital, in fact, we started a long time ago with building blocks that can be used and reused here and there. And I think that if I think about, well, e-delivery, that was one of the components that NIS has been putting in practice. There is also a big effort at the European level to have an e-delivery or an e-translation, or to have something more advanced like an European blockchain initiative. So those are very fundamental for all the members of the European Union to tap in and to learn, I would say, co-create and co-learn together. I mean, from the Portuguese point of view, I feel really linked to this effort that the Nordic countries are doing with the NIS, because not necessarily with the neighboring countries, but with the countries that speak the same language as us, we have done an intensive collaboration along the time. Not to the level of creating an entity that would say develop, maintain, but in the sense of offering the services that are developed in one country to the others, making sure that the people can co-work together. And this is proving very remarkable. Some of the examples with countries like Cape Verde was very interesting in the sense that they adopt some of our models, and because of their diaspora being so big, we have been able then to get the value added of this initial investment as a return for some of our services. So in a nutshell, I think that my experience in the Commission that obviously Veronica highlighted, and as a member state working in the European Union, and also with the links that we have with countries that have similar frameworks of law, similar values, have been proving that sharing and reuse is particularly important. And I think that will be important that we don't remain only at the level of sharing and reuse public services at governmental level, but that we pay particular attention to the local level. That's where a lot of things are happening. That's where initiatives like FIWARE find their own ways, because as open foundations, they actually create services that can be replicated from one city to the other.
Thank you, Mario. And as you mentioned, the local level, I'm moving to the Czech Republic, and we have the Minister for Regional Development and Deputy Prime Minister for Digitalization. So what would you bring out from your country? Are there some solutions that you have developed that you are ready to share?
Maybe first of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's my first time here in Estonia, first time in Tallinn, and I'm pretty sad it's only just one day I can stay here and go tomorrow back home. And I totally agree with the concept of resharing. Basically, that's what we are trying to bring to politics for 13 years. And in many aspects, even here, even as a presidential country right now, I can say I'm living my pirate dream. Because the things that were not possible historically, how we started about the geeks from the community reflecting the information society challenges, which is like 15 years or 40 years of the information society being on a race, it's happening. And there is one sad experience that it's sad, from COVID, and also right now with the current war in Ukraine. That the cooperation in particular matters brings us better benefits than either industrial or country-to-country competition. And basically this aspect that goes along with there is a customer or citizen in the center of all what we are trying to do is something that we were fighting for and trying to implement on the national level everywhere. The thing is, and maybe we've got different layers of executives here. Maybe the things that we talk about the regional and municipality solutions, it's just a smaller sample of nation and Europe, maybe Europe and world. So it means that what we've learned and maybe it's more applicable from the high-level point of view. If we go European on digital commons, if we go European on frameworks, because we already know what is experience sharing, how to do things according to Estonian example, UK example, Denmark example. But we shall take it also to the level of a technology and solution. And if we learn that not everything has to be publicly procured because we have a common solution for all European countries and they just implement. It's a module that could be replicated, and it's much harder to the level of a state, its institutions, and then as a solution to municipalities from something that would be not the Gov stack, but the Gov stack Czech Republic, because some of the modules, according to the national legislations, is quite specific from country to a country. So I do appreciate, and I talked to French representative just last week, that we will bring also more to the attention of the countries, all that common solution that could be used within different countries. So it's not just a legislative framework or founding, which we have a lot right now, but also to get more joy for the same amount of money, which means we can do more things if we share the final solutions and the final results. And it's gonna need also a lot of work at home, changing the legislation maybe in the future, or just to get in that there can be something developed once, but then shared by many, which is not of much that concept, but I believe even the business point of view, because I believe the old way of doing digitalization is that you procure the same solution from the companies and implement them, but there is so many things to do, significant amount of money that even business would understand there are many opportunities, and having this deliver it as a common good for people would fulfill the business model. So they won't be opposite of that. Historically, we saw that many steps done by the big business led to vendor lock-in, long-term licensing, but that's not the way to the progress. It was quite a long, sorry for that, but I'm just excited being here.
I'm glad you made it. You partly already started to talk about these buts, but we have the political support, we have the European support, we have the private sector / civil society support, we have the government support, but it's, and for several years already, in a way, digital public infrastructure and digital public goods, it's a new, let's say, a newly born trend and a trendy term, but actually has been with us already for quite some time. But still, we have not reached where we would like to reach, as pointed out by Lucas. Only a fraction of our budget and other resources goes to building solutions and sharing them with the others. So this actually brings me to a point we were discussing yesterday in a session on GovStack initiatives that Carlos, I saw him here from OECD, asked, so if this is all so great and we all agree on it, so where's the but? So I am now turning to these buts. So what is that is stopping us in moving further, and then hopefully we will also get to these tasks that Lucas gave us prior to discuss. But Veronica, you were pointing out first, so and we move further.
Maybe it's being the new kid on the block, but I'm quite optimistic. It seems to me that we are at a tipping point. I mean, if you just look over the last few years, look at the COVID pandemic, which made a lot of digital solutions thinkable that were unthinkable before. I think of that in my own country, Ireland. Suddenly in the health area, things became possible digitally that were never possible before. And so that's one aspect. And then think of the response to the pandemic, the Recovery and Resilience Funds, which is a large amount of resources with a very strong digital dimension. So that's there too. Then we will be coming forward with a proposal before the end of the year to revamp our interoperable Europe policy. And the idea there is to strengthen the legal basis for the collaboration of member states. And the interesting thing here, and all credit to Mario, because it was before I came into Digit, this was developed with the CIOs. So this was the CIOs in the member states saying that they wanted this regulation. In fact, we had a bit of difficulty sometimes with our central services in the Commission to say, well, why do you want a regulation if everything is non-binding? But we still want to leave it open for people to decide to participate and then share solutions, understand what works well, and learn from the good practice. And I think that this is something that the European Commission, it's at its raison d'etre, is to support collaboration between member states, to support collaboration with the other EU institutions. So I'm quite excited by that. That'll be coming through, we hope, before the end of the year. and we'll be discussing it with Member States and Parliament next year. And I think this should provide a stronger forum for structured EU cooperation in this area. So I would be hopeful that we won't have many more buts.
Ivan, you...
I'm kind of young in the government, and it's my first presidency, and I don't know if in 13 years there will be another one. But that's the one thing that I do really support, because I was surprised how difficult it is to deal with the things on European level. How unsecure is the communication between my counterparts of EU ministries dealing with the crisis in Ukraine. How we have to secure the presidency, having a software of our own registration software, how we cannot share the documents on the European level between the institutions and prove this is a communication, this is the document. So all of them standards that could be done and will be used by the countries for the higher than a national agenda. National agenda is something different, but it could also get inspired and used because the processes are similar of dealing the documents, versioning, parallel voting on things, finding consensus. So we don't use on this particular matter Slido, then we communicate through Signal, then you send it to some random email, minister something, which you don't know if he's reading it or other 30 people reading that. So this is one thing, that interoperability of European institution and having some common open standards for this higher than national level, it's very important for the future and for the security. And one thing you ask, what's that but? The change hurts, right? And there are many things that on a national level could be an issue. A lot of things are just hard-coded in the legislation. So to change that, you have to change the legislation, avoid anyone else to actually change the legislation the way you don't want it, get it to the first level of reading in the Parliament, then Senate, if you've got two chambers, it can get back. So it takes a year to get rid of, you need provide paper when you visit an office, to get that word out of it, because you cannot use some fast track thing in the national Parliament. The second thing, and when I first was on a European event as a minister, I was listening to Ursula von der Leyen, and she said, we've got our targets, the long-term goals, Green Deal, right? Digital transformation, green transformation, post-COVID recovery, and then she named so many things. And when there is a war, of course, and we have to secure Europe on an energetic level and also on a cybersec. And don't give up, please. We have to do it at once. Don't give up them goals, and we're trying to, and actually we're pretty successful to do all the things. But then we've got the operation of individual state. You have to, pay pensions. You have to prove taxing calculation each year, and those systems are changing, of course, because the legislation changing. Then you've got that sad thing that's about politics. You've got elections almost each year. So basically, I can say from my experience that either you'd be able to hire 40 digital ninjas in your team, which the budget won't allow you, and you've got also a special procedure to hire those people. You couldn't say, all my friends from Estonia, please come here and work for Czech government tomorrow. You cannot do that. And so there is, of course, a capacity, even though you've got leaders and ministers who are in favor of that change, that everyday business is a significant break, and especially during the crisis. So there were a huge transformation project that I'm trying to achieve through the digital agency I'm creating. It's supposed to happen 3 years ago, but there was a COVID. So we went in the agile development of an application, quarantine, implementing readers for the COVID pass, for the green certificate, and all of that. And you can focus on many things, but not that many in the same time. And you can see it from a different level of the state, that sometimes the development goes pretty fast, because there is a specific time in the history, recent history, when you do just have time in agile to get focused on something and get the things done. But since you deal with the everyday operation, the things that could be done in 3 months is just taking 2 years. So this is one of them buts that in the crisis you need extra FTEs, extra muscle or brains to deliver, and it's hard to manage the change, OPEX, and maybe the legislation in the same time, because all of them things you have to be focused on, and then you also deal with the public acceptance to the crisis, which I believe each of the state of EU can tell its own story. Either it's inflation, or it's, which we've got almost same as Estonia, energy crisis, prices of everything, not sufficient goods through the supply chains. So there are many things that the politician has to make in the same time, and he can't just cut himself to the pieces or clone himself in that particular way. Which is not an excuse, we have to try.
I think Mario wanted to step in.
I think it was very interesting because Veronica used the notion of the tipping point, and then even brought this relation to the crisis. And it's true, and sometimes it's very unfortunate for us as politicians that we didn't do this without the impetus, the negative impetus of a crisis. But as any good crisis, let's take it as a good opportunity for all of us. And I think that what we saw at European level with the COVID certificate and others is, first, that we have been able to work with private sector to develop the solutions, that they serve the public purpose, and this public purpose was harmonized, if I may say, along all the member states and much beyond. And the response was very immediate. Okay, it needed resources, we could find under the crisis resources. But I also share some of the reflections of Ivan on this respect. And I will add a few more. I mean, there is certainly a cultural dimension to the innovations that we have to put. Colleagues like Ben mentioned the syndrome not invented by me or not invented here, certainly. But there is also questions of legacy. There is a huge legacy, and countries that have been in the forefront of the digitalization of the public administrations, and I proudly, because I wasn't really responsible for that, my predecessors were, Portugal has been very much fighting on the front line of digitalization, having citizen cards dematerialized, having wallets and everything. So there is a lot of legacy, and making sure that the financial department and the social security and education all align is already a challenge because of the different dynamics in the different ministries. So there is also this legacy that has to be understood. Then we can go even to more. I was listening to Ben and to the colleague speaking in the previous panel. I mean, there is so simple things like the notion of code versus the notion of service. In fact, what most of the countries would like is not just to receive a piece of reusable code. That's good. That's very good. But what people would like is to make sure that if that service, rather than the code, will be integratable, and the service implies a notion of operationalization of it, if something goes wrong, who is there on the other side of the line to help us to correct it? Probably in the context of this initiative NIS exists, but it's not easy to enlarge to several countries. And then very down to earth things like documentation. That's particularly important. You have to get the ownership of the integrating authority of a piece of software or a service. You have to understand what is there, the reasoning. So documentation, that is something that software guys are sometimes not particularly attentive, even from a point of view of linguistic, will be challenges. But this to say that, even I think that remains for us this responsibility to consider those as challenges, but not as problems, and overcome them, because, as you say, if we are able to build a market of public services that we can use and reuse, we can go faster, we avoid aspects of complicated interoperability because we base the same foundation, the same standardization, or the same concepts. And this is particularly important for the future of Europe.
Yes, thank you.
May I just react?
Yes.
I agree with the thing that the crisis is acceleration, but there are many of us who did not need accelerate at all.
Exactly.
We'd like to jump in, focus on what we think is our mission, even though, if you do politics, you need also to, care about other things than just digitalization, even though it's fundamental for almost any aspect of human life. But I would appreciate to work under less pressure of the crisis that we cannot somehow affect.
But Ivan, that's probably, I think, the challenge for us is to transform a moment of shaking all of us into something that is actually more structural. This means that we consider digitalization as a normal and ambitious process independent of a crisis. And I think that relies with us as politicians to make sure that we are able to do this structural change.
And I interrupted Ben.
I'm sorry. I mean, we interrupt each other.
So Ben, you have been following this conversation, and the momentum is there. Everything is there. But if you had to give those guys advice, the three things, what do you think?
Well, I mean,
they should do.
To go back to this, there's a lot there. But I would say that, in the process of what is we can do this, but there is, a series of responses to all these things which are about the de-risking of this type of adoption, and that is, really something that is a long-term process of changing, default sort of critical frameworks within the ministries and also within the directors general, in the sense that, things like documentation or things like de-risking on all fronts, security models, I think is another huge issue that we really need to talk about, is that open source is something that people have a very hard time understanding how it can be secure, because just conceptually, it's like, oh, this is open, so it's defenseless, and instead what it means is that you have many more eyes on hardening it, and working together collaboratively to make that successful. But you have to include the idea of the security model in the shared resource. It's not just the code base. It's like, what are the practices around that code base? And to your point, Mario, it's that the idea that the code base and the service are sort of two sides of the same thing, and it's kind of a question of who is the operationalizer, right? And so one of the things I think is really important in this era is that the ministries take on the agency of recognizing that it is their responsibility ultimately to be the operationalizer. Even if they have outside vendors that are doing that work for them, the technical literacy about what those architectures are is something that needs to be retained internally, because then you surrender the driver's seat to the vendor. If you say you are going to be the technical architect and you're going to start telling me what the next thing is that I need. And so this is part of what the community of practice, in a way, is not just a way to socialize the ability to share this code, but it's also a support group almost for people that have to do the organizational change within their own ministries about understanding what their role needs to be relative to the application, that they are part of a collaboration that has the agency to decide the technical roadmap in the future of the application. And so that sort of ownership conceptually of the operationalization is a really huge threshold to get over, but it is hopefully with the de-risking of some of the sort of framework of community and the standard and these things that we provide, that we're hoping that this de-risks that and makes it something that people can, that stakeholders can actually, take the risk, because it's lowered. And once you get over a certain tipping point threshold, like you said, you have enough adoption among member states in the European Union, but elsewhere globally, like that you now can see, like, oh, we now visibly see the positive effects of the results of this adoption in a sister state, and that will create a new rationale within our own decision-making process that then we can pull, we can refer to that and say, well, look how the success over here was. And hopefully, our process again is going to be about elucidating those case studies to say, here are examples of where these successes have happened. And I think this also sounds like what Digit is planning on doing on a European scale as well. And so this, these types of mechanisms will then begin to sort of the jet wash, sort of the acceleration of all of these people, moving towards these choices will then create a feedback loop that makes more services available and instinctively makes people look toward those services as possible solutions.
As long as we don't proliferate too many networks, catalogs, whatever, because, how can we do this in a way that people know where to go? Because that is, I think, a challenge that I certainly have found in the last 6 months. So I'm hopeful that working closely with the CIOs, we can really put in place something that is recognized for where we can gather that kind of knowledge together and spread it and share it around.
Thank you. Ben, you stepped in one area I wanted also to touch. You were talking a bit on how to create this demand, let's say, by starting to adopt and have these mechanisms created and have this habit. But we have mainly been discussing how to sort of convince governments, CIOs, and these organizations that are involved in digitalization. But what about creating a demand for open source and let's say publicly shared code and solutions among private sector, but let's not also forget citizens in this picture. So how would you comment this from your experience? It's probably a tough one to. Would you like to kick off and
well,
maybe
I'll
take
just
it to the
quickly respond. I think that there are opportunities actually on the regional and local scale. I think is where these types of code bases are the most potentially prolific, because they are solving problems, real local problems for citizens that are actually tractable in terms of just the actual rollout operationally of a service on that scale is much more easily done. And you have, because you will achieve coverage, even on a national scale before you go to international replication, which is actually often quite a lot easier to sort of finance and create regulatory frameworks around, because you're in one, sort of legal framework. You reach this kind of scale that you need to in order to have that be a default choice quite quickly. Like if you have 30 municipalities that have replicated a system for library management or whatever it is, then like this happens in Denmark all the time. They actually have even before we arrived, they had developed this amazing informal way of sharing municipal digital resources with each other. And now they have, because they were early to recognize that their governments have many of the same needs, the municipal governments have many of the same needs. And so they actually built a tool that allowed them to look at when their service contracts with private providers was coming up, so that they could bundle their ask, so that like 5 municipalities together could say like, either they could negotiate better, or they could say, hey, we're all spending 3 million euros a year to get this service contract, but if we all spent that on an open source development project with vendors, then we would have a tool that we had agency over and we can move forward at our own discretion. And so it's kind of unlocking these capabilities, in doing the kind of almost network analysis of what municipalities can do together, which is something that is the responsibility of the state, because again, municipalities, like I said in the last panel, they are not set up to talk to their peers. That is not in their remit. They don't reach out to each other very often. So they have networks of collaboration that sort of overlap on top of each other. But they don't often say, oh, we've built a tool that now we should go out and sell to another municipality, because that's not what they do. But they need to do that if it's an open tool, because that propagation and that replication is the thing that keeps it alive, makes it viable as a thing to invest in by everybody, and creates the fastest change and bug fixes and moving it forward along the technical roadmap.
So Ivan, your background as a head of the Pirate Party for several years and working extensively on participation and direct democracy. So what would be your take, how to create this demand among the community that is a big part of the development of an open source? And
I hope
do you have some good hints?
I hope I wouldn't end up as a completely cynical guy on the very end of my political career. I think everything starts with the trust. The states who've got a big trust of its people to the governments are much faster in delivering the digital services. If I take a look on who is not that successful, and we are in the middle somewhere, Czech Republic, is that it's what is mood within the society. In Czech, if I would say, people first don't want to be bothered by municipalities and by government. You can sell it the Denmark model to them, right? In the very end, you've got your taxing proposal, and if you do nothing, it's calculated and you pay. Would the Czech person trust the government it's going to calculate it correctly? Probably, yeah. So first it's not to be bothered, right? Then you request services that you need, some life situations that are relevant often, which are usually the financial ones though, otherwise you don't need to do things with the government that often. And then there is a third thing that you say, and I want to have it open source, secure. It's very hard, and a lot of digital cool solutions doesn't have sufficient marketing that people would actually say, wow, that's cool, I want it. We are dealing with the e-wallet, right, and e-identity. One of the biggest questions we're going to ask probably and discuss today later on is how we get people to use them, because we've got already our national identity systems. We try to learn them and teach them why the e-ID from banks is cool, and now we're going to give them something else, what's going to be the benefit. So it has to be promoted, but it's very hard if there is like more than one level consequence of to actually explain people they should demand it. If we would share the solution between the cities, we've got 6,000 municipalities in Czech Republic, that's no fun. Denmark's got 100 less. So if you share the resources, then you've got more money, so the kindergarten could be fixed. You've got no way how you explain to people this consequence. I'm always in favor of, let's say, the positive motivation. For example, in city cooperation, that was ITI, but we've got one more ITI, then it's over. And unbelievably, cities can cooperate by themselves because there was the money behind, and they do projects when they do have a sufficient funding. If the states would switch to the national level of a founding of ITI principles, we can make cities to cooperate much easier. If there is no money behind that, it's kind of, you know, it's kind of hard. We do have a margins of successful reuse, but it wasn't on the open source. It was basically because you always do public procurement of a sufficient solution for little money. So once, for example, a traffic card was deployed in a big city, they go for the public procurement in the next city with the recommendation of working example and with lowering the price because the initial development was already in place, so they put few extra things, a new logo, and they rename it, but they basically deploy the same product, but it's still proprietary software. Yeah. So I think it's a lot about evangelization, and also, and that's a tool of EU, which somebody is criticizing by setting a framework and financial subsidies to specific things. You support the way of policy you want to implement. No one makes you to take the money from you. It's not mandatory, right? If you provide sources, resources, you can say under these conditions. And I believe, and that's why I started, I'll be completely cynical, because I always thought politics are more about ideas and visions, not that how much money you've got on your pile and from what pile you're going to take it. But this is how we should do that. And I'm happy we've got the European layer here, and we are representing state right now for next 3 months. So this could be also how we do implement the horizontal principles, farm to fork, right? Green Deal, digital, do no significant harm. So there could be easily a layer under the digital transformation horizontal rule that says, and a public domain, and common open source has to include open data, and it's already in there. It's already in there, but it doesn't have that effect or aspect of the horizontal rule that somehow gives you an extra. I wouldn't go to, like, let's say, direct mandatory principle. It's too early. It's too early for that, and we don't have that many. The community could not carry that, even though even big corp is delivering open source solution. But the principles of open data, smart cities is already in there. But we need to work on that probably more time. Okay, so.
Would you like to step in, and then we...
I think that although the question was focused on, say, open software, and I think that we have to distinguish or to put side by side good software and open software. Not all the open software is good, like not all the proprietary software is good, and what we are looking is for good software. But I'd like to take even principle, because I think it's very important. The challenge that we have, both at local or national level, is to concentrate on our citizens. And for them, what they want is frictionless services. You said, I mean, the trust. The trust is part of the user experience, is part of the ability to be only requested to provide information when really the public administration doesn't have it, and that we don't fall into the trap of continuously asking the same information, is to make sure that the authentication of the citizens is a very strong authentication, because this is giving the trust and the perception of the trust that is necessary. And then you said, and I always advocate this, I don't think that if we really succeed on the digitalization of our countries, I don't believe that any public administration is going to be able to develop all the services that the citizens need. Because we develop the services that the average of the citizen needs, but there is particular parts of the citizens, or in their role of social bodies, or non-governmental, or entrepreneurial, or large corporations, that they need a different perspective. And that's why the APIs and the open data is so important, that we maintain it. Is not just the principle, it's again, how do you operationalize this? Because it's very easy, the concept of maintaining an API, but sometimes it's difficult to resist the tendency, oh, now we change it quickly, without understanding that a lot of others are pending on this one, especially if we establish a relation between central and local government that use common services. So it's very important that we have these dimensions. And open source for us is since 2011 as a must from law, and we work on that one. We want to have APIs. We actually, in practice, are very happy to reuse. I mean, our open portal for data is actually based on the ETALAB in the French UData solution. So that's great, but we have to go from those examples to a more systematic process of ensuring that we all adhere to these principles.
Maybe. And it's more of what I worked for 20 years in my professional career, which is not the political career. It somehow happened to me. The one thing that's almost even in the higher level, because in the very end, and you said there are specific groups that need special services. It could be disabled people. It could be people who, I don't know, they don't have access to the internet, but they somehow are managed through local authorities. And I used to work as an enterprise architect all my life. And we do have a significant gap also on that above architecture. And often when we go from the bottom, from community, you start with the case that is actually covered by the bigger case. I had a discussion yesterday with a really reporter I do like from the magazine Reporter in Czech, and he say, about that ID, I'm taking care of my mother, right, who is old, 80 years old, and I need to take care of her, and I have to register within the system, but with her ID, bank ID, which he created for her. And those are the roles that people are playing in life. So once you have an architecture, how the roles are managed, that's me, Ivan, politician, that's me, Ivan, citizen, that's me, Ivan, living on the Prague too. Yeah. I'm just entering different roles. So if we do have that higher level solution on the architecture, and I learn architecture because I don't like programming, and you have to learn always something new. But architecture is high level ontology. You say, this is the description of the world, how we understand it, and you derive processes, and then the implement architecture is platform independent. And it could be done in the very crisis. We still can back on the paper if something goes wrong. Hopefully we won't have to, right? But you just covering the process by different solution. And in that time, when you say, we do have a solution for that, and this is a open source or common approved safe solution, and you can use it, but if you want to go on your own, or you've got a big non-modular resort system for the healthcare, obviously you couldn't just take our small piece of a recipe, which we have in place, but I'm just taking this example, and implement it. Then you just implement that particular framework solution to your legacy vendor lock-in expensive system, and your choices in the future when the contract's over. have that built on the greenfield based on the modular approach of the common core.
And this is why I was saying that technical architecture is something that needs to be internalized within public administrations, because it is in a way almost now part of the policy generation process. It is now, if you're going to, have policy that has organizational results, if you're litigating to change the way that the state is operating, rather than just applying that into the extant policy, you're also going to be generating possibly a code base to serve the need that you've now identified. And that parity is something that is not one that's externalized and one that's the thing that you recognize as what the function of the government is. Both of those things are a function of the government, and therefore you need to, because in order to then go out and do this kind of modular, taking on of service operationalization, within an ecosystem of all these partners. I mean, we really come back again to this idea of trusted connectivity, because this is where you have the ability to articulate a need in a policy context, that then is translated in a technology context, and then there is this network of possible reusable components that exist within other states that have also had this same technical need that is generated by policy. And especially in a situation like the European Commission or the European Union, where you have policy directives that are already going to normalize, there's a normative force in the types of technical needs you're going to have. The idea that the European Commission also is providing a library of these resources that will solve technically the problem that you're being asked to implement in a policy context is, sort of part of the service that Europe can provide to its member states.
I would like to pick up on this, actually, that Mario started to mention on sort of the sustainable mechanism that is needed to be introduced in order to take over and reuse all the solutions that are either being provided by the European Union or by some other member states. And in our previous panel, we saw also some good examples of Nice, how countries have come together and how they do work together to develop and use and reshare what they develop. There are several international initiatives that have also been mentioned, GovStack yesterday, that is by some governments such as Germany, Estonia, ITU and DIAL, that also takes this approach to pooling resources and developing open source solutions and bringing it together from all over the world. So what do you say, what is needed to scale these initiatives, or perhaps build on these initiatives, both in Europe, but perhaps Mario also in Portugal?
Well, yeah, you almost scared me by naming so many initiatives, because having too many initiatives is probably part of the problem and not part of the solution. But I think that, funny enough, in a lot of those initiatives, they're the same actors, okay? So I think that you have to also rationalize this to make sure that we become effective. The example of Nice is certainly a very successful example. Can it be modeled elsewhere? I mean, do we have, and we come back to the political will. Let's assume that for a second that we have the political will, but do we have the governance mechanisms? Are we able to empower a particular organization to help us on that one? We come to the documentation, but also the certification, so important from a security point of view. So how do you communicate what are the services that, or the products that can be available? Do we have a market? Do we have a broker? So there is a number of challenges in all of them. So probably the challenge is like we are doing here today. And this Tallinn, a lot of colleagues that intervened in different occasions said, yeah, I thought that I was coming to a digital event, and in fact I realized that actually it has so many implications in all other, in economic, in construction, in infrastructure, in trust in general, so the connectivity. So maybe what we need is to start understanding that rather than having, just looking to the so many groups or organizations, what are the really important topics? And this one may look like as an important one. Let's share and reuse. Let's make available what you produced and give it away to others. I mean, there is an effort in all that, because giving it away, as you said, Ben, is not just giving it away, it's giving it away in a way that others can internalize, that can understand, that can, in a lot of cases, co-create. And we have so many challenges. Even you mentioned that the identity, the digital identity, is still a conceptual and practical challenge for all of us. But AI, I mean, you know, AI, as in your terminology, if I say a public code, as actually tests to the limit almost everything. We need to know if it is transparent, or who is accountable for that one. I mean, you know, deals with a lot of citizens. So what is the implications? How do we disclose that? I mean, and the algorithms, if there is something difficult to explain, is an algorithm. So maybe we can take this as you know, having impact. I mean, in another group that you didn't mention, but it was the inheritor of D5, D9 for the ones that are used to the digital public services. Now it's called Digital Nations. You know, 10 of the you know, nations that are relatively advanced and keep exchanging good practices. Yeah, Portugal will be leading this group for the next period. So yes, I think that will be important also to bring this dimension globally. You know, so. My appeal is, you know, if we really believe that this question about having, you know, or having assets, goods that we can all freely use because we co-create them, if this is important as it has been, you know, shared as being, let's permeate this into the different bodies that we are working in, making sure that each one has a particular contribution to this objective.
Did you want to step in?
I would react because we can add few more, right? There is this open source program office that is collaborative work. We already mentioned the GovStack, and I wouldn't cut the conclusion right now, but and French is gonna love me for that. But there was the initiative that started, and they there was a working group on the European level of many states, and they do have a conclusion and proposals. And then my colleagues from the community wouldn't like me to say that, but if we wanna take it seriously on the European level, we shall think to have it institutionalized somehow, right? I give you a use case I'm dealing with right now. I've got a lot of colleagues from different parliaments who were successful with upskilling, which is one of the parts that we are still missing. The know-how within the ministries that they could actually get the code, read the notes, and apply it, for example, or operate it after that. So we are dealing with upskill, right? And I've got many big tech companies who are committed, and they did successful upskill because they do it for their own employees. It could be IBM, Google, Microsoft. And I wanna, you know, get my Red Hat folks in there and the open software community. And now I was talking to my friends here in Estonia. It's like, who should I ask to have that part filled, you know? But I'm using my network to get something that could be for each state. You want to have a significant upskill also in the open source, so it wouldn't be only the products of those companies. Who shall I ask, you know, on a European level? And so I'm not saying have an office, have a USPA on the open source, yeah? Maybe sometimes, right? But do those first steps, you know, have a small body of people who are carrying that, because now it's decentralized. You know, you want to deal with you know, module implementations, go to GovStack. You wanna share what the open data can be derived applications from. Call these guys. And and there are like 5 or 6 recommendations of that initiative. I'd like to bring it in there. It's not like having hard pressure. We need to have that because we've got resources. We already understand it's important for that particular matter. And that's why I said, and we should somehow take it and move it a little bit farther. Because what I'm saying, and I did that before, there are for sure people who are top-level excellent specialists with already existing networks. So those should be in charge. Because for politician and the citizen, I am looking to that as a useful service to be implemented on eGov. So it's not on politician to ask, wow, I have to study how the open source works so I can talk about it. I'm saying, I've got trusted body here who give me the recommendation, who would provide good examples, and this is the reliable body. So outsource that. Inside of the organization, we are deciding the policies for Europe about.
So you were very exact. We ended exactly at 0 seconds left. So thank you for that. We had 3 very powerful people to push for digital public infrastructure. Quite recently started in their positions. I believe we can be quite hopeful for the year to come to see how much of what we discussed today has been materialized, and Ben will keep a track on on what has been done. So
give Veronica
so thank you very much, and give our panelists a great applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the panelists. It was such a nice experience to witness an audience where people talk about their topics with spark in their eyes. I definitely really enjoyed this. But for now, we're coming to a close. And for this, may I please invite with me to the stage for a wrap-up, Lukas Ilves, the government CIO, please. If I could sing, this would have been the part where I would have sung. So, I mean, we're coming to a close. It's day 2. It's been amazing. It's been impressive. It's been agile. Can I say it was agile? It was definitely something else. Just, wow. So let's start from day 1. And I'm just going to ask you a few questions, jump in, give me your thoughts. So our Prime Minister started with saying that, the time or the era of dependencies, such as we have had with Russia, is coming to a close. It's coming to an end, just like this event. And we have this trusted connectivity, which is a new era of trusted partnerships. Global Gateway is the European example of it. And our minister said that Tallinn Digital Summit was a perfect platform to kick this off. But what should be next? I mean, theoretically, we now agree. What should we do next?
Yeah. So 2 things. I mean, I think the first point is just a conceptual one, which is, for many of us, the first natural reaction when faced with shocks and faced with sort of challenges from the outside is to close ourselves off. We remember 2.5 years ago, COVID, the first thing we did is we all closed our borders. But what COVID also taught us is that successfully coming out of the crisis actually relied upon opening up again, and opening up and becoming mutually interdependent in new ways. So that means the collaboration we had between Europe and the US on vaccines, the vaccine passport, just the data sharing that we had to understand what was happening and think about effective public health strategies. And I think we've seen the same thing in the complex energy politics and geopolitics with Russia that we're now involved in, which is, on the one hand, certain dependencies have proven to be unreliable, but the solutions to these challenges are also coming from collaboration, whether that's specifically in energy, where our ability to this winter and the winters to come is going to be because of trusted partners inside and outside of Europe, or whether that is in every other element of geopolitics, from weapons deliveries to diplomatic collaboration. And so I think what we've learned is that the nature of who is at the other end of the connection, whether they're a trusted partner, to belabor this point a little bit to the point of making it almost a pun, really matters. And so the answer to these challenges is to deepen our relationships, but to deepen our relationships in certain directions. And that was the general answer.
Yeah.
I wanted to give you the specific answer that's more
Go
digital
ahead.
specific, right? Because we've been using the opportunity as Estonia to have a lot of conversations here with partners from everywhere around the world about how we work closer together. And one of the challenges that Estonia has always had, and I'm going to be super frank about this, has always been we're a tiny country. And so we can't collaborate with 100 other countries on a bilateral basis. We have relations with 100+ countries on a bilateral basis, but actual serious brass tacks, we deliver something collaboration, there just aren't that many Estonians around. Most of them are in this room, Actually, Tallinn's a Potemkin city, I'm kidding. But there are only 1.3 million of us, and they don't all work for the government and tech companies. And so from our perspective, what's really important is that the actual collaborations occur on a mini or a multilateral basis, that we actually find ways to have more of us around the room working on projects together. So in the digital sphere, whether that's how we do our cybersecurity information sharing, whether that's the next stages of digital infrastructure that we're building, we want to do it common products, common services, groups of countries, and the private sector in the room. I mean, one of the big things that the private sector brings to the table is that they operate across borders. And so whether that's big multinationals, Amazon and Microsoft and Nokia, or whether that's also small startups that can quite agilely, especially in the way that work is happening now, be based in Estonia, pursuing projects in Singapore, Rwanda, Chile, et cetera, those, they often can bridge us together in a way that governmental relations can't. And so to tie these two things together, the kind of the prime ministers and foreign ministers meeting and talking about big important ideas and practical projects, we have this forest of initiatives out there. Frankly, I think one of the practical problems we all face is we have too many meetings to go to, too many formats, G7, G20, OECD, EU, just to name the big ones that have organizations behind them, never mind all of these things that we're constantly inventing. And one of the things, by the way, we keep on doing is we have a little group of countries that comes together, invents a cool format. We had one of these, for instance, in digital called the Digital Nations. We have one. And then there's some other countries that are also very capable, and they're not part of that group, and so they invent another format. And then suddenly we have 3 or 4 formats dealing with the same topic. So I think the operational challenge we have is that the will to do these things is there, the business case is there, and we, I think, need to be impatient in terms of delivery. And that's, I think, the effect that Ukraine has had on us, is that we have become, in a good way, impatient about delivery and wanting to actually see results from our interactions and from our projects.
Talking about being impatient, and actually this brings back to one of the worrying points I have is, and this was not discussed here today, I don't know if intentionally or not, it took a lot of time, this time, to agree on a common data sharing agreement between the EU and US. I think it was just announced a couple of weeks ago. The negotiations for it went for over a year, definitely even longer. And I mean, US should be our trusted partner, but we saw in practice how actually this takes time, and though we were impatient with this. How can we fix this? I mean, the idea of digital sovereignty actually does not help along with this. I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Shit, I didn't expect that question.
I'm so sorry.
No, this is
I didn't have this in my notes. I just.
It's a really, how we fix the specific question of how we speed up EU-US data collaboration agreements. That's a tough one. I think
if we would have had an answer to this, we would have fixed this earlier.
Exactly.
So.
I think part of it, though, is actually getting both. Something we've done within Europe is we're so used to having these legislative processes where everyone is peering into each other's kitchen cupboard. As an Estonian, I understand domestic legislation in Germany, and some Germans even understand domestic legislation in Estonia because we have to make laws for ourselves together. And the challenge with EU-US collaboration on data sharing or some of the other regulatory aspects is that both systems are not used to actually sort of assuming benign intent and the best possible version of what's going on in the other country. So, Europe looks suspiciously at what the underlying intent of US rules is, and vice versa, whether that's because of concern over the security state or concern about economic interests, when in reality, the regulators and the legislators are trying to achieve the same thing on both sides. So I think it's this kind of common empathy that we need to develop. I think on data sharing in particular, one of the challenges has been to bring US legislators out of this mindset of legislating for the US only, and having sort of, first and foremost bearing in mind US government data access and not considering as equivalently legitimate the concerns that Europeans have. But the flip side has also been getting very paranoid European lawyers and privacy advocates to not have the least charitable view of what US intent around their own legislation is. And I think that in the context of data sharing, we're doing that. And I guess my hope would be that the more we do this, the easier it gets, right? And that's, I think, the challenge we have, is that there's a muscle around trusted connectivity that gets stronger when we exercise it. And this is, what we've seen in a European context, what we've seen in a regional context, is the first practical collaboration is hard, and the next ones become successively easier. And the mechanisms of trust are there, and they get better and deeper.
No, for sure, for sure. I fully agree. And what I took from what you said right now is also something that was mentioned. I don't remember if this was yesterday or today on the stage. That I think it was today. It was Cecilia. That our regulatory strength should not become a burden on us in the EU, right? So we have to get some things right, and then we can foster better those trusted partnerships. As is with the AI regulation, which is something we went into yesterday. And the US has said that if the EU gets the AI regulation right, they might just adopt this for the first time ever. I mean, what do you think about this? Is it in reality possible that after GDPR, there will be next standards from the EU when it comes to regulation, and perhaps this could be AI?
Well, California effectively adopted the GDPR with some tweaks and some changes. And I think that sort of that kind of convergence on legislation absolutely can happen, is a good thing. But I think now we're getting into the realm of metaphysics. And the point I'd make is that metaphysics are better discussed over a drink.
We'll soon get there. And before we do, because yesterday our Prime Minister said she was between us and the foods, now we're between you and the drinks. So it's called Tallinn Digital Summit. What we discussed here, what several participants said on stage, we thought we're going to come here, we're going to discuss digitalization only, and it turns out we talk infrastructure, we talk energy, we talk security. So what should it be called next year? Are we going to go for Tallinn Connectivity Summit, or do you have something else in mind?
Well, as a government CIO, I've got to stand strong for digital. After all, everything is digital, whether we're talking about energy or telecommunications. Let's get back to that question. But,
okay.
But I think that maybe the point to conclude on, what we hope to continue doing is we hope that this convening here in Tallinn is a place where we can have that meta discussion, where we can for a moment pull ourselves out of the specific regional, the specific topic formats we're in, and see those horizontal linkages, and then go back home and go into the sort of the various processes we have with new energy for how we converge and bring those agendas together. And I think the thought process that we ask you all to engage in on your flights home, and for those of you who are based in Tallinn, maybe your walks or your boat rides home, is what is the functional role that this summit here and that Estonia can play to keep some of this interdisciplinary and this interdomain energy going? Because I think we very much see that the value in this convening and these types of convenings is there, in spite of the fact that we have too many formats in the world altogether, and that we need to continue with these discussions. And your very concrete reactions on and reflections on where we can actually help raise these topics, what we can push, will help us in our actions in the next weeks and the months. I know I have a pretty long to-do list that's come out of the meetings I've had over the last 2 days that we're hopefully going to set into action. I hope that you're also leaving with rich to-do lists.
One thing is for sure, it's not going to be called the Tallinn Meta Summit. Okay, but really, I mean, thanks so much. Thanks for this wrap-up. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for coming to the Tallinn's Digital Summit, the 5th version of it. I hope there's going to be a 6th, potentially with a new name, but we'll see. Thank you so much, Lucas. It's been an honor being your master of ceremony for these past 2 days. And now let's go have a drink. Thank you.